Having a wonderful day. It's a very big day. We are waiting for Jerome Powell. We got a little bit of data there. Really didn't move much. There was some big news coming out of China. A lot of individual news. Eli Lilly, Baidu, Lyft, Uber, again, NVIDIA, AMD. We heard stuff on chips. A couple of things with materials as well. But all in all, you're going to get a little bit of back and forth. It might be a little crazy, or it might be really chill. But it's all the set up till 2 p.m. And then we get Jerome Powell. Everyone's going to be going over what the SEP means and whether we're getting 25 more or 50 more for the end of the year, and then the path forward. So please watch the watch list. I think it'll help you a lot, and even over the next couple of weeks, that watch list, you might go back to it, especially if you're wondering, what do you do? What if there was stagflation, inflation, or what happens if the credibility is there or not? I think you're going to want it. So other than that, I'll have another preview about 30 minutes ahead of the release, 2 p.m. on the dot. You're actually going to get something actionable because the SEP comes out. And yeah, we got a couple of events. You have to go back to the last video, Pledge of Allegiance. I went over another calendar as well. And here we are, my brothers. Here we are. So yeah, let me take this off. I'm going to put this on this screen. Make that easier so you don't have to see too much propaganda. But other than that, Chad, good morning. I do have a couple of plays. I showed you that other list. I'm going to be watching Baidu, Baba, Kweb, Real Estate, IWM, GLD, Bitcoin, MP Dubs, and Lyft. So we will see. GRR signs 4.1 billion data center. Oh yeah, it could be exciting, but it could be boring too. Because that was something we talked about in a weird way. That's why I think the next coming days and weeks will be important. I think there's a potential for a surprise at 2 p.m. But if not, and if Powell finds a way to stay exactly the same, in which he can, then we're going to play that, slow burn credibility game over the next couple of days and weeks. But remember, the next couple of days and weeks are important. Here, let me give you one from the watch list, because this is what we've been talking about. But not only just on yesterday's watch list, if you have been watching this whole year, you have literally watched me. I've been pointing out this chart to you, and we've been talking about day 365. So I hope you guys see it now, because yeah, man, look at where you are with all of this, and anything can happen. But it's I had another point I was going to share with you. Oh, but the whole point is the weeks and months. So here, let me show you the other chart. I actually wanted to show you this one, because we still got day 365, but here's the Fed cuts. This is 4 months, 2 months, and then when it happens. But look, after a certain cut, bro, you could spend 2 months without knowing if you're in a recession or boom or not. And that's the key of today. That's why you guys got to watch yesterday's watch list. But that's why I'm saying we're going to be on the lookout today for some big excitement and any surprise. But if it's not, you better be ready to handle the next 30 to 60 days. And that's how the credibility is going to materialize. So I hope you're ready. Woo! Less than 30 seconds, Chad. So God bless you all, man. I hope you love yourself. And I hope you're happy and joyful. And if not, take rest, take a break. You ain't got shit to worry about, baby. Get a long-term, say 10%. Let the market maker and let the pumpers work for you, brother. So let's go, baby. Call out anything. Please read the rules. Don't get banned. Don't post your plays. Get us some info. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Okay. All right. Couple chains are still closed. Again, I want to see the Baidus are terrible. So remember, you could hit on Baidus, but sometimes, my brother, oh, it's nasty. It is nasty. Liga. Habibi. ازيك حبيبي. They won't give me any cheap ones. Okay. GV booking. Not bad. Oh, legal. Good morning. How are you, baby? Happy Power Day. On Bros. I like Bros. We could talk about it in a little bit because we just did buy some food place. But I'll see it in a sec. Again, I made one. By Dunius. Oh, let me get Baba up. Again, the K-Webs too, though they move really slow, but once they get going, it actually hits. What the fuck is that? Walmart? Oh, I saw Walmart on a list too today, but it had an unspecified time, and that would keep happening. It said they were at like some conference, but I do not believe that was accurate. What the hell is that? Lucky Lolo, good morning, my friend. Oh yeah, I forgot. So some of these too, some might have the potential to either pop or lock after the Fed too. Because I'm looking, some premiums like the TTD, that dropped a little bit like yesterday, but then if that one's like, if after the Fed, some of those might come right back if it does end up being really dovish. If not, any premiums that are dead now are going to be fully dead. Canada rate cut in 10 minutes. SPY moving down. Let's see what else we got. There's Lyft is up 11. It hit 17 at one point. That's already up a lot. Yeah, Walmart's running. That's why I said it's interesting. I don't know if they'll really show up at the event. Is that Baidu? No. Qubits. Oh, is that the wrong one? Let's see. Oh, it was the wrong one. The other one. Yeah, bro, I took the wrong one. I gotta see what I can do with this. Broadcom. Okay, is that it? Yeah, they're the same, but they're different. Yeah. So these two have events, but they're wrong. So QBTS is the one with the event, not QUBT. All right, got out of that one. Oh, CNC climbed up. Oracle, those died. The K-Webs went up too. Again, K-Webs further out of the money with time move very slow. So keep that in mind. And then JD's up too, but JD also moves slow until it doesn't. Watch for middle of the day. You're going to get random China candle pops. I think that would be key. Tesla lower, Robinhood on the high, ZS. These lows in HD. It's weird, the SPY's actually really running right now. Take a look, or not the SPY, but the high ticker. So you got a lot of activity on the high ticker, but SPY is not moving. Bonds have flipped. Nasdaq's down a quarter. SPY's about to go red. Russell is up by 0.3, and Dow is the leader. Oh, Sweet Greens, Lulu, Chapato, those are all doing great. I don't know if we're going to get a staple move. Remember the other day, you didn't really see much. Yeah, staples are going straight up, actually. So, yeah, I don't know. Which one is that? Yeah, Staples look fire, actually. Where's Intel? Russell's the only one that's like really runner. Dow. And then Macy's. There's a Bank of America one. Any plays on MDB? No. I have bands. So, again, I worked a little extra for you. Gave you a nice little list in the morning. I was hoping that you would use it instead of asking me, if that makes any sense. That way we could all get better and you could learn to extract the value from the stream. Arquite, that's part of the plays, bro. You gotta think about it. Baidu's going as well. But yeah, MDB has an event, so I'm sure that's why you're asking me, but I showed you it in the morning. So you gotta make your choice, brother. Yeah, Sweet Greens went up a decent amount. I'm not mad about it. Yeah, Arquite or, again, Russell, those are some of your options. I actually like Arquite a lot. Going lower, XME. What time is the Qubits event? I'm just going to ban you guys. I think you did very terrible with that information. I did not give you guys that so that you would hound me with it and ask me how to... Do you get what I'm saying? So, if it was good info and you could use it, you should use it. But if you don't know how to. Then don't make it worse than what it is. It's very simple. Oh, I forgot MO had dividend. what's the other one? Qubit. And then MDB. There was one more. Architect went down. Dell's on the high. Uber's still getting clapped. SPY 2. SPRC? What's this? Skisark? Small cap. TTD popping as well. There's a dude, I'm telling you, a lot of smaller names. I think this is just big tech, you guys. To be honest, I'll get you a check up there. Now you got bonds moving. SPRC. All right, I got one more. Google. Fig on the high, GSAT. And then there's MDB now. Jane, dude, a lot of plays just ran actually. And then the video on the low. Oh no, that was something else. I saw some MD something. But yeah, the high ticker's very active, but you're still going lower. I mean, we've only been here for about 15 minutes. So we will see. But yeah, MDB got a lower candle or a bigger one down. Cole's on the high. At least the China names are holding up. NVO starting to move again. They got the upgrade. Eli Lilly had the good news, but yeah, NVO is up. L52 week high. Remember the other day they were moving pretty good, like following some China stuff. There's Walmart 105, so that's going up. They might be at an event. I just can't confirm it. Scott Bessent, Chief of Staff, Dan Kantz to take senior position at Monetary Fund. Oh, did you guys hear that too? They found documents this morning. There's Bank of Canada rate cut. 2.5 versus 2.7. Yeah, so they cut rates by a quarter in Canada. But did you guys hear about Bessent? They said that they found documents that Scott Bessent, at one point, he had 2 mortgages, where he said they were his primary residence. Did you know that? And they said it was no appearance of wrongdoing, but they were trying to highlight the whole Lisa Cook thing. Apparently, he had 2 residences from 07, yeah. I think Zillow has an event. So it already started pretty good. It is actually popping there. Yeah, it's not loading. Homeboy's not lying. Oh, there it is. Rate cut was appropriate given weaker economy. Oh, come on. We're not gonna fill that. Yeah, bro, it won't film. Alright, things are starting to move. Hold target. AMD, MP, Zillow, now SPY, and IWM and Dow. So those are our leaders. If those start moving, that'll be it. And then bonds and tech will catch up next. So what's going to happen by Powell is either Dow and Russell are going to stay up, or tech and everything else catches up with it, or they will all be up. Qubits, that one's starting to go now as well. Those little scammers. Redfin turned into Archite. So Archite bought Redfin, and all of your shares turned into Redfin or Archite. You got a really good deal. I think every one share of Redfin turned into like 0.6 or something, a decent amount. It was actually kind of crazy. And then now the performance and how they've all played out ended up being nice. Rotation. Yeah, you're gonna get some of that. That's what I'm saying. By Powell, just notice it's very obvious right now. You have Dow, Russell. That's in line with everything we've talked about, right? Imagine all the plays in the sectors we talked about last night. So that makes sense. The question is gonna be: is tech gonna be up by then, or is tech gonna have to wait till after Powell? And then bonds as well. That's the other factor. So we'll see, baby. We'll see. Yes, bros. You guys are saying that. I like bros. I've never been in my life, so I can't judge it. I've been to Chipotle. I've been to Sweet Greens. But the one thing, like I was showing you guys yesterday on the video, go look at Sweet Greens, go look at Chipotle, and go look at everything that I've told you about my criteria this year. Right? I've told you guys a lot of different things. And again, the simple one, that's how we started 2024. And even this year, I told you guys, keep it very simple. If it's up on the year, I'm probably not going to be a fan of it, unfortunately. Right? That's why I'm surprised I even got, what's it called? I'm surprised that I got Chipotle, because it's like a high price name, but it's down 39% on the year. So, although there's some good names that I like, I don't want to pay more money on the year if I don't have to. So, yeah, like bros, it looks good. And I remember it was just like almost 50% higher. But this is the part I don't like, is that, you know, it's only a couple dollars lower or higher at the start of the year. But then even prior, so like this was when I was buying Baidu, right? And Baidu's up a lot, but yeah. I don't want to pay that, and that's what is the problem. Well, I don't know if it's a fad or not. I think, you know, I've heard a lot of good things. I've seen people switch towards bros, and it's, CG, bro, Carlisle, they have to be buying something, right? That's up 2%. Options are shitty. Yeah, they're 480ing that thing. I don't know what it is, though. It's a non-standard expiration. No, I'm not gonna touch it. Something's weird with it. But yeah, Carlisle, CJ, and Bradley Frizzle and the Peach, baby. Are you kidding me? Oh no! Where's my horn? The Peach. Oh, let's go, baby. God bless you, my friend. God bless you, Chattadonia. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Peach Nation, get your ass up. You know, at one point, we never thought. At one point, we would have never thought it. But you realize the Peach. You better show some respect. That Peach is more consistent than Jerome Powell. I've seen Jerome Powell flip-flop and lie more than the Peach. I've seen Jerome Powell be less consistent than Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. You don't understand. You know how many SEPs we've seen with the Peach? They don't feel me. Thank you, you legend. God bless you. Yeah, they don't. I hope they feel me, bro. It's insanity. Sanity. Okay. Boeing. UVXY on the low. Now SPY. So like I'm saying, look, SPY has already went up about a quarter almost. While Dow and Russell barely moved. So there you go. And then all those qubits plays are going. And then IWM, that's great. So yeah, let's see. These are all some of the front runs. Think about it. But then remember, we don't know if we are the front run or if we're doing the front running. So be careful. Not bad though. Been less than 30 minutes. Do I drink coffee in the morning? I used to. Now I just drink straight up carbonated caffeine beverages. I love them. I think I have a problem. What? A Pepsi, Habibi, a sweet green, stay, don't turn sour brown. The rate cuts priced in. He might have. I mean, that's a fair statement. You know, I've been telling you guys for weeks, you know, start looking ahead. Most people have made up their mind. The data's there, everything. They are sugar-free, yes. Oh, wow. Why'd the long term shoot up today? I don't know. What is it? Abivi, MP Dubs, oh, Baidu. Yeah, there's a lot of good things. Is China still up? So watch out for that. Yeah, K-Web's still fucking climbing. That's surprising, because like I'm saying, usually you just get the random sell-off middle of the day. And then CrowdStrike, more tech, bro. High ticker is almost fully gassed. So look, high ticker is almost fully maxed out, but the SPY even has a red candle right now, but quite frankly, I just think it's a couple tech names getting in your way. But everything else is going. You're getting some of those front runs. Look, SPY. There's more names going up, bro. Look, you just had a big red, and the high ticker is almost maxed out. This is Amazon, NVIDIA, Google. So right now, all the money is coming out of big tech, or they're waiting ahead of the Fed. But it's not going. I sold one. The mistake play went up 100%, so sell it. I sold the first one for a small gain. The yen could move very large. Now, granted, there is they have their little political turmoil and some other stuff that has already happened in moving it. But, you know, depending on the surprise or how big whatever the Fed does, there is a potential that the yen moves a lot. There's a high correlation with bonds. Is there a Bitcoin play? It's part of the dollar. If whatever confirms, if the dollar starts dropping dramatically, Bitcoin, Ethereum, gold, those would be part of it. So if we don't get a major surprise, the dot plot, the SEP, if it's not anything crazy, that's what I was saying even this morning, we still even have the chance that we do nothing and that you just kind of fall back into whatever it is. But, you know, if there's dovish, if it's a really dovish rate cut and the path forward is going to imply more rate cuts and credibility, then the dollar could go down in several industries. So I'd watch the watch list. Like I said, we're going to go over another preview in about 30 minutes before the meeting. But some of you will fall behind, or you could get your edge by preparing. Again, even this morning, the information shared with you has already produced another awesome play. So again, and I banned those who just asked me what to do instead of acting. Because if you acted on any of them, I made a mistake and I still made 100%. So I would like to see more of this. So I get on the watch list. You guys paid for it. It's there on this channel. There's a small chance. I think it's virtually impossible he does 50 today, but you never know. CG Macri held talks to acquire Carlisle. Yeah, there it is. The other ones moved too. Nice. I only went with one or two of them. MDB kind of went down. We could check from that list if you want. I'd be down. I'm gonna backtest them in the morning. That's what we did here already. So again, DRI, they're gonna have a meeting. That one didn't move as much. GCT is at 11:30. So that one's not even, that one already kind of moved. Magan is the other one. These are all 11:30. Yeah, that one's actually up too. So straight from the morning, these two, you would have made money. Trupanian, you would have caught 1%. AV, 0.5%. So not anything crazy, but Qubits and the other one, 7-8%. That's massive. And if you caught that in the AM, there you go. You made Qubits play free. That's awesome, but you're not supposed to tell us, brother. So you're getting banned for that. Like I'm saying, I held the monopoly on the plays. You have to hear me call them out, but I think I'm giving you guys quality information. And then that way you could blame me. You could blame one person, and you don't have to be in an environment where people are yelling what they're buying and selling and influencing you and giving you FOMO. And then that way, when you make a decision, I hope it's out of reasoning, not because other people were doing it or not doing it. Ta-da! So yeah. AP home, Apollo now. So again, Carlisle, that buyout thing, the options are terrible, but that's up to you. Lyft recovering, even Intel's coming back up. Yeah, so not bad. Is IWM still running? Watch Intel. Well, yeah. Apollo still. APO. Yeah, Lyft and Waymo did have a play. What time is it? 10? HHHH Howard Hughes. ASP. Okay, high tickers going nuts again. Adobe, a few others. There's Carlisle with news. Even got a couple chips waking up, like Intel. Where's Fanny? Yeah, damn, Fanny and Freddie are ripping too. And then, bro, both of the Qubits plays, right play, wrong play. That's 10% again. So that was just like the Ion Q one. But Ion Q, I think, hit way harder in the beginning. But yeah, those worked. Nice. I only made one of them free. And then two. Oh, wait. No, I have the other one now. I got big ones. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, Dell has been doing pretty good. Okay, now those are getting candles. SPY coming down, so pay attention, Dow and Russell, because look, Russell's still going up. All right, now I took a candle. But Russell Dow is still the leader. Yeah, I see Marvel. Someone called that up earlier, but that one is still going. Fig, I did see Fig a couple of times. Yeah, equal weight. That was kind of everything there. Wally World. I think they'll go, I don't know. They can. Like we just said, dollar. I would watch yesterday's watch list. I put a lot of industries there, and if you could comprehend the movement, it'll make sense. Find credibility, and if that dollar leads to weakening, it's just an easy set of plays. Super easy. So I hope you guys prepare sooner than not. You have a few more hours left. And then you'll have 60 days after that. So that's the irony, is that you do need to be prepared and you need to be focused, but if there's nothing major today, and that's what I'm saying, you don't need to predict it, you need to just be aware, then it starts the clock for the next 30 to 60 days. And then all the same plays from Bitcoin to real estate will be in effect. But I would watch the watch list. Tesla down too. Marvel. NVO's kind of going today. It's funny, they got the upgrade and Eli got the good news. Well, yeah, I mean, the long term is going to do good. As long as we don't get a recession, which again, I'd watch the watch list. So it's there's so many reasons why today is important. Super exciting. BSX. Oh, dude, there's something with the trains today, like CSX. I don't know why BSX reminded me of that. Maybe the X at the end. But yeah, there's a bunch of railroad stuff today too. Musk tweets. Where's the fucking original Roadster? This guy, man, you know, they try to sell. On that dot plot. I don't call it. Just watch the watch list and don't ask for plays. We don't have time for anything else, you guys. So don't even distract the other chads asking them. Hell, just watch it. You'll see. But I don't give out any plays anymore, except the long term, which I did add Chipotle and Sweet Greens to last night. Yeah, because remember, Uber was the one that had the news. Uber's the one that had Waymo, and everyone thought it was kind of exclusive. But now with Lyft, I mean, there you go. CME to launch options on Solana and XRP futures. Pinterest. And Snap. And MP on the pizza. And Disney. But yeah, Pinterest and Snap. Kind of weird. Pins is moving a little bit more. That took like 1% on that candle, unless that was fake. I think it was fake. It's moving. It's not that big. Yeah, there is an IPO today. Sturberb. MDB. Yeah, that one didn't move as much. What was that one? Alright, IWM came down a little bit. The premium still kind of held them. So remember, we got to see if we're the front run or they're front running us. I know, isn't it wild? CMG has been around for 19 years. I remember when it was a really new company, so it doesn't feel that way for me, but no, it's facts. You've never heard of StubHub? I think you have, brother. I think you have. I think everybody's heard of StubHub. If you've heard of like a concert and like a ticket, you've encountered StubHub once before, even like an ad. Yeah, Bank of America, again, and I don't know if you guys noticed it. I'm surprised that people, I mean, it makes sense why people aren't talking about it. But did you guys notice something this morning with companies? Specifically, it was Bank of America. Oh, and who was it? Was it Eli Lilly? I think it was Eli Lilly. But did you notice something this morning? Let me see if I could find. I need to find. There's like 2 or 3 companies this morning. They all did something. That's why I say you could find a play off of this if you really wanted to. I can't find it. And then SPY's still near the low. But yeah, it was like Bank of America. They raised their minimum wage for their employees. And then they gave them more benefits, paid for more of their health insurance. And I'm pretty sure Eli Lilly did the same. So I think it's both banks, but then there's like 2 other healthcare companies that are like paying for their employees' healthcare. And they're paying them higher minimum wage, not mandated by the government. So yeah, I think they're trying to, I think this is part of the selling point for Donald Trump. I think they're trying to get in the good graces. Wells Fargo on the high. Yeah, the Bank of America guy was on Bloomberg this morning, but if you were reading the other ones, like 2 other companies announced the same thing. They just didn't get to go on TV. That's what I'm saying. I think it was Eli Lilly and then another healthcare, or Humana, or UNH, I think. There's a couple of these healthcare companies. Wells Fargo is going up now, too. They might be at the Bloomberg conference. SPY still near the low. Qubits, that was fine. Sweet Greens is plummeting. Intel came back up. Oh, Melly. Melly, can't you see? GV is running up 145. The high of the day is 666. I think you're right. Well, be careful, because if, you know, a year ago, or like a year and a half ago, a couple of people on Wall Street, they were talking about, I think they were saying the October low, if you really pull this shit out, one of these October lows till now, the trend line is like 6666. So there is a case for topping out at 6666 on the SPX. YYA, LRCX, Bowen, Micron. Hey, y'all. And then HDB, a couple of others. Could he send an ultimate FU and not touch rates? Not today. So you're getting a rate cut today. Like I've told you weeks and weeks ago. It's happening, brother. Time to move on. It's happening. So the only thing that's going to happen is a historic descent, even beyond what we already saw. So, yeah, there it is. I resemble Selena's new husband. I'm my brother. I don't know who you are, and I banned you last month. So this is getting weird. But yes, I do look like Benny Blanco. But I don't. Why are you making it seem like it's anything other than that? Good morning. I love the watch list. I think it was great yesterday. You better be ready. I do want a divvy play. We talked about why we didn't get it yesterday. One of the divvy plays I wanted kind of constrained. Do you know how many times the other thing happened? Never. So you've never had a rate cut within 1% of all-time highs, and the market went down a year later. That's never happened, ever. So there's been other rate cuts that were not at all-time highs, and then they started to move. But other than that, anytime you've cut at all-time highs or within 1%, the stock market is always up 100% of the time. Oh, wow. SLG. What is that? That's a REIT. That sucks. They could be at RBC, but yeah. I got a small one. I didn't think it'd fill. I literally $10. But that one should be going up today, man. That's just too big. That's 4%. That's why I took it. So SLG, SPG, they should be benefiting, and then Sweet Green's on the low. Yeah, if Texas, so you're probably in Texas. We haven't got a fix for it, but I think so. If you are in Texas and you're on Stream Alerts, send an email, but we got to just get you canceled and refunded for the last month because they changed the laws in Texas. Even though we were compliant, I don't want to deal with it. So unfortunately, it screwed you guys over because of the new text law. Even though we have the opt-ins and all that, it's just not worth the risk. So yeah, you can send an email, but we'll get that refunded for you and taken care of. Texas SB 140. Woo! We did cut before the election. You were within 1% of all-time highs, and 12 months later, you are at another all-time high. Yeah, same with the long-term alerts too, you guys, unfortunately. So even if you didn't pay for the alerts and you're in Texas, you still can't receive them. Netflix. Yeah, SLG still going down. That sucks, bro. I thought that one would have hit. I don't even have a play on that one. I was just looking at it. I have a different REIT. you still get spam calls in Texas, you could actually go after them. So if it's like true spam in Texas that you did not opt into, it's $5,000 a message. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's not worth the risk, because we have compliance. So like everybody on ours is opted in. You guys don't remember signing a whole entire document and answering a bunch of questions. So ours isn't spam. That's why like it doesn't really apply to us, but it's just not worth the risk. Because if somebody wants to be a dickhead, even if we have it covered, it's not, I don't want, $5,000 a message is ridiculous. So sorry, Texas. You guys, I deal with California taxes, but that one's a little crazy. Why would the VIX be up 2%? Because anticipation. Today is your highest volatility day in the next like 2 or 3 weeks. And then everyone's buying protection ahead, all of it. Missed the watch list. I'm sorry, but in the nicest way possible, guys, I don't care why you missed the watch list. You should do it or not, but I'm not going to go back to help, unfortunately. So you guys got to get up to it. Don't come in the chat asking people to go back to yesterday's work, and I'm going to assume that you'll find a way. But if you have time to go into the chat to ask me, you should just go watch it on 2x speed and call it a day. I'm not gonna help on about something I covered yesterday, and it doesn't matter the reason. That's what I did. Amen. Because I'm still gonna have another Fed preview, but there's gonna be some stuff you're gonna need to know for the broad stuff. And that watch list yesterday is going to probably help you out for the next 3 months. So I wouldn't delay. I own Q. Habibi. All right, all those qubits came down. Oh, that's the wrong one still. Why do they have the exact same name? It's so stupid. Whose idea was this? It's so funny, they go up. Alright, I sold another set of them. I took some more profits. RCI did not. The VIX isn't negative today, brother. That's why it gapped down, but that's what I was saying. It's actually up, and then the whole week it's been up, even though the market's kind of been pretty high. The VIX is called a fear index, but that's not necessarily what it is. The VIX is 30-day option put to call ratio. So open interest of, if people buy more puts than calls, the VIX goes up. If people buy more calls than puts, the VIX goes down. So that's why people assume it's a fear gauge. Dude, there's a lot of chances the SPY shoots up or down. I mean, best case, worst case scenario, your best or worst reaction today could be 3 to 4%. Your base case reaction is about, I think, 1/4 to 0.5%, which the Russell and Dow are pretty much already there. So that's like worst case scenario. what it is. I don't know. You could email, but please stop spamming in the chat all caps for your stream alerts. That would be much appreciated, brother. So send an email. You're like 3 weeks behind. So I don't know. It's not that pressing. Just email and we'll get it fixed. Or we'll have to get you refunded, like I said. Rocco. We are priced in for cuts. We're not priced in for the path. Well, we kind of are, but that path could change. Best case, worst case for long end of the bonds, there's not one. What's the email? tradingfraternity@gmail.com. So email me, because I'm banning you now. You're not going to see your messages in the chat. So thank you. We need to focus today. Big day with Pow Pow. I think it's all Amazon and Google, bro. And Apple and Nvidia. Target coming down. But yeah, I think a lot of the big tech. This Russell and Dow is amazing. It's not bad. Russell's holding up good. Watch out, if there's a big Russell drop, that'll change things up a lot. The best change this year is the soothing music. I like it. I'm a fan. I think one of my favorite things, though, and thank you guys. One of my favorite things about the changes, and me being, a high standard, bro, I really have seen a lot of you guys level up. And what I mean by that is I've seen some of y'all this year. Now you know what it's like. Now you know how it feels to not FOMO when it runs, position early, and ride the wave. I think a lot of you guys got to experience that this year. And I think it helped mature you, because now I think you're not acting like a fucking rabbit, thinking that, oh my God, there's only one opportunity. Oh my God, I gotta go now. Like, exactly, you're not buying shit that's high. Like, there you fucking go. Like, you're waiting, you're playing it smart, planning, actually using your fucking time to your advantage. I fuck with that. So that's been one of my favorite parts. There's been, you get the extra trolls, you get the people crying, complaining, you're this, you're that, oh, why are you so, all I did was ask a question. But then, you get that side, but then you get the mother effers who are like, I'm becoming a master. I wait and follow rules. I am disciplined. My mind is in control. And then you got fucking, I love it, man. And then now you're like, I have $50,000. I never had more than 5. Now it's 100. Now I have a house. Nobody I am friends with has a house because they all laughed and I saved. That's exactly what's going on. So yeah, I'm a big fan. That's my favorite part. If you ask me. And Jesus. Jesus is the man. I mean, I appreciate you, and I will keep going. I will keep pushing. But if you haven't noticed this year, I want you guys to keep pushing. I need you to keep going. I need you to do it right and do it well. Do it smart. Don't abandon what you learned. Do not give in to the world, and focus on your goal and future and movement and move and action. You see, So, God willing, I plan on keep pushing. But, my brother, we need you. We need you to push. Get a crib. Save the 10%. You don't got to FOMO. So believe it or not, I did something different this year. So on Powell, we love Jerome Powell. I love being here for Powell. But I did something different today, you guys. I am banning everybody who asks me what time it is. You know, traditionally, about 50 people a day on Powell would ask me what time it is, even though it's been the same time every year since before I was born, and it's in the title. But that, as part of the standard, if you need to ask me the time, I don't think I could help you. I think we are moved on now. That gate is now closed. It's fully closed. I can't help. Yeah, I can't help with that one. So, time to move on. The gate's closed. Other gates are closing. Hurry, but don't rush. Hurry, but don't rush, my brother. Hurry, but don't rush. Amen. It's a very low standard. It's terrible. Thank you, brother. Thank you. God bless you, man. I need, thank you. I needed you for there, I didn't want to say it, so I'm glad you said it. I'm very glad you said it. Thank you. He's 100% right. Yeah, TTD going up. Zion. Yeah, banks are still holding. Dude, Russell is killing it. I might keep up the Russell. And then Melly. I don't know if that... I think Melly's at an event or... Might be tied to MDB. I don't even think it's rage bait. Because y'all know every year that people ask it, I answer it. I do. I'm never a dickhead about it. It's Powell Day, bro. It's Powell Day. But, this time, I don't think... MP still. Damn, MP. That's green! Oh, man. About TFC, I don't know what bank that is. I think banks and financials are up a lot. So it just may not be the time for them, but you saw yesterday. I'm glad with Chipotle. You guys ever see a name you want? It may not be perfect. You could find a way to use it. So scale and how you position in the rest of your portfolio. That's what's going to help you a lot. But anything after that, it's really hard to say. So that's because I have JP Morgan in the hundreds, and that was fire. Oh, it's Truist? Nice. Yeah, so at least we know the name, but I know the name and you do too, but you probably don't use Truist as a financial firm. So I like the big banks. I like the big four: Wells Fargo, Bank of America, Chase, and Citi. But it's like they're all really expensive. We had a couple moments to pick up value there, but eventually financials will go down. So you could go for some of them now if you like. Department of Energy, crude, damn, minus 9 million barrels in a week. That's a lot. Yeah, estimate was gain of 1.7. So crude inventories got dumped on. Check oil. Oil's going up. Finish up the Weldon test? You still in Miami? Or no, Detroit. You're from Miami. I forgot. You went to D-Town. ACN. Company's first earnings after IPO more volatile. It all depends. Usually it's just not telling because they just IPO'd, so you kind of have their numbers. But then again, like Reddit, that's why Reddit surprised me. Because Reddit, right out the gate, just started fucking earning and raising. So usually it's volatile, but it really is a company by company scenario. It depends when they IPO'd and how that stacks up on their fiscal quarter. and then, you know, type of company it is, and if they really are, you know, booming and growing. Truist is big in the South. Yeah, it's more consumer regional. Yeah, I don't like the big four. There's like good financial companies, but like you got to think about it. Wells Fargo, Citi, Bank of America, and Chase. You guys see those everywhere, no matter what. Every 50 states, you will have, those are the big four banks. Those are your like consumer, that's like the Mag 7 of banks, essentially. That was the FANG of banks, essentially, when it all started, and even after the bailouts and all of that. So that's a good place to start. That's why I like JP Morgan, because it gets you the finance side as well as getting you the consumer side. But yeah, ooh, JD and Pinduoduo on the low. What the fuck? These guys flipped. Flip. It being me and long term off the rip. That's the man. Yo, China's dying. So this could either be the typical give back that I was telling you about in the morning, or this could be some news right now. Pinduoduo, JD, Baidu, all the China names are falling off a cliff. Shineboss says we'll talk with trade visas and Carney. That's a minute ago. Yeah, you got Mexico Shinebot comments now. Allstate Insurance. China does this a lot. That's so you got to be aware of it. But then again, we'll see. KDP, you guys brought that up on the watch list. That thing's been running since. Senator Warren presses Trump AI crypto czar Zax on whether he overstated his job. Man, I want to show you guys something, but then I don't want to get shot. I'm being dead ass serious. It's about Elizabeth Warren, but then one of you is gonna shoot me. I have a general idea of how this works. So yeah, but fuck Elizabeth Warren. Yeah. And if that makes you sensitive, I don't apologize. And it doesn't make me mad either. So remember, they're like, Josh, after those comments on Elizabeth. Oh man. I have a lot of, I don't want to go on crazy rants today, Chad. You know that? I have so many political rants. You know how many tweets I typed up yesterday and deleted? I just put them in my drafts. Oh, man. I got a good philo, though. We're not supposed to have philo on Powell Day, but I got a quick one. The plug, Cubits, baby. Amen. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. See, that's usually they're paying the plug afterwards, man. I just said it yesterday. You guys saw it. I think it was a nice, natural example yesterday with the long term, because I want you guys to see it. It's like, it's a lot of pressure when you hear people buying and selling. And it's just not good. Unfortunately, at one time, it was nice. It was transparent, but I think people are using it negatively, and it's now being used to hype and influence. So that's what I'm telling you, man. I want you to buy a play, and I want you to make a decision because you thought about it, because it made sense to you, and you did it on your own. I don't want you to have to be in a chat room and then you're thinking, you're in the moment of time, things are moving fast, and this person's selling and buying, buy, sell. Dude, you're making emotional decisions. And that's just not what I'm doing. Even if I have a chat room, even if there's thousands of you, I've operated very different. And I want you to see that. Some of you have learned this game, which I'm proud of. But that's why it should be like that. Even paying the plug, bro, that's why if these plays, I'm telling you, I told you earlier, I was like, I missed on every fucking play this week. That was a front run. If I'm hitting, I'm telling you, but it's like, if these plays hit, I know you're going to make money. If you're using it and not, you should be aware of everything that is going into it because you are thinking for yourself. So, but I don't want you to have to deal with pressure or influence. So, let's go. Let's work together. Well, you guys tell me. You're telling me it's not calmer? What's it like when, again, imagine I buy Chipotle, I buy Sweet Greens. Instead of you listening, thinking, then you just start seeing hundreds of people, thousands of people. I bought it, I sold it. Oh my God, I'm making this, I'm selling it. Oh, I hate it. How does that affect your mind? How does that affect your decision making? Again, if you're not as experienced, I'm assuming that's a lot to handle. And I think it has shown. It's like, how did so many people get to the point of ignoring the 100% plays when they stayed down for 9 months? And then it goes. This is how. Don't get caught up in the momentum. We're thinking for 10 years, legitimately. And that's why the influence, it has to be a 10-year influence, my brother. And most of these won't be. So it's just noise and confusion. You did feel left out when I didn't do it. That's one way. Merck and Eli Lilly. Eli Lilly was already running. Now Merck and more healthcare. Like I told you, a lot of these healthcare companies are trying to appease Trump lately with minimum wage and other stuff that they're doing. What up, Tyler? Good morning. Yeah, I agree. Logical mind said not your target. You said diamond. Emotion said I want to follow Josh. Amen. Mine's in reverse. Because I said it. I'm like, I want diamond. I want this. I said I want cash. And I know what I said, but I'm not going to be imprisoned by it. If I see an opportunity. And that's why I was like, I think this is a way I could do it. Keep it small. Still meets within the plan. But it's like thinking for yourself. And I don't want you hinged or hindered and held back by anything. And that's how. So that's other noise, other emotions play into every decision. So you got to be wise of how you're filtering in. If we could prevent it, why not? The ending of QT, that could be one of those bullish things. It all just depends though. If I think ending QT is a little bit more credible than cutting rates, but it ties into the whole labor market, economy, and all that. So it will be something to watch for, but at this point, I do think with only a couple meetings left, the only part, Magan, that was the other one from this morning. That was on your list in the AM. Yeah, 10 minutes later, Magan, 11:30. So Magan, 11:40, hitting the high ticker up 4%. I gave this to you at what, 5:40 a.m. or 6 something a.m. So yeah, that's what I'm trying to tell you on these. Now you're too late. That's what I want you to see. I didn't play that one. I took another one. And then we hit on the other. But this is where I'm saying, wake up, pay attention, prepare. You need to be early. You don't need to follow everybody, brother. And you're going to be early with information and action. Not by following. You guys keep saying Pfizer. Yeah, let me see. Have I added Liquid Death to my carbo collection? No. I don't see an appeal of canned water with demonic shit on it. It doesn't. And yo, it's just like water, but in a can. Oh yeah, what else? It have a demon on it. And it's called death. Oh. And it's more expensive. Oh. Okay. try it, I will just rather rebuke you, you demon. Thank you. Create Liquid Angel. How about we just baptize all of you? How about you guys want to use water for that? How about, no? Okay. All right, fine. Dude, Eli Lilly in the medical, man, still going. Now you got JP Morgan and some banks. Couple of small caps too. Where's IWM? Yeah, that thing's going up. Okay, it's not even Euro close, man. 740. Jeez, it's early. Eli Lilly, man. That would have been nice in the morning. I thought more of the news was bad, though. So white, a lot of random names are starting to pop. They're already up like 1%. I pulled up like 3 of these already. And now Staples, too. They've already been on there. They gave back a little bit, but they're back to the lead alongside financials. Financials going up. Some are 1% right now. Hood and Hims at the same time on the low. Macklem's talking right now. I forgot they had a rate cut. What's the other one? Kava. Yeah, and all the restaurants kind of look the same, even if I don't like them. You guys noticed that, right? So healthcare was the big industry that was down this year, but, you know, like consumer food restaurants, they've been getting pretty knocked. All right, high ticker's going up. It's a lot of staples, but now the low ticker has a couple of names. I mean, the SPY is at the low. I mean, simply just because of big tech, so factor that in however you please. Don't be a demon in Jesus' name. Got lots of money, that's the preacher's name. Pizza, pizza. Oh, I have another one of those. Yeah, these stopped moving. Was the other one Magan? Yeah, GCT came down. Bosch on the high. BHC kind of popping. Yeah, BHC. Check if there's an event. 2%. That one has been a target, or they have sold off units before. Oh, that's Bosch Health. Yeah. Check BHC. 2%. Kind of ramping up. SPY going into the low. Kennedy plans to change childhood vaccine schedule starting September. And then Oracle, Synopsys, and Coin, crypto. So you got more tech on the low, more value, banks, materials, everything else. Lumen, that's the other one. That's an event. But then these are all of these are like staples and everything else. And then it's just big tech and a couple of like growth momentum names on the low here. NASDAQ down 0.5, SPY down 0.1. Meanwhile, Dow and Russell are inverse. So like I was telling you, base case is like 0.5% today. but the Dow and the Russell are over that, and then the Nasdaq's right there. So a very interesting cushion and front run for where we're at. BNB, TNA, yeah, these random ass. It's just all value. T-Dub, IWM's still climbing too, though. So keep that in mind. Look at all of these names running, and like I'm telling you, value, staple, Dow. Russell's hitting a new high while Nasdaq's into the low. RFK candle on J. Look at Kenview. I remember that's usually the issue. We look at J&J, but Kenview's the health part. If you're looking at the vaccine. Coin still and Robinhood. Most financials are doing good though, and then Kenview's on the high. Okay, just more random names pop. Look at how many names have like new highs. So that's what I'm saying. I think that's why the Russell's climbing, but SPY's is still staying pinned. What time is it? It's not even top of the hour. Oh wait, it was already 7:48. I was like, it's really early. Get a long term. So Dow Jones, 25 names in the green, 5 names in the red. Are you ready? Nvidia, Amazon, Microsoft, UNH, and 3M. Those are the only ones that are red on the Dow. Everything else is green. NASDAQ 100, 29 names in the red. Bro, NASDAQ is down 0.5%, and you have 70% in the green. So that's kind of crazy. So 29 red, 72 in the green. Most of it's big tech, like bigger tech, and then a couple of other ones sprinkled in there. And then SPY, 400 names green. Dude, what the fuck? So yeah, that's why the Russell's up. I did not even really realize that. So yeah, the Mag 7 effect is like really pervasive today. You're straight up. You have 70% of the NASDAQ in the green. It's down 0.5%. SPY is negative with 409 names in the green. So yeah, equal weight should be flying. Yeah, it's just holding up 0.6 while SPY's down 0.10. So whatever you're seeing on the SPY index, it's not, you don't really see it. So yeah, today even coming into the Fed though, that rotation, that big tech dynamics, that's going to be the mover, unfortunately, which sucks because now if big tech moves a lot, I have a chart for you. I'll show you when we get ahead of the preview. But even if big tech moves, if it moves a lot or doesn't, that might be the impact. So Russell, I would keep an eye on Russell, because if Mag 7 just wants to act sanguine and everything else doesn't, you're going to see the impact somewhere else. It may not be in the SPY or NASDAQ today. But then again, today's a big day. There's going to be a lot. So, but just keep in mind, right now, whatever you're feeling here about 1 hour, hour and a half in, 70 to 90% of the market is in the green. But then the two major indexes are red, SPY and NASDAQ, due to tech being down a lot, all of them. Yeah, China's on a 4-year high. So, bro, we were right. Remember when I kept telling you, I was like, dude, it's bubbling, it's bubbling, it's brewing, it's brewing. And then I was like the boy who cried wolf for 2 weeks, and then it slowly went up, and then after that, it took off. So yeah, they kind of concealed it a little bit, but yeah, we were on the nose. Because that's crazy. So the volume's going higher. Remember I was showing you the won turnover and all that? That's when I started saying, all right, get ready. I was wrong for like 2 weeks, but I was like, it's starting to tick up. Yeah, right here. That was August 26th is when I showed you this one. And then the 2 weeks before it, I was like, it's brewing. I noticed the gamblers and other stuff, but nothing materialized. And then it was on after August 26th, I showed you guys that. The next couple days, it was gone. All right, SPY hit a new low. Again, as I told you, 400 names are in the green. ABTC JCap short report. Wayfair on the high, too. RCAT, ONON. That's actually 70 highs. It might be at 1%. 2. Wow. Yeah, ONON candle at the high. I feel like all of the retailers are doing pretty well. Can we infer that big tech doesn't like rate cuts? No. No. They like it. Actually, the thing about big tech is like rates don't really matter for them. You know, Amazon doesn't have that much debt. So whether the rates are high or low, their interest expense isn't going up. If interest rates are going lower, it's easier to borrow. And now rates are lower, it'll be easier for them to sell lower yielding corporate debt and raise money at a lower cost. It's actually really good for them. So I wouldn't agree with that. I think other names outside of the Mag 7, they have more, they're either more or less interest rate sensitive. But Mag 7 that's why people like the Mag 7, because as history showed us, they kind of do good in every environment. You know, high rates didn't kill them. Low rates is how they were born. So, yeah, here we are. Tesla might, and then Elon might, he goes with the rates. So he might even raise prices if there's a rate cut. But I just don't like I don't like overpriced, you guys. So I like overpriced if it's down on the year. Like I said, CRM, Apple, we just bought Chipotle. If it's overpriced and trading at a high premium, crazy momentum, I mean, it has to be down on the year. But if it's not down on the year and then it's up a lot, and I already am fully invested, so just those names don't come up high on my list. So I'd like a good deal. I just don't want the worst deal. I don't want the all-time high. So Tesla, I think, is up there a lot, and it's done a lot this year, but I think it's a good company. I've just never invested in it. I've had chances to take a lot of other value instead, and sometimes I regretted that, but at the end of the day, like what are we talking about here? It's still even break even on, it's not even down on the year. This is up a lot from earlier. It's not a bad company. Like I'm saying, you could play it, but you guys should have been playing it here. Or like even on some of these other downsides where it's at least more in your favor. That's why what I'm saying, even Chipotle, even if there's momentum, just buy it when it's not fully like near the high. It's just easier to make money and get a good price. Just went positive. I know, but look at it, man. Like, that's why I've been saying I think a lot of you guys can use this simple checkup. Just look at it. Like, how many of you see houses at all-time highs and don't want to buy them? You know what I'm saying? Like, if you saw a house that got bought for $280 in June 7th, July 7th for $280,000, would you be lining up to buy that same house at $415 2 months later? So obviously it's different. It's not a house. Paper moves different. And like I'm saying, there's definitely ways you could poke holes in this and find a way to justify whatever you want. But like I'm saying, it's easier to make money and get a good position if you put the odds in your favor. Just little things where, again, buying low, buying lower than the highest, making sure it's going to stick around, value, playing the calendar, dividends. These things can help you. Put it in your favor. I know you don't. That's why I'm glad this year some of you are really understanding this. You're gaining the maturity to learn how to You're not getting mad at missing out overpriced shit, and then you have enough time and planning where you're still grabbing some good stuff. But yes, this is the easiest lesson in the book. Buy low, sell high. It's crazy that we do have to focus on it so much, because the easiest one is the hardest one. Buy low, sell high. You guys know that's how you make money in stocks, right? In everything, you buy low. You buy low, sell high. Buy low, sell high. Buy low, sell high. That's it. That's why every time I'm pointing back, I'm like, well, I liked it lower. I don't want to buy it after it went high. It could go a little higher, but it's actually only been higher like 3 or 4 times in its history, if you look at it. Now, that doesn't mean it won't go higher, but again, you're going to do way better, and it's going to be easier, and you'll make better decisions, clearer mind, if you're buying lower. That's why I said, even if it's a momentum name, hype. I said Apple this year. At one point, you asked me for Apple, and I said, yeah, it's good, because it was down 30%. I said, that's not bad. It's a good name. It's good quality. You're not buying the cheapest price, but you are buying it 30% lower. That's better than not. If it goes down another 30, we're only down 30 now instead of 60. And if it goes up, you're up 30. That's way better for you. So even looking at Tesla, I mean, you have $100 of downside to get back to a week ago, and then your upside is $50 if you're right. I don't like that. So I like the company though. Tesla's the best, yeah, as far as EV. But you know, we got to get something else. And then even in April, it wasn't a new price. Oh man. You sold your house and now better homes won't sell. What did you do with the money? I have a strong feeling you still violated the rules and are flexing. Not the flexing, but why did you sell your house without knowing what to buy? IWM. Hey, yo, what's up with Pepsi? Premiums are going crazy. FCX. Your brother's financial advisor bought him Fortinet at all-time highs. Why would he do that? Because that's their job. You should go look at my video from a couple years ago. So after 2022 and 2021, remember a lot of dog shit went up and then everything went down? I showed all of the analyst histories. So that's the problem with following Wall Street. They upgrade as the stock is going up. So yeah, they will tell you to buy it at all-time highs, and then the moment it goes down, they will downgrade it and tell you to sell it. That's their job. And then they manage clients, and they're talking to people who they're assuming are money managers. And their average holding time is less than 30 days. They are not on a 10-year time frame. So none of that information will help us. But it can hurt you if you actually believe them. Sometimes they have good info. You need to use analysts to get the math information you would never do on your own. That's good. But just don't listen to their opinions. Because usually they just follow momentum. You know why? Here's how it works in Wall Street. Even if Nvidia is dog shit, if, like, for real, it's not, but let's say it was, and then it starts running up 100%, and you say it's dog shit and it goes up another 50%, you're 10% away from losing all your clients. And then it does that for another 3 months. Now you're underperforming. Every jackass is getting rich by being an idiot. and now they all have to conform or they lose their job. Or how long can you go being the guy saying no? Your clients are going to hate you. So yes, they all have to. They live in the business of conformity, because nowadays they just can't survive without it. Because if you go ask Michael Burry, because if you take a wrong side on it, even if you're correct, and it goes against you for that, remember, 30-day hold time, and you go 90 days, 180 days, yeah, unfortunately, that's going to hurt your rep really bad. And that could threaten your, again, your clients or how you get viewed with it. Ask Kalanovic. So, yeah. Crocs NFL partnership. That could be good. That one might eventually fade, but you should get some movement. Options kind of shitty on the short term. Good luck. And remember, they still get paid. The guy managing the money still gets $2. The guy who's the analyst still gets paid $250,000 to $500,000 a year to do the math and follow. So yeah. Again, I hope you see I use the info. I use this info. I use all of the info. I think for myself though. I hope you do the same. Because that's why once you know this game. You've already lived through it. Some of you a couple years ago, you could act dumb and be like, no, Josh, I saw on Reddit. Bitch, you already lived through it. You already saw 2021. You saw 2022. You saw them give Airbnb 290 price targets when it was going up, every single one of them. And then right when it started to go down, they lowered it. They did it with every name. PayPal. Go down the list. They did it with every name. You guys are buying Baba at $400. Why? They all agreed to buy Baba at $400. Every single analyst in the world today all agreed at the top. You should buy it at all-time high. Said buy. The highest paid in the world. The professionals. So they do it every time. And then right when it comes down, no one's going to care. And they're all going to move on and they're going to look at you and act like you're the problem. You understand? So you better get with it, brother. And you better stop listening to these people who have no relevance to you. And they don't even care. Because that's what's going to happen. You saw it happen in 2021. And you'll look back, they'll change their target, and they'll act like nothing happened. And then they'll just, but this. And then they'll move the marker to the next point. And then we keep going. So yeah, you got to get used to it. Remember, I bought Arquite. It was Redfin at the time. I had one of the best prices in the world. Some prices, you guys are shocked how low we got Redfin. You know why? Because it was already low, and then one day, it was already down. And some dickhead analyst was like, I'm going to downgrade it. It's going to go lower. And they dropped it 50%. And I said, you fucking idiot, give me it. And we bought it at $3. Every single one of those shares is worth 21. That analyst downgraded it at the low. Because it was already doing bad. That's what they do. If it's bad, they keep going bad. If it's good, they keep going good. They don't want to be wrong. That hurts their job. That's why a lot of you have picked up on that behavior of only focusing on being right rather than making money, because you think you're an analyst and you think you're Wall Street, but you're not. They got the job already. They're getting paid no matter what, management fee, or they're getting their salary. Do you see what I'm saying? You don't get the same privilege to be right and still get paid, brother. You got to make money. You got to save. You got to grow it. You got to be wise. Ta-da! NFL Crocs start at 79? Damn. Big tech, dude. That's Russell's still climbing. Well, it was 2 minutes ago. Puma extends gains, now up 15%. Yeah, what the fuck? It's deep. I hope so, man. I mean, you'll see a lot of this stuff I say. I mean, I was telling you guys this for weeks, so that should have gave you a nice little bridge to connect it. But good. I want you to be wise. It's not going to hurt you. It's not going to hurt me. If you're wise. If you guys act smart and we all work together in a good way and you actually protect your interests, it's better for all. I'm surprised Whirlpool's not up with all the staples. Intelia. Yeah, GCT, I think the event started. It had a drop first. SPY intraday bottom. I don't know. It'll bottom whenever tech starts moving up. Because, dude, right now, you have way more names up. It's crazy. NHTSA raises issue of Tesla FSD failing at railroad crossings. NBC. Rich Robotics, it's only 20 highs. That's popping right now. Wow, 2 million shares? I don't know if that's real or not. No, that's not. I was like, damn, what do you mean 2 million? But yeah, Rich Robotics, big pop. Small cap, shitty play. Good luck. Well, Nicholas, welcome, but read the rules so you don't get banned after buying a membership. Please, no plays. The calls and premiums are weird because today's the volatility day, you guys. You know, you had a lot of cushion, a lot of front run, and there is a major event coming up in a few hours. So that's why the premiums, they may even get clapped at randomly, but they're probably going to have a weird hold to them because everybody is anticipating something. It's still early, dude. It's only 8 o'clock. Yes, they have changed. They've changed a lot. So you will be liable to follow them. We've been telling people it's probably better to listen than chat, especially if you don't want to get banned and lose the $5, but you'll still get the same thing. Be pointed with the questions. Be very intentful. Why don't they recommend Stock Market Live on YouTube like every other day? I think it's because I forgot to give my daily guidance to assassinate a politician. So maybe that's why. So I think I should probably let me get it ready. But I'm sure if I started to radicalize my audience, they might give me a shot. But I forgot to this morning. Fuck. No, we'll do it tomorrow. I'll have like a section on makeshift weapons for people who disagree with you politically. Yeah, and that's sarcasm too, if you don't know. That's me highlighting this stuff, because I'll probably get banned for making that joke. But the people who do it seriously will not. Oh, wait, what? Ah! Did you see Candace's latest video? No. But you guys heard, dude, yesterday as we were listening to that thing, and I was like, bro, this sounds so fake. And I'm glad everybody had the same feeling. Dude, everybody, that little text message thing, bro, everybody was like, dude, this is such a bad script. Like, it read, it's like, why? All of the unnecessary details and all. I'm like, man. Well, I'm glad, though, everybody did have the really doubtful view of it, man. That was wicked. All right. How many did I get? I got a lot. All right, make the IWM free. If you got a cheapie on there, if you took the cheapies, they are up 400%. I have now made all of them free. All right, now we're positioned fully free for Powell. Yallah. The other plays sucked, though, this week. Any of the front run on the events, they did terrible. But the Qubits, all those shits, Ion Q was that was a really banger. And then now, those IWMs are very, very good positioning. If you took the cheapies in the morning, they don't exist anymore. Yeah, but that's why, like we know, we even talked about this a little more here. Just remember that right now, 90% of the market is in the green and we're like down. Super odd. Is inflation still a concern? I think it would be more of a concern if the labor market didn't just start weakening. But it is. It's a concern, but it's not the major concern, as odd as that may sound. So it's just, you got to be ready for the next couple of months. That's what we talked about. I'd watch yesterday's watch list. I really think yesterday's watch list is going to make or lose you guys a lot of money, depending on who watches it and not. Because these next couple of weeks will be pivotal. And you have to be ready for it and know what's going on. So that's why with all of the, whether it's inflation, recession, labor or not, these are all playing into today. And that's how the next 2 months we'll find out the concern. I think for real. So, and if not, then that means you're good. I don't know if there'll be a rebalance. They will, but I don't, unless they just make a new index for the 7, but it's hard to balance it. I mean, it's going to be outweighted no matter what. Curb, Upstart, and New York Times, Newegg, Rich Robotics still. It looks like MP Dubs. Pinterest still too. Where's Meta? Equal weight? I mean, it's all tech. So the names, 90 names down on the SPY. Broadcom, Intuit, Eaton, Parker, Oracle, GE Health, or GE Vernova, Meta, Oracle, AutoZone, Cadence, Synopsys, Coinbase, Palant, Uber, NVIDIA, Ralph Lauren, Hilton, Amazon, Progressive, GE Aerospace, DoorDash, Marriott, Western Digital, Google, Alphabet, Google, Humana, Conoco, Microsoft, Generac, ISRG, Boston Scientific, Albemarle, Corning, O'Reilly, Live Nation, BXP, General Mills, Lamb, PTC, Starbucks, L3, Occidental, Medtronic, Intel, Jabil, Warner Bros., Baxter, Baker Hughes, Dexcom, SMCI, Schlumberger, and that's it. So it's most of the like high-flying names you know. You know what I'm saying? Like those names all sound big and familiar, but that's it. Everything else is green. That's what I'm saying. It's kind of nuts. That's why the Russell is already up. CoreWeave is waking up, and ARM too. Check even Nibis. Yeah, something's going on in that space. Yeah, IWM. I made the cheapies free. I liked it. So I'm gonna have that. I'm probably gonna sell most of it before Powell. That was the original plan. So like I said, it already went up. Oh, RY, but then PM. See if MO goes. Again, Staples been doing good. Nasdaq still down. First time you've been at VWAP since the morning. So good morning. Yeah, that's why. Right when it comes out, pay attention to those industries. Pay attention to those like 3 or 4, starting with like REITs on the watch list, and pay attention to if they actually get legs right away and then over the next couple days and weeks. What is MNDY? Why does that sound familiar? Is that the Monday? Oh yeah. Damn, they're down 5%. They are at an event, September 17th, Investor Day. I don't know if it already happened. 6:30 a.m. Pacific. What the fuck? So it's already happened. Oh wow, they have 260 people
less
watching.
Utilized. And then, sorry, second part of that question is just monetization of agents themselves. Is that a similar kind of consumption-based mechanism as the other AI capabilities? Thank you.
Yeah, this is one
Daniel,
right
do you
now.
want to start, maybe?
Yeah, so first of all, like, I do think that this is a
How the
very
fuck y'all
important,
start at 6?
shift for us from
I guess
like
2
doing
hours.
the management of the work and actually doing it. And for this, agents plays a very significant part, because we really believe that with agents and with making them
These guys
accessible
look like
to people
me
and
and
allowing
Tim Whitman
you know,
combined.
the common builder barriers
this look
to
like
be
me and you.
extremely low.
If we were
see
brothers, Tim,
agents taking
this
a
would
lot
be-
of
this would be
work
us.
and doing it by
I don't know
themselves.
if I have blue eyes.
And
You got blue
know,
eyes, Tim?
with that, currently agents
Everything
are
else
running on
is
top
like a
of
mix of Tim and
systems.
Josh.
And at the end of the day, you need to control these agents. You need to manage the work. You need to make sure that your data is something that you can actually trust and make sure that you have control over. So I do feel that the combination of what we are showing here is what we see as something that businesses, regardless whether they are tech or non-tech, would be able to adopt in the upcoming years. And this is where we put our emphasis on adoption and solving real problems in the day-to-day. And I think that across the entire offering, we're trying to see how everything actually connects and how we take everything that we have and make it a multiplier to this
Okay, I'm
world
gonna
in
go-
which agents are actually doing
I'm gonna go to the bathroom
meaningful
and then I'll
work
be
for
back.
customers.
I just dropped 5% off of
I
this.
can add that the way we see the
doesn't sound like
go-to-market
anybody's
for these,
paying
or
attention.
like what customer wants, is like twofold. One,
It
we're
sounds like
building
they're
an
having an
infrastructure of
investor day
agents
with like
that you can use
at Disneyland.
and build any agent you want. We're also using that internally to build like other
BRB.
very specific agents that we can monetize, like very professional deep agents. But we're also looking into a new demand out there for a platform such as agents, okay? Whether it's vertical or as a platform that you can generate whatever agent you want, okay? So like we'll both go into our existing customer base and into our existing products, but also outward facing into the new demand that is out there for just like agents separately.
Next question.
Hi, Josh Baer with Morgan Stanley. I wanted to get a better sense of where Monday Magic ends and Monday Vibe begins, as well as where does Monday Vibe end and where does multi-product begin? Just, what kind of outcomes do customers get when they use these AI tools, and what's the overlap ultimately with multi-product? Can customers Vibe code a comprehensive and customizable CRM or service app, and like how do those all overlap?
Yeah, so actually those things go hand in hand. Going forward, Monday Magic will also be able to leverage Monday Vibe. So for example, if you build a custom solution for yourself, you give a prompt to Monday Magic, they're going to give you feedback, it can actually leverage Monday Vibe. So if it's missing any component in order to build your solution, you can do that and use Monday Vibe. Eventually, all those AI components will be compounded. So each one can use one another. Also goes to Monday Sidekick. We see a future where Monday Magic can potentially change how we onboard customers. So the whole onboarding process is going to be fundamentally different. No longer you will land into an empty system where you have to customize it. You will start with explaining your business need, like you would do to a salesperson, and then it will do the rest of the work for you. Build you the perfect solution, use Monday Vibe if needed, and leverage any other AI capability in order to help you achieve your business goal.
Yeah, and also...
Thank you. All right, Google on the low, Ready on the high. Oh, Ready, popping. Dr. Reddy's Lab, 2%. It might be in headline. But what up, baby? Are you guys ready? I'm excited. It's fun. Powell Day, bro. I looked around, I walked around, got me a carbo, and I'm like, oh my gosh, it's Powell Day. It's Powell Day. It's the end of the year, bro. You know that? October is in 2 weeks, mother effer. 2 weeks. Did you just hear what came out of my mouth? October is in 2 weeks, Chatadonia. 2 weeks. Eli obesity pill outperforms Novo in head-to-head diet pump CNBC. No, man. It is going to be October, so good luck. I nod, Big Red. October is usually good, yeah. Remember, September is usually bad. We didn't see shit. So we'll find out. Ooh, I nod. That one's down 1.5. That could also be at an event too. I nod. That one might work. That one worked. They were cheap. It didn't fill me on all of them. It's gonna go. Wow! Yeah, maybe. Let's see. It didn't fill me on all of them, and then they got rid of it. Yeah, let me see if they have an event. That one's smaller than Monday, but I think Monday we were late on it. They have nothing today, actually. That's weird. So that does not even show up, my friends. found this channel in December. Wow, that's awesome, bro. I love it, man. I didn't expect to get new people this year. You know, we kept getting banned, and YouTube's a bunch of hoes, and I just don't promote enough murder to get promoted. But I'm glad, bro. I'm really, really glad. I did get to encounter a lot of new people this year, and I think you guys came at the right time. And just thankfully, man, some of you were ready to go. You were in the right headspace compared to some people that have had another opportunity. So I'm very, very proud, because I think that last 6 months, if you had even just maturity, got with it, bro, it could have served you very well. So I'd love to hear it, baby. To get ready, let's do 60 months now. 600 months. Oh. Oh, yes. Well, amen, bro. We're here for the mission, but the mission isn't about popularity. So I take it as it's a gift. You see, so if someone, like I said, I wasn't expecting new people, but there were some of you who were new, and y'all did great, and I'm very happy, because that's what we want, man. So little by little, but we want quality, and we want it to have a good impact. So that depends on you. I really do think, and that's why I'm grateful, because some people this year that were new, it bounced off really well, and I'm glad that it resonated with you. 1/10 of the way to 600, baby. That's 10%. Let's go. Amen. 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 All right, SPY's dropping. I mean, you had Google going there earlier. That iNod hasn't hit yet. It's really weird. They're still the same price. Johnny, be good. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Why you get the long term. The long term will set you free, brethren. Oh, they're filling my trades by 1 penny below my ask, fuckers. That's why. $28 months in. 572 to go. Let's go. All right, I guess 600 months is now the goal. Fuck. That's amen, bro. Long term. Woo! So I'm talking about. Wife got Greenland yesterday. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. I don't know. Am I supposed to celebrate it? Well, either way, I hope it's good. The 50-year badge is going to be you buying me a house. Because if you held the long term for 50 years and still can't buy me a house, you fucking lied. You're a liar. Green card. Yeah, woo! I was like, I don't know what we going to do with Greenland, dog. I don't know but what does that even mean? Oh, but a new citizen, baby. Amen. I love it. You know that? Can I use this opportunity, Yuli? I didn't want to say this today. Okay, Yuli? I didn't want to. But, you know, I'm very proud of your wife. I'm glad that she got a green card, brother. I really am. Because let me just tell you guys this right now. Are you ready? I do not support crime. I do not support murder. I support Jesus. I support conservative values. Okay? If you think I don't like immigrants and you don't like immigrants, you better get the fuck out of here right now, brother. Okay? Do I believe in illegal immigration? No, I do not. But do I believe in immigrants and caring for them? I do, you motherfuckers. And let me remind you, any of you thinking that you could say Jesus is king and then go tell people that you hate all immigrants and only like white people, you are being deceived. Okay? Let's be real. I love all of you, and that's why my whole family's immigrants. A lot of you are immigrants, and a lot of you are not immigrants, and that's beautiful too. That's amazing. We will all have harmony and work together. But don't be deceived, man. So that's a good thing, bro. And that's why, too, and don't you dare ever think you're using the name of Jesus to hate people, okay? So, amen, baby. And then shout out to Greenland as well. I think that's also what. Amen. Woo! And it's Powell Day. They don't feel me. Yeah, man. We're all a bunch of little immigrants. Amen. Amen, bro. Amen. But yeah, bro, remember, be stable. Do not be radical. And that's part of it, bro. I've been seeing some people yelling Jesus is king, and then they say some other stuff, and just say what you want. Just leave Jesus out of it. But you gonna put Jesus in it, I will correct you, brother. Because he loved the immigrants. He loved everybody. He loves love, brother. Okay? But that don't mean Jesus don't got rules. But that's it, bro. It's bad. And you'll see it a lot, man. I think you're going to start seeing a lot of people, especially when you see how many people want to read the Bible all of a sudden. Yeah. There's going to be people who are going to deceive you guys. I already see it. I'm talking about Nick Fuentes, just in case you're confused. Because again, there's people who are using the name of Jesus for very, very wrong motives. And they are playing a game for power. If you don't realize it yet, that's fine. But do not be deceived. And do not let your Jesus, your good God, a good Jesus, do not use him to spread hatred, my brothers. Okay? It's very simple. And they're tricking you. They're tricking you. I saw that kid do it, and I got bothered. I don't get bothered by anything else. Because I you know why? He's going after those of you who are well-mannered. And he's trying to use your Jesus against me like all these people in church tried to do my whole life. And they did to my parents. And I watched it. And I witnessed it. And my parents were immigrants. And they were claiming Jesus, but they were not living that way. So yeah, be careful. I don't fuck with that. And it's not even I don't fuck with that. You need to see it objectively. Just because you put Jesus as king, you cannot, that doesn't mean anything, dude. It's just, I hope you all know that. You judge a fruit by its tree. I don't care if you say Jesus is king. It means nothing. Just don't ever forget that. Those of you who have said nothing about Jesus, but live honorably and live with a real heart and love and truth and harmony, you know Jesus. That's your Jesus is king. Speak of the devil. Ooh, that's a big one. Reddit. Oh, they've already gone crazy on these. Oh, I got one of them. I got a 1 center. It filled me on all of them. That's huge. It's still, how is it still down? What the fuck? Bro, it just popped $9 and it's still down on the day. But yeah, I got one. Let's see if I can hit it. I don't know what it is, bro. Reddit in talks to strike AI content pact with Google. That's the headline. So confirmed. Another AI deal with Google in the middle of radicalization. All right, 100%. I'm free. Oh, not all of them yet. All of them. So yeah, I'm free on that shit. 100%. Okay. Oh yeah, push-up time too. Woo! Tesla. Was that a diss at Nick? It wasn't. It's the truth about Nick. I just told you what it is. So I do whatever you want with it, but like I told some of the guys yesterday, the liberals, I had liberal people sending me fake clips to prove a point about Trump. And all I said was this, man, if you sent me that video, I need you to just never watch me again if I can't connect with you. Otherwise, if you did send me that video and you want to work, bro, you have to listen to me for the next 30 days. So same thing, bro. If Nick Fuentes viewers, Hassan viewers, same goes for you. Do not ever watch me. Go in peace, be free, and live that lifestyle and live the life you want. Because I'm not going to let you be confused. You can't listen to two Jesus people and one of them is lying to you, telling you to kill and hurt people. It's just not going to work. And I'm not going to let you do that. So stop listening if you listen to that. And if you actually could see truth and see the clear contradictions in really aggressive, radical nature, listen to me for 30 days. Watch what happens. But it's very simple. So yeah, I'm very straightforward on who I'm talking about and what it is. That's why I made sure you knew. Because you guys are being deceived. And I remember some of you talked to me about the kid before, and I was really nice because I didn't know who he was. And I listened, and I found out how many of you watched. And I didn't think it was a problem then. Now I realized, holy fuck, you guys are trapped. And you're being deceived. So yeah, be safe. Oh, wow, I made 1,000%. What the fuck? Wow! Oh, yeah, dude, they're at 10 cents now. Fuck yeah. All right, I sold another set at 1,000. Well, that was 1,000%er in 2 minutes. I got to throw in some truth in between. You like that? You like that? I thought that was cool. That was pretty dope. Tell you Nick Fuentes is using Jesus to scam you into his radical agenda and then make 1,000% in between both comments. I like it. So yeah, go tell him. Tell him to get a long term and save 10%. And all of you, if you listen to Hassan, you listen to Fuentes, you are going to get robbed in life. Your soul, your money, you're not going to think about the future. It's simple. Notice, I'm not political. It's both of them, motherfuckers. Both of them. The one liberal guy and the one conservative guy. They're both doing the same thing. Y'all don't see it. So, amen. 1,000%er. All right, I sold another set. I have a lot of them. They were 1 penny. All right, I still got more. I'm done selling the Reddits. I'll hold these last ones. Money. Yeah, man. Like I'm saying, though, I mean everything in love. You ask about it. But that's why I said, bro, I'm not trying to piss y'all off. And I hope y'all do better, okay? But at the same time, it's very simple. All I'm requesting and what I think would be better for all of us, if you need to choose a side. And I don't mean like teams, I mean what you want to consume. Just leave me alone or give me a real listen without these dumbasses in your ear talking you out of the good ideas. I can't work in radicalism, brother. I know how to work against it. And I could survive any environment, but do you not understand? I'm giving you good stuff, and some of you are neutering it in your mind by taking radical ideas and backgrounds, and it's twisting you. It's fucking you up. That's why I said, I've noticed people's behavior. And then one of them, I respect Hassan more than Nick Fuentes. You know why? Y'all don't get it. At least Hassan hates Jesus. At least Hassan does not try to trick people using the name of Jesus. You don't understand how the kingdom works, brother. I'm not mad about an enemy. Oh, you want to use the Lord's name to trick the children of the Lord? Yeah, that we don't get behind. And some of you need to realize that grave offense. Bro, the Reddits are going up. So those contracts are still lagging. not all who say Lord. Amen. So Fed's at 11. I'm trying to think. Maybe we do a little mini philo at 9. And then 10:30 I could do the preview. So 10:30 we'll do the preview. But yeah. Oh, we got a little bit more time. Peso weekends beyond trading ban for the first time. Kering announces departure of Gucci CEO Stefano Cantino. Oh, Baba is going up again. And Ford. New highs on Ford. And Baidunias. I love it. I'm mad. We could have bought more Baidu. We really had a shot right before it took off. But finally, I'm surprised. We get like another day or two of Baidu, but I am worried it will sell off again. You can't find the Reddit news. I don't know what the source is, to be honest with you, but I have it on a wire that won't go unless it has a source. Report Conjuncture Media. That's not it. Oh, Bloomberg. Duh. Yeah, that was Bloomberg Terminal. So they got the exclusive on that. Yeah, it is Bloomberg. BBG. High ticker, 1 minute, 30 seconds, ramping up. Marvel. Tesla and Kohl's and Sats now. Yeah, Marvel's been hot all day. And then that is taking round 2. Out of chips, that's pretty impressive. Most chips are washed today. But I like China, man. If China could wake up here, that's honestly, that little freak out, it wasn't even a headline. I mean, the skill of being able to snake a chain, I mean, I'm pretty quick at it. And I think it is a skill. I don't think some of you realize how long I've really done this for. Not only was I training on Halo 2 with that hand-eye coordination, but, you know, I've executed well over 50,000 trades in my life. So, just, you got to think about it. Repetition, experience, you know, you guys will get there. But just let me tell you this. It's one part, it's one tool, it's my sidearm. You don't realize that. That's like Battlefield. I pull out the pistol. That's it. These aren't the bread and butter. You get what I'm saying? Boom. Just like how if we get a random pop and we're early, it's cheap, pull out the pistol, save yourself. You'll get it. But it's not the main one. And that's why I'm saying, like, preparation, being early, the long term, and even like finding the events and being able to play a little bit of mid macro and tie that in and understand the break evens. Those are going to be your real tools. But again, time, experience, control. That's what's going to help you out a lot. But so, yeah, it's not easy to replicate. I could do it without anybody. That's what it wasn't nice that most of the time I would do these plays in front of people, you guys would all assume I was pumping it just because I have a lot of viewers. And you'd be like, oh, it only does this. But I've showed you all year, even down to Trump coin, I could hit these without telling anybody. I will be up 100% before you even hear it. Because I'm on a delay, brother. I'm on a delay. I'm usually out by the time you guys even hear it. So it's kind of crazy. And then if I don't, I tell you when it's not working. And you could see not all of them hit. But yeah, it has nothing to do with other people fuck me up. That's why I'm saying, especially with some of these trades, it's way, if you know what you're looking for, you'll get it. But those opportunities are rare. The snaking the chain, it's a pistol. Not every time. We're not going to fight with the pistol all the time. But if you get an opportunity, the info, prices align, that's going to be a hit for you. Bro, 2,000% on the Reddits. That's insane. They keep going higher. Even though the stock went down and then popped, it should have been dead. That thing's so far out the money. That's why I'm like, no fucking way. I guess it's because Fed Day. Now with Powell coming up, they're probably going to juice it. Goldman readies $5 billion debt deal for Dayforce buyout. Sword of truth. Amen. Amen. And don't forget you have it. You know what I'm saying, bro? Like I was telling you guys with the long term, it's funny, you gave me a Bible analogy. U.S. House to start using Microsoft Copilot. Axios. Coming out now. And then bonds, too. I don't like that. Like I was telling you, by middle of the day, we want to see where big tech ends up, Russell, all of that, and then mainly bonds, SPY, NASDAQ in relation. But like I was telling you guys yesterday, I want you to learn, like, we need to make sure there's good defense, long-term, even trading strategy. I need your budget, your balance, not being too certain, not being greedy, being okay if you miss something dumb, being okay if you hit something small or sell early, defense. But I also need you guys to go on offense. Do you get what I'm saying? That's the thing about money, is that you need to protect it naturally, but you cannot be timid and only play defense. You get what I'm saying? But the problem, what happens when it comes to offense? I'm talking investing wise. What's the problem? What's the problem with the sword? TGE. I have looked at move. It's moving up a lot. That's why, again, part of the volatility today. That's the wicked servant only play defense. Yeah, you're not as skilled with it. Most of the time, some of y'all pick up the sword and you go on offense, and then you're taking this you're swinging too hard with the sword. See what I'm saying? I don't even think it's dull. It's just like David and Goliath. What happened when Saul came up to David and said, here, take my armor, take my sword. And David tried it on and it was too big. It didn't work. He said, no, I can't do that. Yeah, you got to use your sling, but you still got to play offense. That's what we did yesterday with Chipotle. We used the sling. We're not using a big sword. We're not using anything large. You're using a small weapon. But it's still, we're going on offense, even if it's small. While at the same time making sure our lead cannot be destroyed. So that's where it's like, be thinking. You have the money in your account, look for the property. Look for the plays. You have to, don't be timid, but also don't be foolish. See what I'm saying? Don't rush, but also don't wait. So there you go. Copilot will have heightened legal and data protections. Be quick, but don't hurry. Do not delay, but don't rush. Synopsis on the damn high now, and a dabe. Yeah, Synopsis flip red to green right now. Hi. They won't put the bid back on the Reddits now, but the ask is at 2,000%. Fuckers. I don't want to even sell it though. I need to hold it. I made it triple free. Is the Microsoft moving? I got the headline, but I kind of moved. And then Nivda flushing, so watch the SPY. Bonds catching a bid. Again, Russell is killing it. Russell and Dow dynamic, everything from the AM is still in play. Yeah, Nvidia's going down, so watch with Google as well. And then even Reddit. Weight Watchers. Where's that? Yeah. Oh, dude, where's waste management? That's one I wanted. Oh, shit. I need to make an Instagram video for the long term. I forgot to even do one with Intel. Yeah, because waste management, someone brought that up on my Instagram last time. But yeah, that thing never came down. I would love me some McDonald's too, but no, McDonald's doesn't go down because everybody eats Big Macs still 50 years later. I love McDonald's. Nivda. Yeah, so Nvidia, Google, I don't know, Apple. If Apple flips, that's probably going to be your answer. Hold on. And then you got Meta going up. Yeah, it's going to be Apple. So watch, whatever, like, towards Powell or maybe after Powell, because Apple's up and it's holding. It's not even moving. So that might be, you have 400 names up, 100 names down. You're still down on the major indexes, but I think Apple up or down from here. That's either going to tilt whichever in favor. I know, bro. They made documentaries on McDonald's. They put McDonald's burgers in boxes for 5 years. Everybody's still eating it, bro. I like McDonald's. I don't know, bro. My girl likes McDonald's. Bro, she came to America and she thought she was better than all of us. 1 year later, she loves a Big Mac. It's honestly, it's food propaganda and it works. It's amazing. But yeah, I love McDonald's. So does Warren Buffett. Wally World on the high. SNBR. I thought that was Uber. I'll never forget the 99-cent McChicken. That was a good time. Constellation on the low. Oh, that one didn't hit yet, huh? iNod? Yeah, that one didn't hit. It hit, but they fucked me. So the 100%, they fill the orders 1 cent below. I didn't even go big, but I'm gonna sell it. Yeah. IBM, and then UNM, STM, a couple other plays waking up. Like I'm saying, watch Apple and the big tech, but you got a lot in your favor to the upside. You just need the tech to not get in the way. Tesla, Walmart. Yeah, Constellation struggled a little this year. French National, Bardella told Lecornu he must break with Macron policies. Yeah, liquor too. The whole industry. I mean, that's it. They put down alcohol and picked up political violence. I don't know how that worked. You would have assumed that they would have, but the young generation does not drink anymore. Not as much. First time in a big generation. Or I think 50 years, 100 years that alcohol consumption is on the decline. Walk by faith, indeed, my brother, indeed. Okay, there's Apple. I think Apple's going to be the key. Like, hypothetically, if Apple starts hitting a new high, I think the market will move, SPY. And then vice versa. If it starts hitting a new low, that's going to crack us. A triple descent, send the dollar? Yes, it would go high. Anything more than a double descent could bring a lot of volatility. Even a double descent, I don't think has happened since 1993 or 1970. And a four-way has never occurred ever. So, but if you have more dissenting today, then that means they didn't agree. And you haven't dealt with that in a while. I don't think the market would take it well. Am I more bullish or bearish leading into Powell? I have a long term. I'm doing very well this year, but I am very neutral. I don't even think it's about today. I think the next few days, I did a lot of front running coming into it. So we got paid on that and we got to make a couple plays free. I even have some today, but I'm here to interpret it and then go from there. But I don't really have a basis. I know we're getting a rate cut. I've almost guaranteed that for you early, but I just don't really have a directional opinion, because I don't think it's either going to stay the same as what we've been doing, or we get information and credibility that will change and reprice. So I'm looking for the right stuff and the signal, but till then, I'm not really tied to any direction. I don't think you should be either. And it's just going to do what it's always been doing. We've stayed the same for a while because nothing's changed. We need material change. Zion, Vici. Isn't Vici a real estate? That's a REIT. Bonds, it all depends. And just remember, 1 year ago today, the last rate cut, bonds did something they've never done in history. So that's why I'm saying this is really important, because even the 12 months ago, that was an event that just was historical. Nothing like it from the Fed. And then we have the SEP this year and all these different factors. So it's really, it's important, but we're going to talk about this on the preview. I talked about this in the watch list. Today is important for today, and today could be a big event, but it also could be nothing. What you need to realize is that why I keep saying this is important, because this is the starting point for 12 months from now. That's why it's important. By next September, you're gonna look back and ask yourself, where are we from the first cut or second cut? And depending on what that leads to, it's pretty much in the next 2 to 3 months, we will have a really big answer. That cut was either really good or really bad. You may get some hints of it today, but the real answer will be in 2 months, 3 months. That's what happens every time. That's just history. That's just markets, money flow. And again, when you cut rates, it means something. And it's doing it, and we've done it before. So that's why it's like, today has importance, but it's really about where we go from here. And now the next couple weeks, 2-3 months, and then ultimately where you result by month 12. So I hope you're patient. You're going to need a mix of being active here, involved in the short term, but also, I mean, you know, people in Wall Street and investors, you are planning from 12-month to 12 months, rate cut to rate cut. You know, this will tell you something. Think about it. That's exactly what you're doing right now. You don't realize it. They cut 1 year ago, and then they waited 12 months. They tried something new. It was a different reaction. So you got to watch out for that. The worst could happen is you get that big dissent. Everybody dissents. Powell's, it's a lot more. It's a really hawkish rate cut. And then all you have is dissents, and then everybody freaks out because then the Fed has no agreement. And then that means that's pure volatility. Think about it. If the Fed can't even agree, why would we? And there you go. Rico. What up, baby? Good morning. Well, Nivda. Apple did pop and lock, but I think that's the answer. Le Pen. Macron must dissolve parliament or resign. Yes, market does not, they want cohesion, amen. Is it true that he wants the dollar down so we could refinance for cheap? I mean, I'm sure that's part of it, but they're already, like, that's a way to look at it. But with what I've seen from Trump already, I mean, they're clearly willing to do other things to get cheaper debt. They're, like, again, I'd never thought that Bessent would copy Yellen and start terming out the debt, but he did because nobody was giving him support. So I think they want a weak dollar, but they don't want to kill it, if that makes any sense. I think they could find there's a sweet spot where they'd benefit, but I also think they're willing to use other methods without having to really kill the dollar, more or less. Pizza, win, go, synopsis. Yeah, we talked about Adobe on earnings, but the earnings was like shit, and it didn't really move the stock. That's why I kind of don't like it. I would have much preferred like a big drop, and if it hit a new price, that would have been awesome. Because it did hit a new price in April, and then you retested the April low, but it didn't go lower. And then, if you remember, in 2023, I was talking about Adobe at the beginning of the AI stuff, but then we missed it. It took off. And things have changed, so if it hits a new price, I could consider it. It's not my top pick, but it's that could be one of those. It's not perfect. It's a high flyer, but if you wanted to get some of that growth, I would just play it small. But for me personally, it's not there yet. But that's better than, what did somebody ask me today? They asked me about Tesla. Like, I think Adobe looks a little better in that sense. At least it's down on the year. You're getting a discount. You're near a low price. So you have to look at the company, make sure it works with your portfolio, but that's how I'd view it. You could buy Toast? Really? Well, IPO price is a little different, but I like Toast. I want to see where it's at relatively to everything else. Yeah, see, they just had a crazy IPO. But again, this one, you're up $10 on the year. So unfortunately, like I'm saying, I showed you guys yesterday how you could go for these. I did it. I did it with Chipotle. So you know how to do it. And like I'm saying, I'm even willing to do it on some names, but you have to make sure that quality is there. Try to have more things in your favor than not. You know what I'm saying? Like if it's up on the year, a new price, the industry, what is the story? What do they got going for them? Those are the things that are going to help you. CEOs of Discord, Twitch, and Steam and Reddit to testify before Congress on issues of left-wing radicalization. I think Sweetgreen's financials are dog shit. I think it's a terrible company. I think it's a great brand, and they have great locations. And then it's the only one of the several few like hyped restaurants now. So you don't realize I'm pulling a Redfin on it. I think the brand of Sweetgreens is worth a little less than $1 billion, but I'm pretty sure they have way more debt too. So it's a pretty shitty name, but there's a reason why it IPOs, it's famous. People are looking for the growth. There's only a couple names and restaurants that could grow. And I just like their food. I genuinely, when I first discovered Sweetgreen, when they came to Cali, I heard about it from everybody in New York. And then, yeah, I just started eating it and it was good. It was healthy. But other than that, I think their financials are terrible. You have a trading account for long-term and trading. If it surpasses your long-term by 10, should you sell some and add? No, you can do whatever you want. Maybe buy a house. But all you got to do is save your 10% and separate your long-term from your trading. Square foot. This is a REIT. Remember, they had something. We've seen this thing pop and lock a couple times. SQFT. And then Truist, you were just talking about that. Or no, it's TransUnion. Yeah, it took a while. I didn't have Sweetgreens till like 2 years after it was out. It's still new. That's why it's a growing food name. But like, that's what I'm saying. You guys ask me about Kava or Sweetgreens. I'll take Sweetgreens any day. Not only is it cheaper, I think Sweetgreens is struggling more, but Kava already failed. Kava was Zoe's, they failed, all of that, but like, they have an opportunity to grow. So right now, Sweetgreens is doing bad, but fast forward a couple years, if they actually grow their stores, it's gonna look like Kava where people get hyped on it. That's why let me ask you this. Why the fuck would Sweetgreens go from $9 to $43 in a year and then right back down? What could it be? Beyond like, there's something about the performance. Why would that happen? Win is still going too. Wasn't greed. Wasn't the price of meat. Not stores, not debt, not opportunity. It's not hype. What made it hyped? What made people greedy? That's your answer. See, you guys are wrong, but you're close. What was it? Why did people get greedy? Why did people get hyped on Sweetgreen? GM and Ford, Popper. Yeah, both of them. You might get a headline. I don't see anything yet. Wasn't locations. Oh, you're close, Sandman. Growth stopped. Flip it around. Well, I guess you figured the conclusion. So look, I like TD Ameritrade will show you it simply. Can I get the... Yeah, look. Their EPS was the same. Then they went from -40. Then they start growing from negative to... Remember Snapchat, you guys? Remember how Snapchat went from $4 to 80? Because it went from not making money, and then they were like, holy shit, it's profitable. That's what happened with Reddit, too. And then Reddit actually got profitable and stayed profitable. So look at what happened. The moment their EPS started going down and people were like, oh my God, they're going to do positive, That's where these growth names become really valuable. You see that? That's why they would buy it at $11 to 40, because they're like, look, we're 1 quarter away from going profitable. Just like, guess what? What other stock did that you made a lot of money on? Anybody? Uber. Oh, I need to go back. It was even earlier, but pretty much Uber did the same thing. Remember, they were negative, then they had to go and add time frame. Let's do 20 years. Yeah, see, -8. They went negative to positive. When it goes negative again, they freak out. It goes positive, it rips right back up. I think Lyft might have done the same thing too now. And then Lyft is going crazy. Do you see it? Yeah. Well, Lyft, they were negative. It ran up. Then it stayed negative, went down, went positive. Didn't grow as much, and now it's there. But they're still kind of fucking up a little bit. But yeah, do you see what I'm talking about? So this should make a lot of sense. But that's why I'm telling you, once Kava or once Sweet Greens gets back, if it really starts growing again, people are going to go insane. And then again, it'll move like a Kava. Because Kava, again, you go from negative to earnings, you go up, but then now they're losing it. And then that's the risk on the downside. You could go down just as fast. But that's what I'm saying. I think Sweet Greens, we got 10 years to play this game. I think it might do decent, or at least it's worth it with a small amount, because I still think it could go to $3. So, ta-da! I like Target and UPS. Those are my dividend names I'm watching. But both of them are struggling, and I think the expense ratios are kind of high. I own Q News, too long to paste. Alright, I'll see and then take a look at it. But it's not really moving. I already sold. Those were crazy. They get back to growth by just... Well, right now, these companies are growth names, and some of them are running a loss because they're in the growth phase. They're spending more than they're making because they're investing. So once those investments start turning profit, demand goes up, the stores start becoming profitable, and then they stop spending as much to expand, that should lead to more returns and profitability. And then once it goes profitable, that's where these growth names start to do good. But guess what? If it never goes profitable, you're losing all your money. That thing's going to get killed. And that could happen. I mean, I would tell you that happened to Kava before it was Kava. It was called Zoe's Kitchen, and then it failed. And then they've rebranded it, and now they're trying again. But that's why I'm saying, if it doesn't work, you're going to lose all your money. Or you're going to just have dead money, dead stock. Because the growth name raised a bunch of money, spent the money, and they could not become profitable without spending money. And then there you go. Sweet Greens has a brand problem? No, that's what helps them. I like the brand. I think there's a lot of people who don't know it because it doesn't exist everywhere. It took years to even get to Cali, but they have good locations. But I think the brand is actually good. Just a lot of people don't know it because it's just not available. Most areas don't have a Sweet Greens yet. But that's, again, part of the opportunity and the risk if they don't do it in time or if they spend too much money to do it. And then they're both expensive. Sweet Greens is expensive, like the food items. So is Chipotle. Kava purchased Zoe's for $300 million. No, it was a remix. So Zoe's, I think it was a BK, and then they just pretty much merged and rebranded as Kava. So I could verify that, but that's what I told people the first time when people were asking me why I don't like it. No, but that's the problem, is like Chipotle's food and Sweet Greens are expensive. Because you guys were like, well, Josh, you bought Papa John's and you sent us all Papa John's. And I'm like, yeah, but if I try to send y'all Chipotle after like 3 burritos, I've spent as much as I invested in the stock. I didn't go that big. And then I'm like, dude, this shit's expensive, bro. What are you, a burrito for $50, $25, man? That's it. I only got like 10 shares, bro. So yeah. StubHub open. Let's see what they're up to. 10%. It's like they listen. Let's see. 25 to 26. 10%. The premium's not bad. It's actually been open for 3 minutes. So it actually had more than 10%. 34 million shares. Yikes. So you need 17 million in the next 7 minutes. So at 24. I don't think you're going to do it. Coinbase on the low. They're adding options. Well, some of them are liquid enough, but yeah, they've been doing it quicker. But even all the IPOs have they're kind of scary. Because ever since I've been calling it out with the premium and I'm just saying don't even touch it unless they give it to us, it's kind of a bad sign. Because these IPOs are fucking shitty. They're hyping them up on day one, but then I just don't think, although there should be a lot of liquidity, I just don't think there's that much demand. That's the crazy part. But yeah, there's a lot of liquidity, but there's not. So I think it's just fake. Like all the demand is manufactured. It's just like people aren't really trying to like buy over like shit like that. Does that make sense? You guys only fall for it when you get everybody hyped and when everyone's like, yeah, oh my God, this one. But I think everybody kind of took a chill pill this year. There was 1 or 2 that ran, but 90% of them, just most people have been conditioned to not touch them now. Because again, they're scamming. They're just not. I think there's way more demand at way better prices. Yeah, Reddit did do very well. But all of them go down. That's what I said, even Core Weave. So when you see them do good, do not be deceived. Because Reddit did really good, and it surprised me. I was very honest about that from day one. But this is what I'm talking about IPO. Look, it opened at 70. Within a couple weeks, it's down to 40. Goes to 80, then back to 40 again. And then it takes off after you break out. But that literally took 7 months. See what I'm saying? So that's why it's like day one, if they're not giving you a good deal day one, I'm not telling you not to touch these IPOs. Do it later. Let the supply demand work its way through. But unless it's a good price, there's no real incentive. Especially with how they've been operating them. Yeah, that one did do good. I'm down with that. I like it. No, figure. So I don't know. This one also has a weird history, but this one IPO'd. I remember it didn't have as much premium. Went down, but that one's up 4 days later. That's rare. This is rare. We haven't seen this happen in a long time. So that's what I'm telling you. It's like 10% of them are going. So that right there, watch it and see what it ends up doing. But that could be like Reddit too, because it's probably going to come down, go higher, come down again, and then the second or third breakout, if that demand's still there, then it'll probably go. But that's a good call out. I'm actually surprised, because that is what I'm trying to have you guys notice. It's not that it doesn't exist. You just need to document and understand which ones are really going, though. And that's what I'm saying. Just you'll see where the odds are and if it's in your favor. But these IPOs aren't just doing it. So that's cool to see that one of them 5 days later is actually up. So go look at how it priced, where it opened at, and see what factors, because that is different than any of the ones we've seen all month. Yeah, Circle came and did good. Kind of came really heavy down, but Circle was before they started dropping 3 of these at a time. Circle was in June, and then pretty much everything after Circle was dog shit. Because then you had, what's it called before Circle? You had the Core Weave and the other ones we killed it on. And that's what got people hyped. But then ever since then, all these companies came. But then Circle was just, it ran from day one, went really high, and then anybody after week 2 got murdered. But yeah, that one did work. And then I think that's what started the dog shit. Yeah, FIG growth uncapped, AI tech growth. I agree. I just don't even think people are thinking like that, though. I think people, the hype is there, it's good, and they want that, but it's just the premium. Because a lot, that's what I'm saying, on IPO days, people are just buying shit they don't even know. So I don't even, they're like, IPO? And because it used to go good when there's good demand, good offering, you can make some money. But if not, it's going to happen a couple weeks, couple months later, probably. Cold. Okay, 9:30. I didn't even do my first set of push-ups, bro. We need push-ups. Move around. Jump, jump, jump around. GHB, couple names popping. And Baba, but the low ticker is pretty active. Maybe we should keep up in Apple. Yeah, I was like, I don't know how affirmative action goes into play with Klarna, but I'm down. Yeah. I don't like those finance plays. I want a good big bank. But maybe one day. Klarna, I heard some good. I saw one report on Klarna, though. They were giving it like $120 target. So people like it. I personally do not. I just don't like that industry. So not even just the industry, we have better financial exposure. But yeah, that was a 12-year target, 12-month target, or 10-year target, excuse me. But they're saying Klarna 10 years like 120, 130. So take that as you please. Klar. I thought they put them on credit reports. But yeah, it's an interesting one. Panel. INSP. Nibis is climbing up here too. It's 50-50 on the high-low ticker right now. You just had that little wave, but it's chilling. They're talking StubHub right now. So StubHub's back. That might go negative, bro. But that volume is terrible. So look, we're past 10 minutes now. You're not even, you're like half of the half. You're 25% of the offering, 30%. But yeah, so that's about to go. It might even go negative. All right, baby. Get the body moving. Get a push-up in. Stand
highs.
up,
The Russell
idiots.
2000
Powell
is
day.
getting back near that recent peak that we've seen it near a
Yeah.
couple of times. So broadening out of the IPO market, the big thing is how are deals getting done? Are management teams comfortable with the valuations? And do investors want to meet them there? And certainly step up. Again, pricing at the middle, now up closer to 5%. An interesting deal, but maybe not indicative of the broader market.
A mixed day for the broader market, but StubHub is up about 5%. IPO at 23.50. It opened at 25.35. Billy Lipschultz, who covers all of this for us here at Bloomberg. We will be back in a moment. A conversation up ahead with Eric Trump and Michael Ho from American Bitcoin. This is Bloomberg.
Let me get some propaganda. Or I think I had other videos to show you. I'm just trying to do my push-ups. They won't let me. Was CoreWeave still going? GLD on the high too. NVO got an upgrade today. And the same company downgraded them.
Download Dave today.
And welcome back to halftime. Time for our chart of the day. Lyft and Uber shares. They're just driving in opposite directions today. You see Lyft up over 13%, Uber pulling back about 5%. This action after Alphabet's Waymo announced plans to launch its robotaxi service in Nashville next year in partnership with Lyft. Joe and Weiss, you both own Uber. Joe, I'm going to come over to you first.
Steve, I'm going to give you back the final trade from Monday. We fought over Uber as a final trade on Monday. I said it was going to go to 100. I won. I got Uber. I still think Uber's going to be okay. In the long run, you're talking about a company at 194 billion that has really turned around their balance sheet. But there's an opportunity here, I believe, for a trade with Lyft. This is their first partnership with Waymo. It lands itself here in a critical part of the country. Obviously, Uber already has existing partnerships with Waymo itself. But what we're witnessing just in terms of a price reaction from Lyft is a very strong one. For those that just want to kind of follow along here on a trade, you have a stock that's up nearly 80% on the year. I think it's up 133% from the April low. And you have a low risk scenario where you literally could buy this stock against your breakout here at around $20, or if you're a little bit more, you have the ability to incur a little bit more risk. You could risk it towards $19. So I think you could play along with that trade. I think this partnership is good. I think it kind of puts them back in a headline, which they were not participating in. But remember, this is a much smaller size company than we're talking about with Uber at 190 plus billion versus a $9 billion company.
Here's how I see it. This is, at this point, nothing more than competitive tension. So without Waymo bringing Lyft into the equation, Uber could price as they want to price. So Lyft we still don't know if they can execute. It's delayed until sometime late in 26. But think of what it does. Now it sets the table differently when Waymo and Uber sit down in other cities. So I think actually that Lyft is slightly ahead in this news. The company was dead not that long ago. They brought a new CEO in. Now, maybe they take advantage of it and go into other cities, and that is their plan.
I got one more set, bro.
You just got to bring the stock
Welcome back.
cost
I'm Romain
there
Abbas.
so
You
that
are
Uber
watching
doesn't
Bloomberg
have the
Markets, but
leverage.
right now I'm alongside the host of Bloomberg Crypto, Tim Stenovic, for a discussion, a very special discussion about American Bitcoin, which went public earlier this month and is one of the many crypto players that have entered the public markets this year. It is also part of a surge in digital asset treasuries, reaching a market cap of almost $7 billion. But uniquely, its chief strategy officer is a son of the President of the United States. Pleased to say that Eric Trump joins us right now alongside American Bitcoin CEO Mike Ho. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you guys very much. It's good to be here. Having us. Guys, no shortage of crypto treasury firms out there. No shortage of Bitcoin mining firms out there. Mike, what makes American Bitcoin different from everything else out there?
Well, we're the best of all worlds.
Apart from Eric Trump. Apart from Eric.
That's the best part, but we're the best of all worlds. We're not just a Bitcoin mining company. We're not just a treasury. We're a Bitcoin accumulator. And what that means is we use Bitcoin mining as just one layer of the strategy. Bitcoin mining is effectively, as of recent, allows us to accumulate Bitcoin at a 50% discount to spot price. As a publicly listed, actively managed accumulator, we're very different than just buying an ETF. When you buy an ETF, when you buy spot Bitcoin, your ownership ratio to Bitcoin will only ever be 1 less the fees. When you buy an actively managed accumulation company, we use all of our tools, our know-how, our ability to monetize volatility. As a public stock, we have a very volatile profile, given that we track underlying Bitcoin, and our volatility is higher than Bitcoin. So being able to issue low-cost converts that convert at a premium to where our share price today to buy more Bitcoin. Bitcoin is an asset class that has been increasing double digits for the last decade, is very highly accretive to our shareholders and increases the metric that is most important, and that is our Bitcoin ownership per share. As an actively managed company, it's using all of these tools to increase Bitcoin ownership per share.
Eric, come on in here, because filings show that you own about a 7.5% stake of the company. What's your commitment to holding on to this equity?
Long, and I've locked myself out for a very long period of time.
How long?
Well over a year, and I think it's going to be beyond that. But we've locked ourselves out, and in fact, the whole board has, and the company has. I'm damn committed to this company. And I'm committed to this company because they did everything they could to try and cancel us. They did everything they could. I'm talking about traditional finance, to put us out of business. I was the guy that was getting hundreds of letters from the big banks, Capital One, JP Morgan, all of them, Bank of America. I saw Moynihan was just on, trying to take away accounts for golf courses, for hotels, for residential buildings, for doing absolutely nothing wrong. And it drove me into crypto because I realized that there was nothing that couldn't be done in crypto better, faster, cheaper, more transparently. And it's an amazing industry. You cover it well.
I've heard you talk about this before, the idea that you were debanked and your family was debanked in recent years. I just want to make sure I understand this. Are you saying that the Trump organization was not able to do business with any large financial institution at one point?
I got dozens of letters, and I'm talking about the biggest banks anywhere in the world. Again, Bank of America, right? Capital One, JP Morgan, where for no reason other than the fact that my father wore a red hat that said "Make America Great Again," and maybe sat on a different end of a political aisle than kind of the woke ideology of the time, they were sending me letters for condominium buildings. Some of these assets we didn't even necessarily own, we managed, right? A residential component in one of our buildings, right? They would send a letter to the board saying, congratulations, we will no longer bank you. It's like, well, that's not our bank account. That's
I mean this with all respect.
A residential building. I saw the weaponization
but I like Barron way better than
and then
this
I
guy.
started realizing how broken, how slow it was. My wife
Dog, I fuck with Barron so hard.
Residential.
I don't know the other ones though. I don't know what they up to.
And,
but
get financing.
I don't even think this is his child. I just I don't get this. Like Barron, I'm like, that's his son.
It took me 120 days.
I don't know how to
your
explain
customer,
it.
Right? And you're sitting there saying, why? Why is it every week as a hospitality company? Right? I'm trying to get a wire out, or I'm waiting to receive a wire through the SWIFT system, where if I don't get it out by 5 o'clock, and by the way, even if you get it out at 5 o'clock, 0 chance it's making there before Monday. When you can transfer $500 million worth of Bitcoin from an iPhone to an iPhone, having a wallet address, at 11 o'clock on a Sunday night, for no fees, for practically no fees. And that scares the big financial institutions. And guys, I've always been a hard asset person. I've always been a builder.
I never realized how small Romaine
is. Known for
Romaine's my size.
And had it not been for the weaponization,
they never zoomed out on his
banks,
ass.
I would have never found the crypto industry. It's one of the greatest things, and I am the biggest proponent of Bitcoin.
It looked like me when I sit down, and my
fucking
fucking legs is swinging from the chair and shit.
Appreciating 70%
I can't touch the ground when I sit in a chair. What are you talking about?
It's global. It's instantly liquid. It's the greatest hedge against real estate, and it's been a lot of
good
fun,
exercise.
And I understand your personal experience helping fuel this, but beyond your personal experience, what is the long-term advantage? And I'm talking for the broader audience out there, the broader community of folks out there, for transacting more in that space, not just necessarily with Bitcoin, but using the blockchain technology.
Such a great question. And the reason it's a great question is we have the greatest economy in the world, by far, bar none. We all know this, right? I mean, imagine, just take Zimbabwe, right? All right, where they had
weird. Apple's going up, but the market is
year-over-year.
going down. It
You
could
go,
be
you
Amazon.
work your butt off, right? And all of a sudden, your money's burned. I mean, you literally get in. You actually have, crypto is going to be the greatest tool to create financial freedom throughout the world. Now all of a sudden, instead of having that money just disappear because you've got a crooked government, or you've got bad financial policy, or because 100 other. Now all of a sudden you can take that based on one thing that everybody has, which is a smart device now in their pocket, or just about anybody, and that gives you financial freedom. Now all of a sudden you can go buy Bitcoin, and you can go buy an asset that's appreciating, as I said before, between 50 and 70% a year, and you actually have something tangible at the end of it. Take the other side of crypto, right? Take stablecoin. You can invest in the U.S. dollar. You're in Zimbabwe. Instead of having your currency devalue by that 10,000% a year, you can go invest in the U.S. dollar. We are going to onshore trillions and trillions of dollars in the United States of America because of it, and that gives people financial freedom, and that's a wonderful thing as well for the United States of America.
Hey, Mike, jump on in here because I want to ask a little bit about the relationship that American Bitcoin has with Bitmain, the Bitcoin mining equipment provider. Representative Nunn of Iowa, Republican, calling for a federal review of Bitmain, essentially saying that that this could present a national security risk here in the U.S. Is it a national security risk for you to use this equipment?
I don't
think
so.
he understands
it's very
crypto
proven
besides
that these
the
ASIC
headlines?
chips
I feel
are
you.
programmed just for one purpose.
they bring their
and
quant-
it's for
Who
computations
is
on the
this
SHA-256
guy?
algorithm.
But I think, who really understands it? I think this 70-year-old Senator Loomis from some fucking random conservative state. I'm sure she understands it more than anybody. That's why they put her in charge. So yeah, that's why from the moment they did all this stuff, I was like, yeah, I have a lot of faith in giving a bunch of old people the keys to crypto regulation. Yeah, that was so like, dude, Loomis, bro, I'm sure in between like gluing her dentures, she's like, we got to make sure the fucking hash rates are all legit, and she's like, is it proof of stake or proof of?
We're really just focused on
teeth?
the
Oh,
silicone
no, just
that
kidding.
is the ASICs that we use for
She don't know.
Bitcoin mining. We pay tariffs on the silicone that we imported from Bitmain. Bitmain is still the most competitive and most efficient, and when we measure this latest generation of hardware, it is
Senator
very
Loomis
technologically
go out
advanced
to
in
eat
terms of the
sushi,
efficiencies.
and she
We've
thinks
moved
a
from
Satoshi
28
is an appetizer.
nanometer chips down to 16, down to 10, down to 5. Now the latest generation of ASICs that we use are 3 nanometer chips. The technology for the manufacturers to produce at this efficiency is very competitive and very difficult.
Eric, I'm curious how you view energy sources here, because Mother Jones reporting recently that HUD 8 buys wind power from a facility in Texas. Your father has made clear his views
She's
on
an
wind
attorney
power,
and
he's
been in
attacked projects, and
Bitcoin
he's
more
stopped
than longer
projects
than
on
anybody
federal
in this
lands.
chat.
Do you disagree
So
with
her
his view on
title
wind
is
power?
what?
No, I totally
is
agree
what,
with it.
Okay,
In
never
fact,
mind.
the reason we're
Forgive
able
me.
to buy wind power
I didn't
for
know
such
she was an
low
attorney.
amounts is they built a wind farm in the middle
Should've
of absolutely
told me.
nowhere, and they didn't have anybody to distribute that energy to.
They were distributing it before they were selling it at the HUD 8. They were distributing it to the grid. They were distributing it to Texas homes.
They didn't really have anywhere to send the power, and it was massively subsidized. Here's the reality with wind power. Wind power is a massively subsidized thing, right? The governments, go over to Europe, go over to the UK where my father is right now. The amount of subsidy, you're talking about 80% subsidy on wind farms, where the government's paying them, subsidizing the actual creation of them, and they're also ruining the landscape. Now, America, we have the greatest energy anywhere in the world, and it's untapped. We have energy reserves that every country in the world, including China, would absolutely die to have. It's just we've had bad policy where we've never actually been able to exploit that. And so I'm not a wind power guy. I think there's much better forms of energy. I'm beyond excited about the potential of actually leading the revolution in terms of nuclear again. It's something that America was winning. America was winning the nuclear power revolution, and then all of a sudden one day we just gave up on it. And then you see what's happening again in China. You see what's happening in the Middle East. I mean, even France for the longest time was winning that technological revolution. And I think under my father's leadership, that's coming back. But you cannot have a strong GDP as a country if you don't have cheap, efficient energy, and we better as a country be damn committed to that task at hand.
So it's interesting, in the last couple of years, you've accumulated quite a bit of crypto. Your family's net worth has increased substantially, and now the value of its assets that are tied to crypto kind of rivals what it has when it comes to real estate at the Trump organization. You're still co-EVP of the Trump organization. Are you spending more time on crypto than you are at the Trump administration or Trump organization now?
Yeah, I spend a lot of time on crypto. I spend a lot of time on real estate. As you can imagine, I've got one of the greatest portfolios of projects in the world. I've got the best hotels in the world. We have the best golf course in the world. Some of the greatest commercial buildings in the city. You probably know many of them, and all around the world. And we do it incredibly well. And that's become that's obviously an incredible business. And the underlying value of our hard assets is, unlike any real estate portfolio in the world, especially based on the fact that we practically have no debt. I mean, I've spent years just paying off debt, and our cash flow is tremendous, and that's incredible. Then on the opposite side, we obviously have crypto holdings, and they're the greatest counterpart, right? On one side, you have really very little liquidity. Very few people could come out and buy Trump Tower. The asset is too valuable. There's very few families in the world or companies in the world who could afford to buy a building like that. So that means, hey, guess what? It goes up in an inflationary period like we had under Biden. It's actually very good for real estate, because guess what? Every I-beam, every 2x4 becomes exponentially more expensive. But if I tried to go sell one of those properties, it could take me 6 months. It could take me a year. It could take me 18 months. And you could have limited buyers, right? Yeah. You have the opposite side of the equation where you have something like Bitcoin, where if I wanted to sell $1 billion of Bitcoin, I could walk out of the studio about 3 seconds after this interview. I could hit, 2 buttons on a phone, and you could instantly liquidate it into any currency that you wanted, right? And so they're unbelievable kind of counterparts to one another, right? One's immediately liquid, one is 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. One you can, transact. It becomes utilitarian. You can do it so anywhere in the world, any demographic. You have another one that's a hard asset that's fixed to a certain geography, fixed to a certain city. Guess what? If there's a flight to Florida from New York, an asset
is not on 2 times speed.
In New York, might suffer a little bit more.
I don't
maybe an asset
judge him on how he talks. I just like Barron more than all of them.
It's why I always go out
these guys,
and say,
they've been doing shit
crypto
forever.
is the greatest instrument for people in the real estate industry because it's the perfect hedge. And it's why you see people like Grant Cardone. He's doing these walk-up buildings.
Barron's the only one I'm like impressed with.
He's actually
and I'm like, holy fuck, that kid's gonna change the world.
Layering crypto in order to effectively buy down your effective
Shout out
yield
Barron,
on your mortgages. And I think a lot of people in the real estate space are going to get into crypto for this reason. It's an unbelievable instrument, and it's the perfect complement.
This gets to the use case, though, that I think we used to talk about in years past when it came to the advent of Bitcoin and the other crypto tokens out there. I am curious, Mike. There are a lot of entrants in this space now, and Eric was talking a little bit earlier about traditional finance. Traditional finance has finally taken notice of this as well. So how do you structure this business to not only grow yourself, but more importantly, defend off what's probably going to be maybe your Brian Moynihans or your Jamie Dimons or other folks who finally decide they want a piece of this as well?
We see that as all extremely positive. Mm-hmm. When you look at the proliferation and the rise of even Ethereum or Solana, that just means that it broadens the on-ramps of more dollars moving on-chain. On-chain benefits every crypto, and Bitcoin is not immune to that. Bitcoin will benefit from that as well. Bitcoin is the reserve asset class, whereas some of these other alternative coins are more on-ramps and they're throw-put settlement layers. But when you look at Bitcoin adoption, when you look at crypto adoption, I'll start there first. Yeah. Crypto adoption, there's about 60 million active wallets out there with a non-zero balance. I think it took Bank of America almost 100 years to develop something similar. 60 million wallets, 60 million bank accounts, and it took a lot of mergers and acquisitions and a lot of governance and permitting. When you look at BlackRock's gold ETF, it's about 20, they're coming up on their 20-year anniversary, and it's only about $30 billion. Now contrast that to BlackRock's IBIT, their Bitcoin ETF, that's almost $90 billion, and it's been only a couple of years. And when you look at total ETFs, institutional ownership of Bitcoin, that represents more than 6%. Everyone wants Bitcoin. Bitcoin's proliferation adoption is only the beginning.
All right, you have to leave it there. Really appreciate both of you coming in.
Thank you guys very much.
Mike Ho, the CEO of American Bitcoin, and of course, he needs no introduction, Eric Trump as well. And our thanks to Tim Stenovic. We'll be back in a moment. This is Bloomberg.
Alrighty. Well, thank you, Propaganda TV. All right, gotta do a couple more lunges, and then I think we'll do a philo in a little bit. How does that sound? So if you guys want to listen to the best Powell analysis in the world, I think I could say that. Yeah, I'm gonna have to give you some propaganda prior. At least I tell you it's propaganda. They don't tell you it's propaganda. They tell you it's the law. They say that's culture. It's not. It's not, my friend. It's not. So I have one. I could give it to you, but don't know. I don't know, man. So actually, here, let me get you one more set of propaganda. I thought I had some videos to show you. All right, I don't.
Stock has been
Okay, Burb. Abby
I'd like to talk about the healthcare industry in general as having been a lousy investment this year. There have been plenty of places like AbbVie where you can select a stock. But the price performance has been great. The Humira expiration is well behind them. It's now Skyrizi and Rinvoq. They have no real loss of exclusivity for many years to come. 3% dividend yield, 15 times forward earnings. I mean, this is, you can buy it right here despite the strong price appreciation.
Liz, I want to come over to you. What's your just general view on healthcare? Obviously, there's different segments to it. There's the insurers. There's obviously drug companies like AbbVie, which actually analysts pointed out survived one of the biggest patent expirations in history when it comes to drugs. But just in general, when you're looking at this sector, where are you seeing opportunities? Where are you potentially seeing issues?
Yeah, well, first of all, opportunity on valuation. I mean, it's up 0.6% in the S&P this year compared to the top sector being up almost 30%. So big underperformance from healthcare. If you're a value investor, this has to have hit your triggers at some point. And not just that. If we're looking at the different segments of healthcare, you think about pharma and biotech, not just in the large cap space, but moving down the cap spectrum. Those are really growthy areas of healthcare, and they can be an option if you're trying to diversify your growth exposure away from mega cap tech. And I think there are some dollars looking to do that, especially on days when the rest of the mega cap tech complex is pulling back.
If we could show the XBI while I'm speaking, Steve, you look at this as well. It's up 14% in the quarter. The IBB is up 12%. Very strong performance. And if in fact today delivers the type of outcome that has a positive effect on the small cap universe, you look first and foremost towards those biotechs.
Yeah, biotech could benefit from not only rate cuts, but less regulation in DC as well. Looking at the XBI right now, up just about 1%, as Joe mentioned, quarter to date, up about 14%. All right, coming up next on Halftime, record-setting stocks. We're going to review some of the committee's names hitting new record highs. Halftime's coming back right after this.
Warren and colleagues write to Besant and Rubio. Ooh, excuse me, you went a little lower. But yeah, Chad, I don't know. They can't say Abivide correctly. I mean, they can't even tell you the truth. So, I mean, but you know, people mispronounce things all the time. So I won't judge. You know what I'm saying? I can't. Uh-oh, is that real? Yikes. This is gonna get interesting. All of the Discord got hacked. So they're saying in the last hour, all of Discord was hacked. Right now on the dark web, there's 2.1 billion logs for 39 million users. It's probably old though. I don't think it'd be updated. We'll find out, but if that's recent, that's gonna be a can of worms. Yeah, I just saw the tag. I wouldn't call it a black swan. I think it just ties into what we're already dealing with. I'll tell you one tomorrow. I don't want to use Fed Day for it. I got a great theory for you on Friday. Or wait, tomorrow's Friday Junior. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, SPY is popping. It's time for Philo. I know. And then, I don't know, maybe now is a good time, you guys thought the whole no face thing was sketch. And some of you were like, wow, you were ahead. Just remember, I never fucked with Discord from day one. But that being said, my friends, I hope you're ready for some philo. So very simple. We do have Jerome Powell. I have a very extensive preview that is on the watch list, and I have another one that I am going to be presenting about 30 minutes ahead of Powell. So if you don't want to hear about life, you don't want to hear... Whoa, what about a wiener? What? But if you don't want me to talk about anything that you may not like, then I wouldn't be here right now. You could come back afterwards if you would want to, but other than that, man, I've been telling everybody for many reasons, just out of love, bro. Don't be anywhere you don't want to be. Stop paying for things you don't want. Stop paying attention. So if I can't connect with you and you're not willing to listen without arguing, fighting, waging war, and all these things, I think it'd be better if you just kept your peace. And you don't have to expose yourself to this. But if you do like it, I think you'll get something out of it. Oh, I think you will get something out of it. So, do you want me to start with the easy one, or do you want me to start with an offensive one? It's not meant to be offensive, but I know you're gonna get offended, but it's the truth. It's something I've said to you many times. I'm just gonna say it very clearly for you. So do you want to start with that, or should we end with it? You tell me, brother. You tell me. I don't want to offend you. I want you to have the truth, brother. That's what I really want. That's why I'm saying, if the little shit we have trouble with, and you don't want to listen to me on stuff that's like obviously fake, and we could, help you with it. You know what I'm saying? So, truth, brother. I was saying a lot yesterday, and just everything, man. I mean it. I think everything I've done shows it. Like, come on. I ain't try to sell you guys dumb shit. I didn't take the sponsors, all of that. I still spend all of my hours here. I say this because I care about you. I say this because I never asked you all to go and do things that I would not do myself. Never would I want any of you to live off of these teachings and do things that I would be appalled by, or that would hurt you. Let's be real. So your future is important, and you better value yourself. That's what I'm saying. Stop wasting time here then. But I want you all to be good. Not just good by a moral Bible standard. No, I just mean you're good, dog. Are you good? You good. Be joyful. Enjoy it. Enjoy yourself. Know what you got. All these things, man, they're good things. To be on your own in truth. So, I just hope you do this good. So, here it is. Very simply. All of you need to realize you have all been following a religion, whether you like it or not. You need to stop following the religion of Reddit, the religion of the media, the religion of the world, the Western, the Eastern, the religion of Andrew Tate, the religion of Nick Fuentes, the religion of Hassan, the religion of everything in between, even the religion of Joshua. Stop it. Let me raise you. I raise it. Stop following all religion, brothers. What? Yes. Christianity, Islam, Judaism, atheism, Buddhism, nihilism, you name it. All of them. Have you not been hearing what I've been saying? My brother, the power is within you. But make no mistake, it's in with you through Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ didn't do religion, dog. It's simple. I don't understand it. I really don't. The way, the truth, the way, the truth, the light, the eye is single. You follow Jesus, it works. It's simple. But it's not. But this is what I need you to realize about his story. My brother, Jesus was not associated to anybody. I would actually argue most of his career, the career of Jesus Christ of Nazareth, was him going to churches and messing them up. He would go into churches and get in fights. I've been trying to tell you this in so many ways. I have to make it so clear for you. Stop following all of these things that are pulling you away from the truth and getting you to follow orders, and before you know it, you're playing a ritual game and you don't even know why you're doing it. I said, stop listening to Josh. Don't listen to me. Go pray. Find it on your own. Don't listen to my words. Go verify them and seek on your own. That's not a religion. Find out what he says, brother. Don't do what Jesus says, not what your pastor says, not what the guy on the internet told you. You need to find out what Jesus says. Someone told you Jesus said it, go find it out. And then tell me how you heard it. My brother, Jesus Christ never asked to be worshiped. He asked to be followed. That's all he said. I am the way, the truth, and the light. He said, follow me, follow me. He said, I don't care about anything else. You know, I love Jesus. He didn't ask me to worship him, but I will worship him. Amen. For that is what God deserves. He said, follow me. Follow my ways. Follow my teaching. Follow. So I'm sorry if this offends any of you. I'm not trying to. I'm really not. I'm trying to increase the reliance on your own and to further a real relationship with God on your own. Not through man, not through institution, not through religion and organization. I'm saying through you, because I truly do believe that the power of knowledge, the key of knowledge, the kingdom of God, I think it's in all of you. I think it's in me. I got it out. No one had to. I got it out because I wanted to. I found it. They kept telling me all this other stuff. Just like you see what I do on finance and the stocks. They tell me. I will go and find out my own. It's very simple. Jesus pulls you out of these groups, bro. You follow Jesus and actually read his teaching and stick with it. Don't let anybody bend it. You don't need to follow anybody. You'll see how fake all these people are, because it doesn't make sense. Jesus pulls you from the groups of control and the people trying to control your life. The people trying to mutilate you for their advantage. They say, give me your money. Go get mad at these people. Persecute them for me. Go do this for me. Go do that for me. Go do that. What? Why? Jesus said, don't follow that. He said, love your neighbor as you love yourself. He said, I'll tell you what the kingdom of God is. You think forgiveness gets slapped 77 times. Come on. Jesus will pull you out of the control, brother. You follow his ways, they can't change his ways. You can't alter the words of Jesus. Even if you say they've been altered, you can't do it again, brother. It's there. They want to change it now. You can't. So that's the point. Don't let them twist and turn. You don't know. You need you, brother. All of you need you. Your future is important. Your life is important. Everything about you is important. And God knows that. I know it. And I think they know it. That's why they don't want you to realize it. But you need to find it on your own. Pure intention by yourself. That solitude is a gift, brother. We talked about it yesterday. But all in all, you cannot be pulled by all these different things. What are you really following? Are you bringing it out because someone told you that, or because you wanted it? Why? What's controlling your outrage? It better be you, brother. It better be you. Because it probably isn't. And you're probably not that outraged. But you need to tap into yourself, your mind, your brain, the kingdom of God. It's all within you, brother. Again, it's through Jesus. There's a reason why. So, like I said, I don't want to offend anybody, but I also don't want people controlled. And I don't like how many ways have you heard me remind people of how important they are individually? And I've told this to all of you. The power of your mind and how important you are, and you need to value that. That's why I'm saying stop following these things and people. Your own. You have the creativity. You all have a gift. And what you're looking for in other people, I guarantee, is in with all of you. You all have it. You need to tap into that, and you need to learn to value it. And that's what these groups and religions aren't teaching. And they all want, nowadays with the political ideology, they all just want you to do something for them. And do this, do this, do this, do this. You didn't do this. That's why everyone's playing the game. I thought you're this. I thought you're free speech. I thought you... Because they're playing a fake religion game. That's why it's all contradicting, and they all bended, and they all lied, and it doesn't make sense because it never will. So what are you saying? You know the truth, and it's in you. It's in you, brother. It's in you. You haven't realized these people pull. We all follow Jesus Christ. I don't follow anybody. I follow Jesus. Do you understand? Because Jesus ain't follow nobody. Jesus wasn't organized religion. He wasn't. He went to churches and they got pissed at him. They killed him. You hear me right now? You don't need anything. Will those other things add to your life? Maybe. But until you tap into the kingdom of God within you, until you tap into your own mind, your own knowledge, which is within you, brother, all of you are so much smarter, you have no idea. I believe it. I believe it. I do also believe some of you are dumbasses right now. See, I'm being honest with you. But you have knowledge in you, brother. All of you. The most flippant, foolish people I've encountered, they have knowledge within them. That's why those behaviors you do, the words you say, keep suppressing the knowledge that you have in you. Stop it. It's all within you, Chad. I really hope you value this and take it seriously. Please follow Jesus, because he's telling you to look within you, brother. Unlock it. Yes. So, that's just your intro. I only got a couple more minutes. I gotta, we on the clock today, Chad. We on the clock. And I mean all these words, bro. That's why I tell y'all, for real. And that's why I said, bro, we disagree, bro. I say stop watching, not because I don't like you. Because I don't want to bother you. I'm not trying to. And I know you'll probably be better doing your own thing. That's fine with me, dude. But I'm saying, you seen something here, you hear me, you see what I'm doing. It's like, give me a real listen then, dog. And stop letting all this other stuff pollute it. But even then, if you're truly listening to me, hear what I've been reminding you, week and week and month after month, how not to follow man. I said, stop being fearful. I said, you need discernment. I don't know shit, dude. I am so flawed, you have no idea. Some of you do. But even then, it doesn't matter. All of us, we will not get to the level of knowledge and elevation and what we need, the kingdom, until we could all tap into it for ourselves. That's truth. That's why I'm telling you, you need to value you and develop and learn this skill to know who you are and to think for yourself and to make these actions, and it will be good. But you gotta care. We gotta start. That's what I'm saying, and it's not gonna be through other people. Because when they ask you about the stock, when they ask you about your God, I want you to know in your heart, your mind, everything. A real answer. Not just repeating what Josh said. Not just repeating what you heard. Do you see what I'm saying? I really want that, and I think that's really good. Why wouldn't you want that? Anything else is bullshit, fake, soft, cheap. It's not it. You will all stand in authority. And you will all have your own belief. And a strong one. And a good one. A good one. Because it's yours. I ask you why. There's an answer. Why do you love God? Why? How has God worked in your life? Why do you commit your life to this? You could really tell me. Why do you like the long term? Why are you saving? Why? It's useless. Why are you doing it? Just tell me. You don't repeat. Tell me. And you can understand it and you know it. And I believe in you. That's all I'm saying. And I don't think following all these people in religions have got us there. I've always told you, I love your Jesus. I hate your Christianity. That's what Gandhi said. It's no religion. These groups, I don't care if it's a religion, it's people. Fuentes is a religion now. Hamas, Hassan, whatever his name is a religion. Everything, Don Lemon, CNN, it's all a religion. Look! And these people want you in their groups. Come to my group, do it. And they just want you to do something. I just want you to think for yourself, bro. That's it. Don't follow nobody. The kingdom is within you, brother. That's what he says. Truly is. That's why it's so powerful how some of us, those of you that really get this, that's why we have connected already. And that's why we have the power we have. Because some of us already know this. They've known it as they've encountered me, and I've said this before. And they know it. And we're both here because of that. Because we know Cohn is said to explore potential bid for TK Elevator. I don't even know what song. Look at Otis, though. You guys taught me about Otis. Because you know, I do and I believe and I say what I say, not because someone told me. I don't follow anybody except Jesus. And I know you're the same. And we know why. That's why it works. It's different. You can't follow man, brother. This is your invitation to elevate your own mind, your own thought, everything. T. Cami is the ADR. Good call. Yeah, it's not even moving. Thyssenkrop. So, I don't have much time, but I'm going to try to power run this. Okay? But it's funny how this relates to society. You know, I had this written down. It's funny, too, because you guys are like, remember I told you, I was like, yesterday, I was like, I'll tell you when I find something out, but I don't think y'all realize I have a lot. I give it to you just as it comes up, whatever's on my heart, what I have written down. Cash Patel bought ON? What? Huh? Oh? D-Nut? Are you serious? Is this real? I'm so confused. Is that real? The FBI director, again, we're mid-philo, this is what we do, but, so don't get distracted, but yeah, what do you mean the fucking FBI director just bought fucking donut? Like, what are we talking about? I can't get filled on the cheap one. That's crazy. No, he probably bought donuts, like, in general, but to buy the company. That's just weird. When was the last time we've heard of a FBI director purchase? Jeez. And he's a cop? That's funny. He bought 50K of D-Nut and up to 100K of ON. D-Nut is just a small cap. So depending on how this plays, motherfuckers might start pumping D-Nut. Just kind of how you saw with, like, Open Door. I hate D-Nut. But yeah, I did a short-term play on that. I'm going to flip it. Not a reco. That's funny as fuck. How much did I pay for those? Yeah, that's alright. Let me put out a stream alert. So you can play, listen, I'll tell all of you right now, very simple. You either can play the short term, or if this is going to turn into a stupid pump, you do the exact same thing with open door. Very simple. Make your mind up or fade it forever, brother. That's it. I'm not answering any questions. I gave you the fucking answer. It only works if you've been paying attention, though. So that's it. Like I said, very simple. You got the news here. Thank you, El Coyote. You got it early. You're hearing about it first. You're within the first 5 minutes of it happening. I was already in by the first minute or so. So now, and then there's a strategy. If you've been paying attention, go look at what we did with Open Door. And like I'm saying, decide now or fade forever. Logically, this is dog shit. There's nothing there. A guy bought it. He's just important. That's it. So this isn't really a good investment. It's going to be a trade. You're early. They're either going to turn it to a pump or you're going to lose all your money that you put into it today. That's what you need to decide and position accordingly. And that's why I take advantage of the opportunities, and I explained how I did it on Open Door. So you could kind of start to factor that in if you would like. All right. No, we're still in the middle of Philo. Just a couple of things happened. So yeah, and that's what happens during Philo. We could do multiple things at once. People would just get mad. But yeah, so back to it. I'll see where those end up. But here's the deal, my friends. This is what I really wanted to talk to you about. The compass. You guys know what a compass is, right? So here's the deal. Did you know that a compass is useless without true north? Let me put it another way. Any sort of change in direction requires an original point of reference. Does that make sense? Like, how can you be changing if you don't know where north is? If you don't have an original set point, how do you know where you're really going or where you're headed? Again, you could go buy the most expensive compass in the world, spend millions of dollars. If it doesn't have true north, it doesn't matter. That's a broken compass. Do you understand what I'm telling you? Change requires a true north. Do you understand? You need a true north. Otherwise, you could move and do a lot of things and never know if you really changed or where you're going. Come on, guys. That's why I love it. Jesus Christ, my friends. Look at all the shit I've said to you. Even the fact I still cuss and the people go, you can't do that. Come on. This is how I protect my brain. Jesus. That is my true north. That is your true north, brother. You don't get, why am I not charging crystals, bro? You heard all the shit I said? I told you about all these things. How come I'm not worshiping the sun right now? I'm like, the light, bro, the light, the physics, the light. Oh my, where are my crystals? Where's my third eye? Where's my kundalini? What? How come I'm not doing that? Most people get into what I'm doing, before you know it, they start charging crystals and shit. No. You know why? Because Jesus died on the cross. That's why. It's so powerful, dude. I get it even more. As you explore knowledge, everything, brother, Jesus Christ was a real man. I could find you a lot of analogies in the Bible, but Jesus Christ was a real man. He lived, he walked, they killed him. All of it. He died on the cross. He was the only individual Again, there's a lot of similar overlaps in ancient religions and this idea of the sun and all these things in the light and the hieroglyphs, right? There's only one man who ever walked around claiming to be God, and that was Jesus Christ, and they killed him. That's real. That's why Jesus Christ was either a lunatic or he was the truth. There's no in between. That's why I'm telling you, I look at some of these people, they're lunatics. They're not, it's not radicalism with love. Jesus said, let them kill me. That's how radical he was. He said, love your neighbor as you love yourself. Not defend yourself like because you're scared. He didn't say that. So that, I hope you realize, because I've even learned, the more I learn, bro, the more I grow and I get exposed to all these things, brother. Knowing that Jesus died on the cross is what keeps you sane. Knowing his role in the Father and heaven and all of it. Oh, he preserves it, brother. It's amazing. But this is what I really want you to understand practically, not only for your life, Jesus, you name it, very simply. Nothing exists without something that doesn't move. Do you get what I'm saying? My brother, without any true north, without a fixed center, do you know the earth has true north? Think about it. It moves. It doesn't move. The earth does, but we have a reference. My brother, if your reference in life, you don't have one. You have no fixed true north. It's hard to even exist. Your orientation, direction, you realize with gravity, because north, what do you mean? Gravity makes you fall down. If you didn't know where north was, what the fuck does that mean? You wouldn't know. Nothing exists, brother. You need a true north. Think about it. The Bible, it explains God is supposed to be the true north. But do you realize why there's a good thing to be fixed? Like I'm telling you, if you don't have a fixed point, something must remain, otherwise things don't exist. It's because when you go out of it, when you don't have a fixed point, or you go from the fixed point, things fall out of order. I know a lot of you see the Bible, and you don't like it telling you what to do. I spent most of my life like that. And then one day, just how I shared with you, and I read the Bible and I look at it different, I looked at it different. Do you not realize the commands in the Bible, are they more to punish you and send you to hell? Or are they more of a true north fixed point, so at least we know where order stays and order falls? That's what I arrived at. Think about it. I don't think God had these laws to tell you, you're a bad person, I'm killing you, sending you to hell. I think they were manuals. I think they were instructions. And they were saying, whenever these are violated, you run the risk of falling out of order. Literally. There's a big part that God was about. Moving the boundary lines. Think about it. That explains your Israel-Palestine. That explains Russia-Ukraine. That explains a lot of things throughout history. Moving the boundary line. You know why? We don't have to get religious about it, brother. We really don't. I don't have to say good person, bad person, moral, non-moral. Very simple. You start moving boundary lines, in any sort of manner without respecting each other, true order, you're going to fall out of order. Order gets disrupted. People keep changing boundary lines, you run the risk of losing order. My brother, adultery. Why does it say don't sleep with another person's wife? Why did Jesus not be down with that? How come Mosaic law was not down with that? You know why? Because people fall out of order when those things happen. Yes, you could say it's wrong and moral, but even without it, my brother, have you ever been around somebody who got cheated on? Have you ever took somebody's girl knowingly or unknowingly? Tell me what happened. It was terrible, probably. Because that's what happens. That's God's law. But it's true north. You fall from true north, you're going to get out of order. This is how destruction and lack of order is created. Again, stealing. Thou shalt not steal. Why? Because it disrupts order. Not because you're a bad person. Again, even if you steal for a right reason, it still disrupts order. You violate your true north, you've run the risk of falling out of order. Do you understand me? That's all I'm telling you. This is very practical life advice. I can't believe nobody told us this. You should all be living with a true north. If you can't tell me what your true north is, you're at the risk of a problem. You're at the risk of going nowhere. You're at the risk of destroying yourself for somebody else. Why? Because the world has true north, brother. This is a very worldly thing. Your literal planet has it. You need a true north. Everything has a true north. What is gravity without true north? And this is a trait, like I told you, I'm not here to condemn any of you. I'm really not. Fear, all this stuff, I want you to learn how to use it. I want you to learn how to use your mind to your advantage. Fear is a signal. Fear is letting you know it's important. Fear is letting you know something is about to happen, brother. Same thing with true north. It's not to punish you, not to give you anxiety, not to make you worried. It's to let you know, bro, yo, am I in order or not? You guys were asking me, how do you know you're not doing this? How do you know you're stable? How do you know this? You could see true north, define it, and you could tell whether the days are in order and when you're not. Very simple. It's hard, but it's simple in theory. You must know your true north. And again, this is where people get pissed at the Bible, because go read it. What does it say? It'll explain if they kill them. It says if they commit adultery, kill them. Homosexuality, kill them. That's what it says in the Bible. My brother, I don't think. I think there was something beyond that. Do you realize Jesus, or the Bible, I always say Jesus, but before you get to Leviticus and all the parts giving you the laws of order in Moses, it starts with thou shalt not kill. And then it starts to tell you, kill them if they violate this. Huh? My brother, the punishment of the Old Testament was kill. I don't think you should take that literally. I think you should take it mentally. And I think all of those mindsets should be killed. Again, Golgotha, the place of the skull, the crucifixion. Thank God Jesus was real and actually died on the cross. Otherwise, you might go loony. Amen. But do you get it? He goes on. He explains all these things. You murder, you do this, you do that. It says kill him. But no, my brother, these are the mindsets that need to be killed. You don't realize a thief, stealing, is that mindset going to give you a society of order? It won't. A mindset, the mindset of a thief must be destroyed, brother. You must be saved. I want to save you, and I want to kill the mindset. Do you understand me? All of you. Greed. My brother, greed must be killed. You must be saved. Because that mind, the mind of a greedy person is out of order, brother. The mind of a murderer is out of order with itself, out of order with this planet, out of order with God, out of order with their brothers and sisters. Those mindsets must be killed. The man must be saved. Do you get it? Very simple. Because I've read those things. I say, what? Why does it say that? But God is not the love, bro. And that's why I'm saying you see my problem with some of these people? By them trying to get you mad and radicalize you and make you angry and fight. Even if it's over murder, they're not truly killing the mindset of murder if they're trying to get you to react back. You don't get it? They're still murderers. You must kill the mindset, brother. Everything we've been talking about, you must kill any mindset that doesn't serve you. Only feed the ones that do. So, I'm going to give you guys an answer. I could give you an answer right now for the country. I could give you an answer for all of you right now. Any of you struggling with order, with peace, getting direction. You know why? Because we need true north to get direction. Otherwise, we'll be lost. We don't know where north is. But this is it, my brothers. The secret of success in times of confusion is changing backwards. What? I need like I told you, do not rush, but do not wait. Be defensive, but we're playing offense, brother. I need you to realize this, and whether you're in confusion today or you wind up in confusion down the line, my brother, don't forget you could change backwards. What? Yes. You could change backwards, brother. What you should do. Go, let me ask you this, computer guys. Tim will know this answer. My computer starts acting out. I get a bunch of pop-ups everywhere. Things aren't opening. Things aren't working. What am I gonna do? Literally, if my OBS freezes right now and you guys start saying clapped, what's the next step? And there you have it. We're gonna reset it. Reboot it is what they call it. Do you know what that is? Going back to factory settings. Starting over, the default, your true north, my brother. Do you see what I'm telling you? This is why you need a true north. Life will not always be easy, brother. You won't always have the answer. I know I haven't. Oh, but in times of confusion, you reboot. You go back to true north. Go back to default setting. Because I hope you realize this is what I'm worried about. Whatever defines your true north, my friend, that is what's going to become your God. Do you understand? That's why I told you, my true north is Jesus. Thank God. That's my true north. He has laws. He tells me what's in order, how it falls out. Some of them I want to do the opposite, but I know where north is. It's fixed. It doesn't change. It hasn't changed in my whole life. I've changed, but my true north has never changed. I may have tried to abandon true north, but you see what I'm saying? But my brother, all of you, that's why I told you, stop religion. Because y'all acting so hard. I've been telling you that. Because y'all don't realize you're choosing a religion, brother. Even the atheist, you chose to join an organized religion. You organized with a bunch of other non-believers to not believe, to believe in non-believing what? Do you see what I'm saying? You've made that your God. Whatever you put as true north, my friend, becomes your God. That's why, again, these mindsets, the greed, the money, the killing, sex, you name it. Is that your true north? That's going to become your God. My brother, you keep relying on me without any discernment, without you seeking it yourself. You make Josh your true north instead of God, you're fucked. Same with Andrew Tate, same with Nick, same with Hanaz, whatever his name is. Do you not get it? Everything you listen to is important, but what you define as your true north becomes your God. That's why we already have one. This country even has a true north. It was built on God. It's on the money. It's in Congress. They knew this. They knew it. That's why from 1776, they told you factory settings. God. And they put it on the money. You don't get it. That's why. Think about it. We all have a law. We have a true north. We just don't want it. You don't get it. Why have people got rid of the real true north and installed their own true north? Simple. I'm not mad at you. It's because you want to do your own things. That's it. You want to do things that the true north doesn't agree with. That's all. So you don't agree with killing the mindset of murder. Because that's an unchanging true north. So how come we can't work with that? Because the other stuff you want to change. That means there's something they don't agree with in the law, in the north. My brother, you should get familiar then with the true north because they don't want it. You should really get familiar with it. Because if you get rid of it, whatever you replace is going to become your God. So, I could go on this topic for days, but we got Powell coming up. I got another preview for you. And Chad, I love you. I do. I'm very excited for a lot of you. And thank you for listening. Truly, those of you who have. But I really hope you in independence and strength and authority, you really think for yourself. And follow and seek the Lord so you unlock the knowledge in you, brother. Not only the knowledge, but the full kingdom of God. It's in you. He said that to us, verbatim. And that's why. Stop letting them distort it. Don't let anybody take your blessing, mutilate the message, all of this stuff. And you don't believe me? Go ask him yourself, because you shouldn't even ask me. That's what I'm telling you. But I want you to make progress. And I want you to change for the better. That's why I'm not going to be naive and act like we're going to make moves and change and progress without knowing where north is. We're just going to get confused. I don't want you confused. I've been saying clarity. That's why, at the risk of offending some weirdo on the internet, Nick Fuentes, or at the risk of offending, I will tell you exactly what I'm saying. I don't want you to have a lack of clarity. But if you keep fighting true north or placing these inadequate gods as your true north, my brother, you either make that decision and go with it, or we do something with it now. It's very simple, but it's in you. Everything's within you. That's what I believe. Your power, your potential, and you're important. Only way we're going to progress with that, with this true north. The map, the compass, it don't move. We don't know where we're going. True north, we know where we're going. We may not agree. That's the thing, bro. True north, you don't have to agree with it. Like I said, bro, there's times in my life, true north of Jesus, I didn't like. But again, I looked at it for how I felt and all these things. But again, that was one of the best things to know if my life was in order or not. I knew when I was out of order. I knew when out of order was coming. I knew when out of order was going to be far from me, because I was understanding the law and order in my north. It's easy to see where I came from and where I'm going if north is fixed. But the times I try to say, I don't like that north, let me put west as north. Every time I thought I was going forward, I was going backward. Every time I thought I was going right, I was going left. That's why the Bible says that. Think about it. So yeah. But I want you all to get here. And I want you to be free. Like I'm saying, bro, do it for you. I would rather your true north, if it doesn't end up at Jesus, brother, I hope it's for you and your family. Because I don't think you should be getting mad for other people's problems. And they keep wanting you to be a part of this, so we could use you. No, fuck that. I hope it's for you, man. And that's why, don't get outraged. Are you really outraged, or is it their outrage? You gotta be good for you, man. Take care of yourself. Everything you are looking for in other people is within you. So, amen. And I hope you're ready for Powell, baby. But that is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Now, make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Here on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list in my channel. First link for the scream at speed comp and real estate. Alright, so I'm gonna I'll play a song or two, and then we're gonna get into the Fed preview. Powell in 24 minutes. I got something good for you. In the meantime, if you have not watched yesterday's watch list, I am gonna strongly suspect that you hate money. Now you're like against it. I don't know what money did to you for you to not like it like that, but I would go and do that. So here is my uncle.
That is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen. Yeah. Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate, but don't apply to Jesus. I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa. I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate, but they don't apply to Jesus. I don't know, no. I got a couple questions. If I said them all out loud, then you would treat me different. Whoa, I got a couple questions. Can you tell me anybody where I should direct? A book about a man. He would travel many places. You could find him in a cave or a mountain. He was praying. He would talk about the enemy. They say Satan is Satan. It depends on the translation, but that's the point I'm saying. If I said his name Muhammad, would have told me that was awesome. If I said his name was Moses, would have told me that he chosen. If I said his name Confucius, would have said darn it, I know it. If I said his name was Jesus, then you changed the way you treat us. Mrs. Phillips traded time, Miss Pelosi traded stacks. Mrs. Phillips molded minds, Miss Pelosi knew her wines. One of them is worth millions, the other not a dime. And it happens all the time, so my question is the why? We still gon' live the same. Care more about the words they say, but not about the extra change. I think it's kinda strange. The younger generation thinking guns and war's the only way to really heal the pain. Why the people in the government pay more than the teachers? Why they always want my money? Both the liberals and preachers separate the church and state. But devil on my speakers, and they told us not to hate, but that don't apply to Jesus.
Amen, amen. Alrighty. Are y'all ready? Oh, I didn't send out a stream alert. Oh, I was supposed to tell them. Alright, Fed preview in 2 minutes. Alright, we'll give them 2 minutes just in case. We got 20 minutes till the event. Strava and talks with banks for potential IPO. It is the Super Bowl. Once a month. Once every month. Every other month. But yeah, man, it's going to be an interesting one, and maybe a new season, you know? Because that's what it's going to be. No, if Texas, we tried for the 2 weeks. We had a couple of ways, but I think after this week, if you guys are in Texas, we're just not going to be able to serve you, unfortunately. If you could get a non-Texas phone number and you have already done everything, we could do that, but other than that, we're not sending any Texas numbers. So yeah, we'll give them 2 minutes. I hope you watch the watch list, because what I'm going to do is I'm just going to give you the other material. So I'm going to touch on the watch list a little bit, but I have other projections, I have statements, all of that. But like I've been reminding you all day, you're going to want to watch the watch list so that we could, be up to speed with everything. Ethereum's going crazy. So, let's see. Mrs. Phillips molded mines. Miss Pelosi knew her wands. Yeah, that song is on Apple Music. Search Josh Answers, Liberals and Preachers. Woo! All right. So, I hope you guys are ready. Let's have our preview here. Oh my gosh, load. Okay, never mind. It's not ready. Oh, let me get the other one. Yeah, we only got 15 minutes, so I do think do we do stream alerts? Yes. So there's only 3 left right now. It starts at $10,000 a year. I'm surprised you guys keep asking me. All right. So you guys are going to need the watch list. There's just too much, man. That's what's interesting about today, man. There's a lot of ways that this could go. So we talked really broad on the watch list last night. That's why I want you to have that, have a general idea of what types of plays are going to be coming from here, you know, because I really do think that is going to be important. So, but then we got to look at the SEP and the main point about today. So here's the deal. The first part that this is on the watch list, but it's the easiest part about today that I think everybody needs to get is, long story short, we know we're getting a rate cut. We don't really know the path, and there is a big path beyond the next couple of months. But the thing that Wall Street is going to hyper focus on right now, they're going to hyper focus on whether or not we are getting 50 basis points or 75 by the end of the year. So today is another cut. Does the next meeting, is it one more cut or do we get 2 more cuts? That is what everybody cares about. Does that make sense? So obviously, I think 2026 is more important, and I think the next couple of months will be more important. And it'll take 2 months to decide. But at the end of the day, one of the big dramas that's going to come out right at 2 here really in 15 minutes, you're going to get a dot plot in the summary of economic projections. The SEP, they want to know where the terminal rate is going to be. So depending if it's a quarter point lower than what they already said, after cutting, that's 75 basis points. If it stays the same, that's going to be 50 basis points. That is the first big key that everybody in algos will be looking for. So that's number 1. And now this is the other part from yesterday. I showed you this in the morning, but this is why I keep saying what I'm telling you. Like, let's just be real. I hate to break it to you guys. The market looks great. Things feel fine. Maybe there is bad or good. Who cares? The point is you're cutting rates. That means something's going to change, or something already changed. Do you understand? That's why I'm telling you, in the last 16 or the last 100 years, you have had rate cuts at all-time highs. So it's actually happened 16 times. You've cut rates within 1% of an all-time high. You see all these blue dots or the yellow dots? And every time, the market was up 12 months later. That's important because of where we're cutting today, but also because, as history has shown, once the Fed starts, spurring or tightening up the economy, something is usually happening. And it's one of 2 options. you're either 12 months after a rate cut, you're either going to be trading higher or you're going to be in a recession. Do you all understand that? That's why we have a little bit of drama underneath the surface. A lot of people have been implying it to you, whether you realized it or not. So, yeah, there it is. Ta-da! And that's why I keep telling you, I'm like, today's going to be important, but these next 2 months, the next 3 months, that's when we're really going to find out. And that's why the credibility and everything else, the path forward, that's why this is key. And even if I don't believe anybody, so it doesn't matter if what anybody says, and we're going to have to see, but this is gonna, in the next 2-3 months, it's going to pretty much be a fork in the road. You're either having a recession or you're not. And the Fed already started cutting. Ta-da! So, there's that. And now what do we have? I have 2 for you. This is going to come out. This one won't be as important depending on the statement, but here's the deal. Last time I showed this to you guys, it hit perfectly. So I got 2 of them. This one's from Morgan Stanley. This is the expected changes. So they're going to take out swings in net exports and say recent data say that job growth has slowed. So this is going to probably happen for sure. Why? Because lately, the last couple months, the thing that's changed Powell's mood, the thing that got everybody to all of a sudden be credible, it was the weakening labor market, the negative jobs print, the revisions, all of that stuff. That's what got people freaked out. So they should acknowledge that, because that's the reason why we're getting a rate cut. So they're going to take out labor market conditions and then say tariffs. I don't even know if they'll mention the tariffs. And then they'll say downside risk to employment has risen. That would track. And the more likely they do that, the better. Because again, if everything is, or the more dovish it would be. If they keep telling you in the statement, hear me out right now. If the statement, and then the SEP obviously, but if the statement has a lot of mentions to a weak labor market, that is dovish. Do you understand? Because then that's the reason why we got here. The weak labor, the little bit of panic, and, you know, Powell finally admitting it. So if they see what they admit about labor, and that will help you determine the path forward, and there will also be a labor estimate on the summary of economic projections. So other than that, we'll talk about it, reductions, and then we might get a couple dissents. That's from Morgan Stanley. This is from Goldman. It's pretty much the same. They think the beginning will stay the same, and then they're going to say economic activity expanded. Both of them say job gains slow, but then Goldman doesn't have the extra dovish labor market weakening. That's why I'm telling you guys this. So even the big banks, there's a big difference between how they're viewing this today. So quite simply, I do think in the statement, more mentions of weak labor is dovish rather than not. And only one mention of jobs slowing, that would be dovish, but I wouldn't say it's as good because you already knew it. So that's number 2, and now are you ready for the good one? So last time I showed you this actually hit perfectly. Here is a projection. I don't know if it's going to work again, but this is a forecast. So 1.4 for GDP, 4.5 for unemployment, 2.9 for PCE, 3.1 for core, and then terminal rate at 3.875. So that means they're at 50. Yeah. Oh no, June, yeah. So they're expecting 50 basis points still. But long story short, that terminal Fed funds rate, and then where it ends, higher or lower than this number will determine more or less hawkish or dovish. So again, if it's a lower Fed's fund rate, bonds are going to reprice. People are going to start running. If it's higher, then that means you're going to have to probably wait a couple weeks to start getting something, or people might take it really hawkish. So I would save this chart though, because this is what we're all looking for in 8 minutes. SEP, I'm going to just jump right to here, pretty much 3.6 to 3.87. That's within the range. The lower it is, the more dovish. And then if it goes below 3.6, that could get a little jumpy. If it goes higher than 4, 406, then it'll get jumpy as well to the downside. I don't know if inline dovish. Inline, you just go back to playing credibility. Or again, it's just either 50 or 75, like we said. I don't think that's going to be the set-all, be-all, because we are coming to the fork in the road, but it'll give you an idea of what people are looking for today. That's why I'm saying this is what people in Wall Street are pumping. They all want a 75, 50. I think 2026 is more important. I think that's what matters more, not the next 1 or 2 rate cuts. I think the path forward, the velocity, and then how it plays into 2026 mixed in with labor. But a lot of people, for the sake of end of the year positioning, getting an idea, seeing if the Fed is going to start and not stop, they're going to go for this one here today. So, ta-da! So, damn, we don't got too much time. So this is just a projection, essentially, and this is why that SEP is so important, because if they cut today once and then indicate 75 basis points, just there's a big difference between where you end on the terminal rate. That's why it's pretty much the question you're going to ask today with the SEP, if they're going to do 75 or 50 basis points by the end of this year, how hard is Powell going to push the ball down the mountain? So if he keeps it at the current pace, we end here. But if he wants to throw more force, that changes. That's going to be a lot more dovish by about 50%. That's the key. That's what I'm saying. But then again, maybe you need that because you're in a recession and this because you're not. And that's what we got to find out. So there's that. And now the final one, because we are running out of time here, but I think I did pretty good. Right here. 1 day. Look at all of these. So out of every Fed meeting since 2021 till today, this is every single industry, index, bonds, and how they move 1 day after the Fed. So now you could see what to expect. Really, tech always moves, believe it or not. Tech usually doesn't get that clapped. And then there is, I think materials in China does really good within the 24 hours of the Fed. 10-year usually gets clapped, depending on what it is. And gold, more often than not, does go up as well, too. So save this. Keep this in mind. Again, right when it comes out, you got to use last watch list. Like I said, we need to find the other industries that are really going to start taking the lead here in the next couple of weeks. So there's that. And then finally, here's the other part. Look at what I'm about to show you. This is today. This is for 1 day. This is the real point. This is 12 months later. Like I told you, this is how you view these events. They're looking at it where we're going to end up 12 months from now. So you could see pretty much if there's no recession, these are how all the industries usually perform 12 months later. If there is a recession, you're fucked. All of them combined, you're usually good. Real estate sucks more often than not. And then infrastructure usually does bad worse than not. But then 12 months by now, everybody usually ends up pretty solid. Ta-da! This is from JP Morgan Private Bank. So you asked me, I don't know if they're going to start banning me now. And I've been banned by Bloomberg because they don't like me helping people. So thank you for all of you who have supported and allowed me to be my weird self. I love you. God bless America, and thank you to the veterans. If you can't respect veterans who gave everything for your freedom that you take for granted, you just a hoe. I don't blame you. I just know you a hoe. That's it. So thank you, veterans. You ain't a hoe. You the real ones out here. You know what I'm saying, bro? Amen. All right, baby. 2 minutes. All right, you're ready to go. We're going to go straight to SEP. Like I'm saying, I'll keep the projection up. I hope you saved it. All right, baby. 2 minutes. All right, I got to clear off all my tabs. And then we'll start finding the fast one. But yeah, the best part is within the, right when it comes out, though, we are going to have action. I hope you guys realize that. Because, again, SEP is going to allow that for you. This is exciting. There's a couple more things we could talk about Powell, but A lot of people are doing some analysis into what he's going to say, but I think a lot will be revealed. And I'll tell you, the black swan. If there's anything more than 3 dissents, it's going to get really bad. Because then people will trip out. This could go from everybody's ready and waiting to everybody's fucking confused. So don't forget about that. Yeah, too many dissents is going to be a bad thing. We had that last time and everybody acted all chill, but like that's really not it. So be careful. But yeah, so go to the Fed website. We got 1 minute. I'll put up the wire for you so you guys don't miss anything. And yeah, we're ready to go. I see, value's going. I'd put up gold in real estate, or really gold in IWM. And remember, gold is like Bitcoin tied to the dollar. If we end up dropping on the dollar, that's going to move a lot of things. So yeah, good luck, you guys, and be wise. And remember, next few days, but 1 minute. 1 minute. Locked and loaded. All right, 45 seconds. What did they end at, June? Yeah, 3.9. So yeah, anything below 3.9, 3.8, even at 3.6, but 3.8, 3.9 was the one last time. All right, 30 seconds. Remember, it's about what happens here, but there's still many more steps. But let's see if we get a surprise in 20 seconds. 15. Oh, notation note? What the fuck is that? Oh. Got it. All right. A lot of early front run. Why is fucking Ethereum mode? 3, 2, 1. We're off. So Fed 3.116. All right, they cut it. I'm going straight to the damn. It's not on the website yet. There it is. All right, they're good. 3.6. Dovish. No. Dovish. It's at 3.6. So 3.6 flat. They're going to the lower end. So let's go to the projection, see what we had. They're a little, they're about, they're like in between, like a quarter point lower. So 3.6 flat, or even instead of 3.77. And then they're saying GDP 1.6. That's higher. These guys had 1.4. So the Fed is much more bullish on the economy. Unemployment going to stay the same. PCE, they think inflation will be higher, and then they think core is in line. So this was wrong. This was right. This was wrong. Fed thinks stronger economy, slightly higher inflation, same core, and then slightly lower rate. Yeah, so you're at 75 basis point for the end of the year. So 75 is the answer. So they cut today, and now they're pricing in another set of cuts right now. Ooh, gold is getting clobbered. That one's a weird one, but look at the bonds right here. What's your problem? I don't think it's credible. No. Look, bonds did a pop and lock, and gold is dropping. This is the credibility at play, my friends. Like I'm telling you, the Fed just said one more cut, if you really think about it. Yeah, Fed Moran dissents. I didn't even read this statement yet. I went straight to SEP. Yeah, you got some higher people on there. 9 of 19 see 2 additional cuts. 2 see 1 cut. 6 see no more reductions. Uh-oh. You kind of got a little bit of a split. Let me see if we got a dissent. How about a bussent? Recent indicators, growth economy is moderating. Unemployment has edged up, but remains low. That wasn't even that good, too. So the statement wasn't even that dovish. They said unemployment edged up, but is low. They said downside risks to employment have risen. 2 soft mentions. It's 2 soft mentions of whatever. All right, I think that was a little credibility dip, but equities are going. It's IWM, my friends. Take notice. I think IWM is the first winner for now. If that could hold up without a dip before Powell, that's a good sign. But yeah, the statement wasn't as dovish. The only thing dovish was the GDP and then an extra quarter point of cuts on the terminal. Interesting. But they weren't as strong with how they mentioned it in the statement. All they said was it edged up but remains low, and then downside risk to employment has risen. That's not as aggressive. Yeah, Moran was the only dissent, though. So I'd say you have a little bit of spread between the dots, but that's fine. So I'd chop it up slightly more bullish, bro. You're getting an extra cut. All you got to do is credibility now. So watch out. If they want to flip it on you and say, no, Fed can't do that, it's going to cause inflation. So if people start saying inflation, this shit's going to stop. But if they don't bring up inflation, it's going to keep going. I hope that makes sense why. So think about it. So like I'm saying, you got the extra cut, though. I hope you're seeing it, and the Fed thinks the economy is up. They have acknowledged the lower labor market, but they are not that scared of it. So that could be less credible if inflation comes up. But if inflation doesn't become a problem in the next few weeks, days, months, then you just got an extra cut, slightly more dovish. You just need Powell to verify it with his presser. But yeah, you're ripping, man. So GG, those IWMs. Remember, we already positioned for this, so I was reading and doing all that shit, but oh yeah, we in there like swimwear. Oh, they didn't even move those, though. So out of the money cheapies did not work. Oh, wait, now they did. What the fuck is happening? All the premiums are just tweaking. But yeah, not as good. You could go for a double dip on gold. Otherwise, yeah, I'm gonna keep holding them. Oh, K-Web. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Why did K-Web launch up? TLT because you're getting an extra cut, so that's slightly, this is getting TLT ready for a bigger move, but the credibility could stop it. That's what I'm saying. Anything now, you're gonna rally until inflation risk comes back. I think that's the simplest way to say it, because as long as there's no inflation risk, you're gonna keep going up, and that'll allow TLT to climb and everything else. But otherwise, that's kind of the error. Yeah, they're just widening the spreads on everything. They popped all the K-Webs and all the other stuff. So if it has a good bid, you could take profit. Otherwise, remember, the presser, that might be able to bring some things in. Sell one of those other ones. I still have some of the other qubit ones. All right, no, TLTs also didn't move too much. Keep in mind, there's 7 who wrote down no more cuts this year, 2 who penciled in just 1 more. Yeah, there's it all depends on what Powell says for that. But like I'm telling you, for now, all I see is inflation risk. It's just the same story. That's all. You got the same exact setup. You're now getting that little extra point, which we were already discussing. But that extra point, hype, and everything, you get 1 tick up in inflation, and then you're done. Loda is a total of 115. Yeah, Moran was the only real descent. The dots were just a little bit scattered. But that's not a problem. That's normal. Yen up 0.5. FXY. I forgot about FXY. All right. I think IWM was a good one. They killed a little bit of the premium depending on how far at the money, but not too bad. Why is Meta 7? Remember Tech? I was showing you guys Tech. It'll eventually do its own thing, but it seems, you know, with today, everything really was just the 490. give or take. But Powell could change that. I wouldn't be too set. I think it's cool. You got a nice little quarter point surprise on the dot plot and all, but other than that, I don't think that much has really changed. I think we're gonna have to go find the fast feed, and then I think we're good. I'd still keep an eye on IWM, and I hope you're understanding the gold could be a good double dip. I mean, they are cutting rates. Yeah, it's already coming back up. I wouldn't be too scared of gold right now, but it's just up to you. But then, like I'm saying here, and as long as inflation, I think your real risk is inflation coming back, and that's it. Otherwise, you just got more cuts. They think the economy is good. They are not indicating a rapidly weakening labor market. The thing that makes this bad is because think about it, Fed's like, I'm going to cut more, and then inflation goes back up. Now today looks ugly. But right now, with the setup, it seems like it works. Downside, all right. So now we got 21 minutes until Powell. Yeah, they're all still up there. Yeah, so TLT too. TLT, I think in the next couple of days, or our next big set of data, as long as there's no inflation, that's going to help TLT out a lot. Watch real estate stocks too. Yeah, they all again, anything IWM real estate related, even bios, like we talked about, all those specific industries, they took their intended jump. So that's playing out for now. Yeah, the yen's going up. Staples got knocked. All right, let me find the feed. No, the Fed does not go live yet. What stressful music, Fed. Thank you, my friend. 3,700 on gold. All right. I got 3 of these up. Oh, it was like 18 minutes. Oh, what? No way.
Leave as the head of the White House Council on
That's crazy. There's already a feed that's live. That's rare. So I got a video. It's on Fox, believe it or not. But yeah, so there's a room there. Bonds are up now. SPY's back to VWAP. Look at gold, and now tech is starting to come down. What you should pay attention to is if all of those, again, rate cut sensitive industries, do they keep going up? So notice some staples and other things are coming up, but everything else is dropping. Coin, crypto. All right, well, where's the dollar? See, dollar got rocketed down, though. I just think you're getting a different breakdown, and then just remember, it's all leading. Because credibility further, any more or less credibility from now will add or take away from this. Let's see. Sweet greens popped and dropped. Ah! What the fuck is happening? Dude, I don't know where that's coming from. This is stressing me out. Okay. I had too many videos up. I was like, oh, dude, I can't find it. Is this live? Yeah. All right, you're back. I like the dollar down, though. So either way, though, ironically, you're back to where you started. You got something. You got the extra point cut. They weren't as strong about the labor market weakening. But yeah, I think now the fact that you popped and locked, dollar down, gold kind of up, you're pushing this back to Powell. Like I'm telling you, if they flip credibility to inflation, this is completely different. Yeah, and all the big tech, this is kind of everything. There's only a couple of staples now. Like XLP is going straight up, but that was everything, give or take. And then Apple, like I told you, we still need that decider. Oh, they turned it off. Dude, a lot of things just took it. 3 rate cuts, no bueno. Well, yeah, that's why it just all depends. Remember, it's either a recession or not, credible or not. I think now they're pushing it to Powell. That's it, because for a little bit, it was looking like Powell just had to bless it. But then again, it still did determine how he talks about the labor market, because that statement was not strong. And remember, I showed you guys 2 previews prior. Both of them were mentioning the labor market weakening. Both of them were wrong. The way that Powell mentioned it, it was just not, it wasn't strong. So that changes it. And then again, you did get the extra rate cut. So your next question should be why? Why are they cutting? Why does the Fed want to cut extra now when the whole year they did not? Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. It's amazing. All right, well, we got 15 more minutes. Well, we'll see if he will bring up revisions or not, but I mean, you did. Why? Why is there another cut in there? I'm not too worried about it. Like I said, I think the other data is going to pair up with this. That's why I was telling you even prior, give it a couple weeks, because even today, it wasn't too bad. It just means now that you're going to, as long as inflation doesn't come back up, markets should like that environment. But let's see what he says. But either way, I think it reads, the statement was disappointing, the SEP tilted dovish, and now it's all in Powell's hands. Yeah, that's where it can pivot. That'd be terrible. If he says one more rate cut, but then he's like, we're going to go super slow after, that could, and then they play the higher for longer game, that would be terrible. No, Cash Patel bought Donut. I said I'm playing it how I played Open. Why can't I time? All right, well, you're near the low of the day, but that was a pretty wicked move, man. All things considered. So I hope we got a little more excitement because you still got pow pow. The guy that took a big bet. No, he lost. So he might be able to benefit off of the dot plot, but theoretically that was still wrong. But it should move up in his favor. But you did not get a 50. We got the quarter cut. We just got an extra cut for the end of the year that you did not get today. So that means one of the next cuts will be a double. Just it wasn't today though. But if that double showed up today, he would have hit big. But it might have worked in his favor. Amor fati, baby. Amen. Amen. I don't know. I think it's big. Campbell's. What the fuck is this? CPB dumping. That's flushing a little bit outside of just normal market moves. Did Qubits have the event? I do not know, but unfortunately though, I am not going to be sharing with you guys those lists anymore. Because like I said this morning, I'm not here to babysit. I don't want to keep bringing them up. I do not share this info so that I'm tied to it with you guys and have to, answer all these questions. I give it to you because I think it's good info and they pay off sometimes. So, but unfortunately, it's turned into too many back-end questions. So I don't think you guys are using them properly. We'll save them for next year. So if I don't know when those events are or not. The third cut triggers recession fears. It could be. I mean, again, like I told you, now, look at though. This is the chart I was showing you in the beginning. Right here. So now that we had the cuts, the 3 cuts, bro, you're going to be at a much lower path if it acts. So you might be onto something. So that means the Fed is kind of setting you up to tilt a little lower, meaning they might be getting ready for that. And that's why I kept saying, just recession or not, that really is our big question. Oh, I don't... Dude, where is Trump? Hold on. Yeah, you're right. Trump, I don't know if he said anything on Truth, but usually he steps in by now, bro, and he starts to... This is his shot to overshadow Powell again. But then again, he got his rate cut. Finally, think about it. Donald Trump wanted this. I mean, if you really think about it. So, yeah, bro. That's kind of crazy. But then I don't think... Oh, yeah, he is in the UK. Yeah, he's out of state right now. I can still call in. Hold on. Let me tell you about Too Late Powell. I'll tell you, this guy, terrible. No long term. Oh, look at Pop. I did that. Donald J. Trump. That candle, because I talked. I'm Donald. That was me. You're welcome. Thank you. I did it all. I did the one. The stock market was here because of just... What? I like stock photos. Smile. Jeez. You have no idea what you're saying, Joe. You're batshit. I don't even think he knows. He doesn't know. I know. So yeah, I'll show you something. Credibility is tied to this, brothers. You don't think it's weird that the market dumps, TLT rips, TLT goes down, market dumps? I would argue that's just like good old days, brother. Y'all playing. That's crazy. So yeah, credibility is very important. I still don't think we have it. You got more information. They dangled another cut in front of you, but these bond motherfuckers are still going to play that credibility game. But yeah, look. See, if we go and rip and bonds drop, I mean, I don't like that, but we might be going back to normal. You guys remember how it used to be like that? Yeah, Fed sees inflation hitting 2% by 2028. Longest overshoot since Target began. That's kind of negative if he says something about that. Because then they're saying they'll get back to Target just longer. So that does mean higher for longer. In a very, very odd way. Man, there's a lot more. Again, the next few weeks, I think, are going to be critical. So if you learned a lot during summer, that's awesome. But the end of the year, man, that's where you get a lot more. Yeah, Tim Rose tweeted for a little bit, but until he starts leaking good shit, I don't care. Yeah, watch Apple too. I think that's going to be the driver, like we said. All right. Yeah, the staples all came down. They got a little aggressive there. What was the other one? Oh, Reddit. I forgot we still have those. All right, 5 minutes, Chattadonium. 5 minutes. Okay, that one. This one usually is, but I don't think that's... They just had the clip up first. All right, I'm in, brothers. I'm in. Okay, this one's probably going to be slower. We're going to compare this to the Fed one. But I got a stable video in there. I had another one too. I see the back of Steve Leisman's head. Alright, this one's faster. Yeah, Russell did stop. I mean, he's about to come on. But Russell's still holding up. That's your first sign, and real estate, I believe. Staples, everything else a little bit. And Labu. Actually, Labu came down. Biotech, long duration, not as hot. But real estate, small caps, they are holding the initial pump, which is a good sign. Have I messed with the prediction markets? No. I taught you guys like the real organic Fed futures and how it's used on Wall Street 2-3 years ago. And then y'all just chose to go gamble crypto instead. And then give your money to Robinhood. And then they all chose to take your money instead of educating you. 2 minutes! Okay, 2-minute warning. Yeah, that one's he's gonna wear purple. He says that. So yeah, everything still stands from the beginning, you guys. I think you all just got pump faked out of the reaction. So yeah, the answer doesn't change though. But like I'm saying, be on the lookout for what he says. They didn't talk too much about labor. That is the key. And then again, any sign of inflation up, I think it kills this. No worry about inflation, you're good. We should, if you would like to. Everybody, you can let out a fuck Don Lemon in the chat. He watches our channel, and you know, I think he's hurt a lot of people. So if that's what you really want to express, I don't like telling you guys to do violent things, but I say fuck a lot. So you can say fuck Don Lemon if you want to let out a collective one. Let him know how much you appreciate him. Lawn Demon. You should call him Lawn Demon. I think that's a better name. I think Colleen joined just to say fuck Don Lemon. She said, Lawn Demon. Nah. Fuck Don, no violence though. Amen. I fuck with that. Fucking Diddy Demon. Alright, it should be live, you guys. I mean, I don't know where he's at. Okay, I got all of them up, bro. I'm scanning. Hold on, I gotta zoom out. All right, I got the fast one. Here it is. This is the quickest one. So now you'll probably be equivalent with the delay.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. While the unemployment rate remains low, it has edged up. Job gains have slowed and downside risks to employment have risen. At the same time, inflation has risen recently and remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals and in light of the shift in the balance of risks, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to lower our policy interest rate by 1/4 percentage point. We also decided to continue to reduce our securities holdings. I'll have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that growth of economic activity has moderated. GDP rose at a pace of around 1.5% in the first half of the year, down from 2.5% last year. The moderation in growth largely reflects a slowdown in consumer spending. In contrast, business investment in equipment and intangibles has picked up from last year's pace. Activity in the housing sector remains weak. In our summary of economic projections, the median participant projects GDP to rise 1.6% this year and 1.8% next year,
'cause that's good.
a touch stronger than projected in June. In the labor market, the unemployment rate edged up to 4.3% in August, but remains little changed over the past year at a relatively low level.
That's not good.
Payroll job gains have slowed significantly to a pace of just 29,000 per month over the past 3 months. A good part of the slowing likely reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force
That's not the wording
due
you
to
wanted.
lower immigration and lower labor force participation.
That's what I was telling you before
labor
this
demand
came
has
out.
softened, and the recent pace of job creation appears to be running below the break-even rate needed to hold the unemployment rate constant. In addition, wage growth has continued to moderate while still outpacing inflation. Overall, the marked slowing in both the supply of and demand for workers is unusual. In this less dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment appear to have risen.
Yeah, that doesn't sound as dovish.
In our SEP, the median projection for the
really
unemployment rate
it's
is 4.5% at the end of this year and edges down thereafter. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.7% over the 12 months ending in August, and that, excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.9%. These readings are higher than earlier in the year as inflation for goods has picked up. In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing for services.
So that's the inflation
Near-term
mentioned.
measures
That's
of
not
inflation
good either, but yeah.
expectations have moved up on balance over the course of this year on news about tariffs, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Beyond the next year or so, however, most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 3.0% this year and falls to 2.6% in 2026 and to 2.1% in 2027. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by a quarter percentage point to 4 to 4.25%, and to continue reducing the size of our balance sheet. Changes to government policies continue to evolve, and their effects on the economy remain uncertain. Higher tariffs have begun to push up prices in some categories of goods, but their overall effects on economic activity and inflation remain to be seen. A reasonable base case is that the effects on inflation will be relatively short-lived, a one-time shift in the price level.
Still saying that.
But it is also possible that the inflationary effects could instead be more persistent,
That's
and
not
that is a
good.
risk to be assessed and managed.
That's what I'm saying.
Our
That's the
obligation
inflation,
is to
the
ensure that
credibility.
a
I
one-time
don't get
increase
it.
in the price level does not become an ongoing inflation
Softer
problem.
mentions of labor, harder
In the near
mentions of
term,
inflation,
risks
but
to
then give us
inflation are
another
tilted to
cut.
the upside and
It
risks to
just literally
employment
doesn't
to the
make sense.
downside. A challenging
That's why
situation.
we're getting these reds. Softer
When our
labor,
goals are in tension like
little
this,
bit of inflation talk.
our framework calls for us to
Not
balance
nailing the
both
coffin,
sides
though.
of our dual
Don't panic.
mandate. With downside risks to employment having increased, the balance of risks has shifted. Accordingly, we judged it appropriate at this meeting to take another step toward a more neutral policy
He's
stance.
explaining it.
With today's decision, we remain well positioned to respond in a timely way to potential economic developments.
Timely way.
We will continue to determine
Yeah,
the
they're gonna
appropriate
react at the
stance
last
of monetary policy based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate, based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario for the economy. The median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 3.6% at the end of this year, 3.4% at the end of 2026, and 3.1% at the end of 2027. This path is 1/4 percentage point lower than projected in June. As is always the case, these individual forecasts are subject to uncertainty, and they're not a committee plan or decision. Policy is not on a preset course.
Yeah, TLT drop it now.
The
So
Fed
by
has
the
been
time you
assigned
heard
two goals
inflation-
for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation sustainably to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans.
I
We
know. I tried
understand
to
that
turn
our
off
actions
the
affect
music. I
communities,
accidentally banned
families,
you
and
instead.
businesses
I
across
don't know
the
how to
country.
do it.
Everything we do is in service to our public mission, and we at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability
He
goals.
starts talking
Thank
communities
you. I
and
look forward to
oh, he
our
didn't end it with
discussion.
DEI. All right, Chris Rudebar, AP.
Great. Thank you. Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. As you know, Fed Governor Stephen Myron has continued, kept his position at the White House, even as he's joined the Fed board. This is the first time, I believe, the Fed's board has had someone with executive branch ties in decades. Does this compromise the Fed's independence from day-to-day politics? And relatedly, how can you maintain the public's perception the Fed is politically independent with this dynamic?
What a dumb question.
So,
what a waste of
we
the
did
first
welcome
question.
a new committee
It's
member
been a
today,
year
as
since
we
they
always
cut
do,
before an election,
and the committee remains
you're talking
united
to
in
me about
pursuing
Fed
our
independence.
our
I'm
dual
going to
mandate
talk over
goals.
Powell. That's a stupid fucking
We're strongly
question,
committed
reporters.
to maintaining our
Chris,
independence,
I
and
knew
beyond
Chris.
that, I really don't have
Come
anything
on.
to share.
Ask him about inflation.
You and other Fed officials have spoken extensively about the impact of tariffs on inflation.
There you go, Chris.
Although perhaps with
Fucking
many companies
idiot.
appearing to eat the tariffs, tariffs may be impacting the labor market and other parts of the economy instead. Do you see that as a possible outcome here, that tariffs are the reason we're seeing some slowing, particularly in the labor market, rather than in inflation?
You know, it's certainly possible. You know, we're beginning to see, we have begun to see goods prices showing through into higher inflation, and actually the increase in goods prices
listen, this is gonna move
accounts for most of the increase in inflation, or perhaps all of the increase in inflation over the course of this year. Those are not very large effects at this point.
You said all of the
and we do
inflation this
expect
year
them
is goods, no
to
services.
continue to build over the course of the rest of the year and into next year. And you know, it's also possible and that there may be effects on employment, but that I would say if you're looking at why employment is doing what it's doing, that's much more about the change in immigration. So the supply of workers has obviously come way down. There's very little growth, if any,
That's
in the
not
supply
bad.
of workers. And at the
He's
same time,
low-key was a
demand
little-
for workers has
he
also
said it
come down
before,
quite sharply.
but he's doubling down. The labor market slowness is
to the point
immigration.
where we see what I've
But
called
he
a curious
keeps talking
balance.
like
It's, you know,
tariffs are
typically
going to
when we say
cause
things are in balance, that
inflation
sounds good,
like
but
that.
in
That's
this
the
case,
weird part.
the balance is because both supply and demand have come down quite sharply. Now demand coming down a little more sharply because we now see the unemployment rate edging up.
That's not good. He didn't say it, but he's kind of talking about
Nick Timrose of the Wall Street
like
Journal.
a spiral.
Chair
He's
Powell, do
saying the
economic
supply
conditions
drop
and the
and so did
balance of
demand.
risks no longer warrant a restrictive policy setting?
So I don't think we can say that. What we can say is this, that over the course of this year, we've kept our policy at a restrictive level, and people have different views, but a clearly restrictive level, I would say. So, and we were able
God
to
bless
do
you,
that
Kyle.
over the course of this year because the labor market was in very solid condition with strong job creation and all those things. I think if you go back to April and now look at the revised job creation numbers for May, June, July, and August,
Yeah,
you can I can no longer say that. So what that means is that the risks were clearly tilted toward inflation. I would say they're moving toward equality. Maybe they're not quite out of equality.
good.
We don't need to know that.
That was his
But
first
we
good
do know
comment
that
on inflation.
They've moved meaningfully toward greater equality, the risks between the two goals, and that
But he's
suggests
still
that we
playing
should
the
be
fucking
moving in the
barbell,
direction
both
of
sides.
neutral, and that's what we did today.
Under what circumstances would a larger than 25 basis points rate cut be warranted? And how seriously was that option entertained at your meeting this week?
There wasn't widespread support at all for a 50 basis point cut today. You know, I think we've done very large rate hikes and very large rate cuts in the last 5 years, and you tend to do those at a time when you feel that policy is out of place and needs to move quickly to a new place. That's not at all what I feel certainly now. I feel like our policy has been doing the right
But
thing
you
so
felt
far
that
this
way
year. I think
before
we
the
were right to
election
wait
then, you dickhead?
and see how tariffs and
So
inflation
he just admitted
and the
they
labor market
expected a big
evolve.
shift ahead of
I
the
think we're now
election. That's why they cut by
reacting
50, but won't do it
you
now.
know, to the much
Fucking
lower
idiot.
level of job creation and other evidence of softening in the labor market, and saying, well, those risks are maybe not
They're
fully
gonna
balanced, but
they'll
moving in
make
the
an
direction of
article on
balance
that.
now, and so that warrants a change in policy.
Colby Smith with the New York Times. Should we be viewing today's cut
Okay,
as the
dollar's
committee
going
taking out
up
some
now. That's
insurance
bad.
against the possibility
Now
that the
this is
labor
gonna
market is at
backfire.
risk of weakening?
Bonds and
or is it
dollar
the committee's view
going
that the
reverse.
dynamics of a downturn are already in place? I guess I'm just trying to square the shift in the rate forecast in the SEP towards more
That's a good
cuts
question.
than just
She's
3
asking
months
if
ago,
three
with
cuts
the fact
leads
that
to a
the forecast
recession.
for
That's a great
unemployment
question.
didn't change.
Yeah, I think you could think of this in a way as a risk management cut, because if you look at the
he's saying,
S&P,
don't overthink it,
actually,
risk management.
the projections
Interesting.
for growth this year and next actually ticked up just a little bit.
That was
and
a great
inflation and
question.
unemployment didn't really
Give
move
that
So
lady a
what's
promotion.
different now? What's different now is that you see a very different picture of the risks to the labor market. You've seen, we were looking at 150,000 jobs a month at the time of the last meeting. And now we see the revisions and we see the new numbers. And I don't want to put too much emphasis on payroll job creation, but it's just one of the things that suggests that the labor market is really cooling off. And that tells you that it's time
he said really
to take that
cooling
into
off.
account in our
That's what we needed to hear in the beginning. Every
The
other
SEP,
time
once again, the median participant has
cautioned it.
inflation higher than previously expected by the end of next year, and the Fed not getting back to the 2% target until 2028. So I guess I'm just wondering how you characterize the risk to price pressures of kicking off a series of cuts at this point.
Yeah, so
Okay, you're plummeting.
I would look at it this
Dollars
way.
up, bonds are down.
We fully understand and appreciate that we need to remain fully committed to restoring 2% inflation on a sustained basis, and we will do that. At the same time, we've got to weigh the risks to the two goals. And I would say since April, to me, the risks of higher and more persistent inflation have probably become a little less. And that's partly because the labor market has softened, GDP growth has slowed. So I would just say that the risks there have been less than one might think. And in terms of the labor market, what we're seeing is unemployment is still low, it's still a relatively low rate, but we're seeing downside risks.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television. I'm a little confused by your explanation of the Fed cutting rates because of unemployment. If you think that most of what's happening in the employment area is related to immigration, which your rate cuts wouldn't address, how do you see
Good
that
question, Michael.
as more important than inflation, which has remained almost a full percentage point above your target?
Well, I was saying that what's happening in the labor market has more to do with immigration than it has to do with tariffs. That was the question I was answering. So I wouldn't say that all of what's happening in the labor market is due to tariffs. I mean, you clearly have a slowing due to immigration. You clearly have a slowing in demand, which is now perhaps more than that in supply, and we know that because the unemployment rate has ticked up. So, that's what I meant by that.
If I can follow up. Every year since 2015, the SEP has forecast that you would hit your target 2 years later. And this year, this SEP says you're going to hit your target 2 years later. 2% does not seem to be in sight. Does that suggest that the 2% target is not really achievable? And does this present any credibility problems for you in telling people that that's what you're going to do if you can never reach it?
Well, I mean, you're right. It does say we're going to get to 2% inflation in 2028, at the end of 28. But that's literally how you put the projections together. You're writing down a rate path, which is designed to create, over the course of the SEP, time frame, 2% inflation and maximum employment too. So that's all that is. No one really knows where the economy will be in 3 years. But the nature of the exercise is to write down policy that you believe would return to the 2% goal over at least by the end of the exercise.
Thanks so much, Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. The latest inflation report shows that prices are still going up across key categories for many households, including groceries. What will the Fed do if prices pick up more?
So our expectation, and you can see this consistently through the year, has been that inflation will move up this year, but that basically because of the effects on goods prices from tariffs, but that those will turn out to be a one-time price increase as opposed to creating an inflationary process. That's been our forecast. Pretty much all the individual forecasts say that. We can't just assume that though, right? We have to. Our job is literally to make sure that is what happens, and we will do that job. Right now, the situation we're in is that we see inflation. We continue to expect it to move up, maybe not as high as we would have expected it to move up a few months ago. The pass-through of the tariffs into inflation has been slower and smaller. The labor market has softened, so the case for there being a persistent inflation outbreak is less. And so that's why we think it's time for us really to acknowledge that the risks to the other mandate have grown and that we should move in the direction of neutral. So what will we do? We'll do what we need to do, but we have two mandates and we try to balance them. For a long time, our framework says that when our two goals are in tension, this is quite an unusual situation, how do we decide what to do? Because our tools can't do two things at once. What we do is we ask which is farther from, how far is each from the goal and how long is it expected to get to the goal? So, and then we think about those things and we see, as I mentioned, our policy had been really skewed toward inflation for a long time, really. Now we see that there's downside risk clearly in the labor market, and so we're moving in the direction of more neutral policy.
How concerned are you about the slowdown in the jobs market for households at home, especially younger Americans struggling to land a job?
So it's an interesting labor market, and obviously we think it's appropriate that we reduce our rates so that we become more neutral, which presumably will be better for the labor market. You see people who are sort of more at the margins, so kids coming out of college and younger people, minorities are having a hard time finding jobs. The overall job finding rate is very, very low. However, the layoff rate is also very low. So you've got a low firing, low hiring environment, and the concern is that if you start to see layoffs, the people who are laid off there won't be a lot of hiring going on. So that could very quickly flow into higher unemployment. In a healthier,
oh shit, I was muted. Did you guys hear what I was saying on Clarity?
Market, there would be jobs for those people, but
that
now
was
the
his
hiring
best
rate
answer
is
right
very,
there
very low. So
when he was saying
that's been a growing concern over the last few months.
The inflation outburst,
and it's one of the reasons why we
lower,
think it's appropriate that we begin to shift our policy focus.
Very interesting. Oh wow,
toward a more balanced one.
Oh, I was muted. I was saying that was the best answer right there. He finally said the risk of inflation is lower.
In the past,
the labor market risk.
Could you use the word recalibration?
That's the part where everybody, Wall Street thought labor was a lot worse. Powell's saying no, but then he's saying inflation isn't that bad.
Not on a preset course,
that was the first good comment.
That is sort of the opposite of.
But now we're back down anyway. But I'm writing these down.
Meeting to meeting, data point by data point. Are we in the process here of getting back to neutral? Thank you.
But yeah, I want a stagflation question.
So I think we're in a meeting by meeting situation. We're going to be looking at the data.
But that was your best answer.
Let me say a
2
word
minutes
about
ago.
the
I wrote it down
SEP
for you.
really here. So we often point this out. What the SEP is, it's an accumulation of the individual projections of 19 people, showing what they believe at a particular moment in time to be the most likely path for the economy and thus the appropriate path for monetary policy as well. And as you know, we don't debate or try to agree on what that is. We just write them down and accumulate them. We do sometimes discuss them. And so we always say we're not on a preset path, and we really mean that. The actual decisions we make are going to be based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks at the time the decisions are actually made. So you will have seen that we have 10 participants out of 19 who wrote down 2 or more cuts for the remainder of the year, and 9 who wrote down fewer than, in fact, in a good number of cases, no more cuts. So rather than looking at this as certainty, I would encourage people, as always, to look at the SEP as through the lens of probability. And so there are different possible outcomes and likelihoods rather than this one is certain and this one isn't happening. So that's what I would say.
Thank you for getting to my follow-up question, which was, is the dispersion in the outlook a sign of uncertainty of policy in the meetings to come? Thank you.
You know, it is such an unusual situation. Ordinarily, when the labor market is weak, inflation is low. And when the labor market is really strong, that's when you've got to be careful about inflation. So we have a situation where we have two-sided risk. And that means there's no risk-free path. And so it's quite a difficult situation for policymakers. And it's not at all surprising to me that you have a range of views. It's not so much about having different views for the path of the economy, but it's partly that, but it's also partly about what's the right thing to do in light of the tension between the two goals. How do you weight them? How worried are you about one versus the other? And so it's natural. I think it would actually be surprising if you didn't have a pretty wide range of views based, in this kind of highly unusual situation, and we do. So, but we get together, we discuss. We have a great discussion, and then we decide what to do, and we act. But you're right, that it's a wide dispersion of views, and I think that's understandable and natural in the current situation.
Victoria Guida.
Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico.
Oh, she switched.
You've talked a lot about Fed independence and the importance of it over the years, but as markets have questions about what
Another
exactly President
Fed-
Trump's intentions are with the Fed,
That's
what
why you
would
don't work at New
point
York
to
Times no
as
more.
the things they should be watching
You shouldn't even
to
work here
determine
anymore.
that the Fed is still making decisions based on the economic
The
outlook?
guy
rather
is
than
just
political
making up
considerations?
answers to do what he wants. He's
Look,
not.
it's deeply
What do you
in our
mean?
culture
Look at
to
political
do-
independence.
To do our work based on the incoming data and never consider
This guy
anything
just
else.
said
That's
inflation's
everyone
not
who's
going
at
up,
the
but he's
Fed
worried
really
about
feels
inflation.
strongly about that
And
way.
labor's
So,
going low, but it's
you know,
only slightly, but
you'll
it's
know
so
it
low,
by the way we
demand's
talk
low.
about what we're doing, by the
politically
speeches that people
independent?
give, by the decisions that we make. You'll know that we're just still going to do that.
I thought
That's
he
all
was
we
going to
do.
come out honoring Charlie
and
Kirk.
we don't frame these
That's- you
questions
want
at all
political
or see them
independence? Get the
in,
fuck outta
in
here.
terms of political outcomes. I think when you get to another part of Washington, everything
New low.
is seen through the lens
Dollar,
of does
though.
it
Dollar
help
and
or hurt
bonds.
this political party, this
I have it written down,
politician,
bro.
you know,
I'll
that's
explain
the
more of it.
framework, and I think
But
people find it
remember,
hard to
everything
believe
still
that that's
stays the
just-
same.
That is
Next
not
couple
at
days
all
are
the
key,
way we
you
think
guys.
about things.
I don't
At the
think
Fed,
I'm
we're
wrong
taking
on
a
anything
longer
of this. It's
perspective.
just price action,
We're trying
but
to,
Powell's
serve the
pretty
American
shitty
people
today.
as best we can. So I think you would be able to tell. I don't believe we'll ever get to that place. You know, I would say we're doing our work exactly as we always have now, and they're making their arguments, and we're having really a great discussion around these challenging issues. So
Do you see the court case around Lisa Cook as being related to questions of Fed independence?
you know, I see it as a court case that it would be inappropriate for me to comment on.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. So we saw the preliminary benchmark revisions down 911,000. The revisions for June were the first negative revisions we've seen since December of 2020. You know, how can the Fed base important decisions on rate and what to do with the interest rates on data that seems to be, as you've called it in the past, noisy?
So on the QCEW, the revision that we saw was almost exactly what we expected. It was amazing how close the expectation was. So, and the reason for that is, for the last bunch of quarters, there's been almost a predictable overcount, and I think the Bureau of Labor Statistics really doesn't understand this.
They're
and
not
working hard to
surprised
fix
because they
It's got
priced
to
it
do-
in.
Of course, it has something to do with low response rates, but it's also got to do with what's called the birth-death model.
A predictable
Because a good
overcount.
amount
He
of
is
job
going. The
creation
birth death
happens
model does make
around
sense,
new
but
companies
come on,
and
Powell.
how many go out of business, how many are founded, and it's just really hard. You can't survey for that. You've got to have a model that predicts that.
That's funny.
It's quite difficult to do, especially when the economy is undergoing big changes.
you guys
So-
are just
and
like,
they've been working
the
on that. and
credibility.
are
What if
making
all the data's
progress on it,
fake?
But
Well, actually,
the
we
data
priced
get
that in. It
is-
was a
is
very
still
predictable overcount.
well good enough
for
for
the
us
last
to do our
several
work.
quarters. He meant to say the last
To the
4
extent
years.
we have issues around data right now, it's about low response rates. That's happened all over really. Response rates are just lower to surveys now, both in and out of the government. And it's no great secret. You know, we want higher response rates, and we need those to have
It's no great
less
secret.
volatile data. And the way to get that is to make sure that
What about
that the
consumer
agencies
sentiment?
that collect the data have sufficient resources to drive
Tell me about Michigan
higher
consumer
response
sentiment,
rates.
Mr.
It's
Powell.
not a complicated problem, but that's what it takes. It's not a mystery. That's what it takes. The other thing I'll say, Edward, is in the case of the job creation, the response rate is quite low for the first month, or lower for the first month. By the time you get to the second or third month, you're still collecting responses for that last month, for that prior month, and you get to the place where the data are much more reliable by the second and certainly the third month. So it's not that we don't get the data, it's just that we get it a little later.
Well, for the benchmarks, if that holds, it's 51% of the jobs that we thought were there weren't really there. It shows a weaker job market coming into this year. If you had had that information, would it have changed your mind related to where the interest rates should be?
wait a minute.
Should there have been a cut earlier?
Does that mean there's an overcount now?
For the windshield rather than the rearview mirror, as you know. And,
Wait a minute.
All I can tell you is we see where we are now, and we take
I
appropriate
feel like the
action, and we
algos
took that
picked up
appropriate
on that
action
for a
today.
second, but that's your third little pop that led to a drop, so be careful. I still think it's the same
Thanks,
analysis
Howard
from
Schneider
when we
with
opened.
Reuters. So, as you mentioned a minute ago, some margins of the job market would suggest that the slide's already happening.
Black unemployment rate in August was above 7%, declining work week, difficulty among college graduates finding work, rising youth unemployment. Why do you think a quarter percentage point now is going to arrest that?
Well, I didn't say that I thought a quarter point would make a huge difference to the economy, but you've got to look at the whole path of rates, right? And markets has already been baking in expectations. I mean, our market works through expectations, right? So I think our policy path really does matter. And I think it's important that we use our tools to support the labor market when we do see signs like that. I did mention that. You see minority unemployment going up. You see younger people who are more vulnerable economically, more susceptible to economic cycles. That's one of the reasons, in addition to just overall lower payroll job creation, that shows you that at the margin the labor market is weakening. I would also point to labor force participation. Some part of the significant decline in labor force participation over the last year has probably been cyclical in nature rather than just the usual aging process. So we put all those together, and we see that the labor market is softening, and we don't need it to soften anymore, don't want it to. So we use our tools, and it starts with a 25 basis point rate cut, but the market's also pricing in a rate path. I'm not blessing what the market's doing at all. I'm just saying it's not just one action.
As a follow-up to that, the growth mix right now seems very concentrated in investment and on the consumer spending side in the higher income groups. Do you feel that that's an unsustainable mix for the economy moving forward?
I wouldn't say that. I mean, you're right. Those are two. We're getting unusually large amounts of economic activity through the AI build out and corporate investment. I don't know how long that will go on. No one does. In terms of spending, you saw that the consumer spending numbers were well above expectations, and that may well be skewed toward higher earning consumers. There's a lot of anecdotal evidence to suggest that. Nonetheless, it's spending. So, I mean, I think the economy is moving along. Economic growth is going to be 1.5% or better this year, maybe a little better. Forecasts have been coming up, as you can see. So, labor market unemployment is low, but downside risks, but it's still a low unemployment rate. So, that's how we see it.
Bro, literally from that fucking comment.
Hi, Stephanie Rule, MSNBC.
The market baked
Treasury
in cuts.
Secretary Scott Bessent has said that the Federal Reserve
and predictable
suffers
overcount.
From mission creep and
that was all here because, like I'm saying,
bloat. He's now calling for an independent review.
Fuck
Would
you
you support
guys.
An independent review?
Fuck
or
all
are
of you.
open
I don't
to any
care,
sort of
Republican or Democrat, dude. 3 questions on Fed independence is bullshit. He just said they only do 50 basis points if they expect something, and they did that before the election last year. We never got these questions. That's when Fed independence happened. This is bullshit. So what happened here, he literally said predictable overcount. That was a really big credibility question, and he said it was an overcount. So think about it. If he's not worried about labor now, do they think today is overcounted? And then he said the market baked in the cuts and pretty much said he got pressured into it, and then we ripped. And then this lady's back with the independence question. But fuck all of these reporters asking that. That's such a bad question. That's why I'm saying that. It doesn't help anybody. It's just political jargon to just repeat and repeat and repeat when the issue of independence was a year ago. And he just gave us more evidence of that. So, yeah.
At the same level it was more than 10 years ago. So we will have had zero job growth for more than a decade when we're finished with that. And I think we'll probably do more than that. So I think we're certainly open to constructive criticism and ways to do our jobs better.
But not an independent review?
We're certainly open to always trying to do better.
Mr. Chairman, Neil Irwin with Axios. There's been some debate lately on whether AI is already starting to affect the labor market in terms of lower labor demand, higher productivity by contrast. Do you buy that? And if that is true, does that have implications for the monetary policy setting?
So there's great uncertainty around that. I think my view, which is also a bit of a guess but widely shared, I think, is that you are seeing some effects, but it's not the main thing driving it. And so particular focus on young people coming out of college yeah, there may be something there. It may be
value
that
plays,
companies
staples.
or other institutions that have been hiring younger people right out of college are able to use AI more than they had in the past. That may be part of the story. It's also part of the story, though, that job creation more broadly has slowed down. The economy has slowed down, and so it's probably a number of things. But yeah, it's probably a factor. Hard to say how big it is.
It's not for clickbait. It's brainwashing you guys into thinking there's
Thanks,
fucking
Mr.
a
Chairman.
Fed independence issue.
What
that
evidence do
started
you
today,
see
not
of
last year.
tariffs showing up in inflation?
Well, if you can take goods, just sort of
Trump
the broad
tweet.
goods category, and last year, goods inflation was negative. If you go back 25 years, that was the typical thing, was that goods inflation was, goods prices generally went down, even adjusting for quality. So that was not the case during the pandemic, of course. Goods inflation went very high, but we had essentially returned to zero or slightly negative inflation. Now, I think goods inflation over the course of the past year is 1.2%, which doesn't sound like a lot, but it's a big change. So we think, analysts have different views, but we think it's contributing, 0.3 or 0.4, something like that, to the current core PCE inflation reading, which is 2.9%. So it's contributing. What seems to be happening is that, the tariffs are mostly not being paid by exporters, mostly being paid by really the companies that sit between the exporter and the consumer. So if you buy something and you sell it through retail, or you use it to make a product, you're probably taking a lot of those costs on and not able to pass it fully along to the consumer yet. That appears to be what we're seeing. All of those companies and entities in the middle, they'll tell you that they have every intention of passing that through in time, but they're not doing that now. To the consumer, the pass-through has been pretty small. It's been slower and smaller than we thought. But the evidence is, it's very clear that there's some pass-through.
I also wanted to ask if you could share with us the conditions under which you might consider leaving the Fed in May.
I have nothing new on that
He's
for
gone
you
in
today.
February. What do you mean? It's February, he's replaced by May. He needs to leave now.
Hi, Katerina Saraiva
Jeez.
with Bloomberg News. I just wanted to follow up on one of your answers just a couple minutes ago. We've often heard you talk about how you and your colleagues, do not think about politics. This does not enter the room. But one of your new colleagues does come from this world, right, where everything is seen through this framework of politics and of what party is being
What
helped.
about the lady with the crazy eyes that was on
and
the
that
Fed?
person is still employed by the White House.
Shut up, big forehead.
How can markets and the public interpret, some of
That's the fourth time, bro. Just
his
dumb
speeches,
shit.
for example,
What
and
about
then some
Lael
of
Brainerd?
the
You remember
forecasts
her?
that we see today. I mean, the median
And then they took her out and put her into
this
another
year
government
was
post.
moved,
The fuck are you saying?
because of the introduction of his forecast. I'm
I
talking
know
about
she
the
got
number
brain
of,
in there.
rate cuts
How come
seen
she's
this
not
year.
using it? I see the side.
What
You
do
see what I'm saying?
what
I
do you
see the
say
window.
to markets and the public that are
How-
trying to
how come she's
interpret,
not using it?
What you guys are saying?
So there's 12 vote, 19 participants of whom 12 vote, as you know, on a rotating basis. So no one voter, can really, the only way for any voter to really move things around is to be incredibly persuasive. And the only way to do that in the context in which we work is to make really strong arguments based on the data and your
On the data that you know is predictably wrong.
And that's how it's going to work. And
then you said you're not doing anything because of
I think
data?
that is the way the institution.
It's all the
that's
risk
in the
management?
DNA of the institution. That's
I
not
wrote
gonna
it
change.
down, sir.
And then I wanted to ask about a Gallup poll that showed that Americans now have more confidence in the president than the Federal Reserve when it comes to doing what's right for the economy. Why do you think that is, and what's your response? What's your message?
What do you think, bitch?
Our response is we're going to do everything we can to
Are you
use
asking
our
me?
tools to achieve the goals that Congress has given
You
us.
spend more on interest
and we're
in
not
the
gonna get
military.
distracted by anything. So I think that's what we're going to do. We're just going to keep
How?
doing our jobs.
Why?
Claire Jones, Financial Times.
Given the range of views expressed prior to the meeting,
All right,
I think there was
I'm too poor
a
to
lot
comment
less
on this one. This
dissent
sounds way too
today
eloquent,
than
guys.
a lot of people
Sorry.
expected.
I'm gonna sit this
It'd
one
be
out.
good to know
Claire's
just what you
hella
think the
eloquent
drivers
and
were of coming to that
sophisticated.
very strong consensus in the meeting, and also on the flip side
I'm
to
sure
just
she
explain
doesn't hate
why the
freedom.
dot
We'll see.
plots are really so scattered between, you know, someone even expecting rates to end up higher by the end of the year to 5 cuts. I mean, what were the kind of range of views you heard about, on one side, why there was so much support for a cut today, and on the flip side, why there's so much divergence about what comes next?
So I think there's quite a wide
I want to know if you and Mark Cuban have the same stylist, baby girl.
The situation has changed with respect to the labor
All right,
market.
you're right back up to
Whereas
second
we could
candle.
still say,
I
and
have
did say
the
in
comments,
July,
that same
at the
one,
time of the July
predictable
meeting,
overcount.
that the labor market
And
was
then
in
Powell
solid
getting
condition,
forced.
and we could point to 150,000 jobs per month and many other things. I think that the new data that we've had, and it's not just payroll.
Yeah, the bonds aren't with it.
Other things as well suggests that
And
there
the
really
dollar's
is
up.
meaningful downside risk. I said there was downside risk.
That's the part I don't
then,
like.
But I think that downside risk is now a reality, and there's clearly more downside risk. So I think I think that's broadly accepted, and so that meant different things for different people. Some wrote down. Almost everyone wrote down.
You just said downside risk is a
supported this
reality
cut.
of the jobs market,
And,
but you spent the whole speech
some
downplaying
supported
it.
more cuts and some didn't, as you will see from the dot plot. So it's just the way. That's just the way it is. I mean, people have. You have people who take this work very seriously, think about it all the time, do their work, discuss it with our colleagues. You know, we endlessly discuss this between ourselves, and then we have a meeting where we put it all out on the table, and this is what you get. And you're right, there's a range of views in the dots, and I think
this was one of his worst, bro.
Very unsurprising given
There's a
the
lot of just,
quite unusual, historically
what the fuck?
unusual nature of the challenges that we
Everything
face.
still remains though.
But
Next couple of weeks.
Remember
but
though, the unemployment rate's 4.3%.
I mean, his
The economy's
messaging is
growing
very, very
at
poor and
1.5%.
diluted now.
So
it just doesn't even hit the same for me. But
it's not
even
a
the
bad
market,
economy or anything like that. We've seen much more challenging economic
I feel bad
times, but
because I
from
like
a
him,
policy
but
standpoint, the
this
standpoint
doesn't
of
make
what
sense.
we're trying to accomplish,
And he's gonna
it's
go at the last
challenging
minute.
to know
That is what he said.
what to do. There are,
but
as
we
I
already knew
mentioned
that.
earlier, there are no risk-free
It's the
paths
same thing
now.
as under Biden, bro.
It's not
Unfortunately.
incredibly obvious what to do. So we have to keep our eye on inflation. At the same time, we cannot ignore and must keep our eye on a maximum
Look, he's telling
employment.
you, he just
those
told
are
you how
two
much they don't
equal
care about
goals.
inflation.
And
But then
you
every
will
time he
see
says the
that
labor
there are
market's
just
weak, he'll
a
tell you
range
it's
of
not as
views
weak,
on-
just how he does
on
with
what to
everything
do.
else.
Nonetheless, we came together
But usually
today
he's
at the
not
meeting
adding
and-
an extra
and,
cut and cutting
acted
when
with
he says
a
this.
high degree of unity.
Thank you, Archie Hall from The Economist. You mentioned earlier that job creation was running below your guess at its break-even rate. I'd be curious to hear a bit more about that and where you think the break-even rate is.
Oh, Art.
You know, so there
what?
are many different ways to calculate it, and
I swear
none
that
of
was
them is
Barry
perfect,
Trump.
But you know, it's clearly come way
Fucking Archie.
down. You could say it's somewhere between 0 and 50,000, and you'd be right or wrong. I mean, there's just many different ways to do it. So wherever it was, 150,000, 200,000 a few months ago, it's come down quite significantly, and that's because a very lower amount of people are joining the labor force. The labor force really not growing much at this point, and that's a lot of where the supply of labor was coming from over the last
But then
2
he
or 3
just
years.
blamed it
So
all
we're
on
not getting that
immigration.
now.
That's
We're
why the
also-
market's.
we've got much lower demand.
You're not
You know,
getting a
it's
real message
interesting,
on labor right
that
now. It's very
supply
odd.
and demand have really come down
Because you
together
thought it was
so
really
far.
weak coming into
Except
today.
now we do
all
have
did.
unemployment
But he
ticking
gave you
up
10 different reasons.
outside, just one tick outside of the range where it's been for a year. 4.3% is still a low level, but you know, I think this level of this speedy decline in both supply and demand has certainly gotten everyone's attention.
Follow up if I may. You
Yeah,
mentioned
he's
the
just
downside risk to
acknowledging the
employment a fair
attention.
amount, but it's
But he hasn't really
striking
said
that
shit.
measures of kind of activity and output for the third quarter, those that we have, seem pretty strong. The Atlanta Fed's GDP now is very strong. You mentioned strong PCE numbers as well. How do you square those things? Is there a chance actually could be upside risk to the labor market if those activity measures are right?
Well, that would be great. We'd love that to happen. So I don't know that you see a
fully
big
maxed
tension
almost,
there, but
30
it's
second, 1 minute.
gratifying to see that economic activity is holding in. It's it's a good bit from consumption. It looks like consumption was stronger than expected, what we got earlier this week, I guess. And also we're getting, a fairly narrow sector is producing a lot of economic activity, which is the AI build out and business investment. So we watch all of it, and I would say we did move up. The median for growth for this year actually moved up.
He just doesn't
in the SEP between June and September.
But I think checked out would be a better
SEPs.
Better answer.
And really the inflation and labor market didn't change much. It's really the risks that we're seeing to the labor market that were the focus of today's decision.
What was he? He said job caught everyone's attention, but then he's saying it's really just the risk.
Hi, Nicole
then he blamed it on
with
immigration.
Barron's. Thank you for taking my question.
College demand
Given the
is so odd.
cumulative impact of high interest rates on the housing sector, I'm wondering how concerned you are that current rate levels are exacerbating housing affordability issues and
First
potentially
question on
hindering
housing.
household formation and wealth accumulation for a segment of the population?
Housing is an interest-sensitive activity.
It is.
So it's at the very center of monetary policy. When the pandemic hit and we cut rates to zero, the housing companies were incredibly grateful, and it was really, they said that was the only thing that kept them going, was that we cut so aggressively and provided credit and things like that, and they were able to finance because we did
REITs
that.
got knocked.
The other side of that is when inflation gets high and we raise rates, and you're right, it does burden the housing industry, and so rates have come down a bit, and as that happens, we don't set mortgage rates, but our policy rate changes do tend to affect mortgage rates, and that has been happening, and that'll of course raise demand. Lower borrowing rates for builders will help, builders will help supply. And so some of that should happen. I think most analysts think that it would have to be pretty big changes for it to matter a lot, big changes in rates to matter a lot for the housing sector. And the other thing is by achieving maximum employment and price stability, that's a strong economy, that's a good economy for housing. And then the last thing I'll say is, there's a deeper problem here. There's not a cyclical problem that the Fed can address, and that just is a pretty much nationwide housing shortage. Or a lot of places in the country just don't have enough housing for people, and all of the areas around metropolitan areas like Washington, for example, are very built up, and so you're having to build farther and farther out, and so that's where it is.
And just a quick follow-up, during the last SEP, or the press conference following the last SEP, you seemed to indicate that policymakers lacked conviction about their projections, and I'm wondering if you still feel that way.
Forecasting is very difficult even in placid times, and as I've mentioned before, forecasters are a humble lot with much to be humble about. So I think right now is a particularly challenging time, even more uncertain than usual. And so I don't know any forecaster anywhere, really. Ask any of the forecasters whether they have great confidence in their forecast right now. I think they'll honestly say no.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. If you're cutting rates, why continue to reduce the size of your balance sheet, then pause the unwinding?
Well, I think we're cutting the size of our balance sheet quite marginally now. As you know, with the balance sheet, we're still in an abundant reserves condition, and we've said that we would stop somewhat above an ample reserves level. That's where we are, and we're getting closer to that. We're monitoring it very carefully. We don't think that has at all significant macroeconomic effects. These are pretty small numbers moving around inside a giant economy. The level of runoff is not very large, so I wouldn't attribute macroeconomic consequences to that at this point.
And at his recent confirmation hearing, Stephen Myron brought up that the Fed actually has 3 mandates from Congress, not just jobs and stable prices, but also moderate long-term interest rates. So what does Congress mean by moderate long-term interest rates? How should we understand that when we see the 10-year Treasury moving? And how do you think about this part of the mandate when policy choices like rate cuts or balance sheet reductions affect the long end of the yield curve?
So we always think of it as the dual mandate, maximum employment and price stability, for a long time, because we think moderate long-term interest rates are something that will result from stable inflation, low and stable inflation, and maximum employment. So we haven't thought about that for a very long time as a third mandate that requires independent action. So that's where that is. And there's no thought of, as far as I'm concerned, there's no thought of considering that, considering that we somehow incorporate that in as something in a different way.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Matt Egan from CNN. We recently learned that average FICO credit scores are down this year by 2 points, the most since 2009 during the Great Recession, and delinquencies are high for car loans, personal loans, credit cards. How concerned, if at all, are you about the health of consumer finances, and do you expect today's cut will help?
So, we're aware of that. I think default rates have been kind of ticking up, and we do watch that.
Ain't saying shit.
They're not at a level, I don't believe they're at a level where overall they're terribly concerning, but it is something that we watch. Lower rates should support economic activity. I don't know that one rate cut will have a visible effect on that, but over time, a strong economy with a strong labor market is what we're aiming for, and stable and
There's
stable
only 40
prices,
minutes
so
left. It's probably
that
going to
should
end
help.
in like 10 minutes.
This rate cut is coming at a time when the stock market is at or near all-time highs, and some valuation metrics are elevated historically. Is there a risk that cutting rates could overheat financial markets, potentially fueling a bubble?
We're tightly focused on our goals, right? And our goals are maximum employment and price stability. And so we take the actions that we take with an eye on those goals. Separately, and that's why we did what we did today. Separately, we monitor financial stability very, very carefully. And I would say it's a mixed picture, but households are in good shape, banks are in good shape. Overall, households are still in good shape in the aggregate, and I know that people at the lower end of the income spectrum are under pressure, obviously. But from a financial stability perspective, we monitor that picture. We don't have a view that there's a right or wrong level of asset prices for any particular financial asset, but we monitor the whole picture, really looking for structural vulnerabilities, and I would say those are not elevated right now.
Jean, we'll go to you for the last question.
Hi, Chair Powell. Jean Young with MNI Market News. I wanted to ask about inflation expectations. You've said the Fed can't take the stability of inflation expectations.
Yeah, right now the only winner is China.
You mentioned at the short run
China's the only thing doing good unless IWM and REITs come back.
About that.
Now
and then
Netflix
also at
is
the
running.
long run, wondering, do you see evidence that the debate over Fed independence and the growing
Oh my fucking
is
God!
putting pressure on inflation expectations?
This is why I should not say anything.
So
I'm about to go
as
off
you,
on all
as
of
you
them.
said, shorter-term inflation
is what I'm-
expectations have tended to
propaganda.
respond to near-term inflation.
Get
So
real
if inflation
journalists
goes up,
in there who will ask a
inflation
real question.
expectations will predict that it takes just a little while to get back down. Fortunately, throughout this this period, longer-term inflation expectations,
God it's the
both
last
break even in the
question.
markets,
These
and almost
fucking
all of the
snakes.
longer-term surveys, Michigan being a bit of an outlier lately, have been just rock solid in terms of
Michigan?
Running at levels that are consistent with 2% inflation.
he
over
called
time.
Michigan an outlier,
We
thank
don't take
God.
that for granted. We actually assume that our actions have a real effect on that, and that we need to continually show and also discuss our commitment to 2% inflation. And so you'll hear us doing that. We're, as I mentioned, it's a difficult situation because we have risks that are both affecting the labor market and inflation. Those are our two goals, and so we have to balance those two. When they're both at risk, we have to balance them, and that's really what we're trying to do. Your latter part of your question was about independence. I don't see market participants. I don't see that that's something they're factoring in right now in terms of setting interest rates.
We're not.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Well, that was That was odd because, again, you guys saw how it played out. We got the extra rate cut, which, again, all of a sudden, Powell and the Fed, they're like, yeah, we're down with more rate cuts. They cut the rates. They say the economy is going to be stronger. They expect inflation to go up. But here's what you guys got to realize. Remember what I was telling you leading into this. We were all saying it's time to move on. Why did the rate cuts get credible? Because the job market was going down. And everybody knew it. And it was bad. That the negative revision, the big revision, other factors, again, even AI and other things you've already seen. So people were talking about the jobs market. Even Powell acknowledged, he said it. So he said, the risk is labor going down. Downside risk is a reality. Labor market risks have grown. Labor is weak, but he's saying it's cooling. He used, I kept calling it out in the beginning, every way to describe labor, he described it way better than we all thought. We all thought it would be really bad. That's why we were getting the rate cut. But then he keeps saying it's cooling, edging. And then throughout the speech, he would say, yeah, the risk is a reality. It's big, jobs. Risk is labor going down. But then he said, well, it's only because of immigration. But then he keeps bringing up supply and demand. And then they're like, well, if it's because of immigration, your rate cut doesn't do anything. Think about it. So if you're cutting because of the labor market, but then the labor market's being impacted and you're saying primarily by immigration, the fuck do you mean? Then why is the rate cut credible? It's not. Then why would you want to cut more next month? You see what I'm saying? That was the issue. The description of labor weakness was much different than everybody expected. That I could say. And that's where, like, he kind of went back and forth on it. But then there was this first pop, right? Not here, but right here. This is when he said inflation outburst is a risk, but it's not that bad anymore. And now it's about the labor market. So he said the inflation outburst risk for tariffs, it dropped. But then he says now the labor market risk is there. That's why we popped and dropped. And then here, right where we bounced, it was two things. First, he said they asked him about the job revision. They were asking him about the credibility of in a different sense. But they were saying they're like 900 jobs revised. Doesn't that, think about it. You're talking labor, all of these things. How does that factor into it? So he said there was a predictable overcount. And then he brought up the birth-death model, but he's saying that it didn't really surprise them. And then that's where we started popping. And then in the second candle of it, he was saying, well, yeah, the market was already pricing in cuts. And he kind of just made it sound like he reacted because that's what was priced in. PayPal to partner with Google Cloud. I think that's coming out right now. But yeah, so the real way, I think an extra rate cut is good. Yeah, that's working. That's real. Look at PayPal. It kind of already faded 2%. You're a little bit behind on that one. I don't think I'm going to play it. But watch. Google PayPal partnership. But yeah, the real problem of this, you got an extra rate cut. Our path is decent, but now I don't think you have a clear path forward because all of the reasons he explained didn't really make sense. So like I'm saying, if next time you think a rate cut because of labor, I don't know if he's going to blame it on immigration or if it's actually weak. I don't know if that's going to be a move for risk management or is it because he's actually reacting. So unfortunately, that labor market weakness got a little bit of doubt, but now inflation. I don't think we're really worried about inflation. Like I was telling you, with the cut before he spoke, if inflation credibility data or anything got bad, that would kill all of this. But he just said that the inflation outburst risk has been lowered. They're not as worried about that anymore, which I never was. I was worried about one burst, but really not that much. But yeah, now they're down with that. But the labor market thing and viewing the cuts as recessionary or not, that's what I was telling you guys at the beginning. And he said they're going to react at the last moment, man. If this is all like a risk management cut, then the whole idea is to get involved right when they think it's not risk management. So unfortunately, Powell's not going to say the right thing until it's too late or at the last second. But this is why I was telling you guys, recession or not, Think about it. Think about what he just said. Oh, we're doing it for risk. We don't think inflation will come back up. It's very simple. 2 months, 3 months. If inflation comes back up, we're fucked. Labor market drops a lot, you're really fucked. And if it doesn't, we're going to rip. That's it. I mean, that's how I'm viewing it. But yeah, maybe it's too simple. Either way, we're back up to holding the bull rally. We did think the extra cut was dovish, but that credibility remains, man. Yeah, start the clock for sure. I definitely would moving forward. And I don't like bonds. I don't like a stronger dollar. So the equities are going up, and they're kind of reacting dovish, but the things underneath the surface are not dovish. Dollar and TLT, they're giving you a different one. So either way, Chattadunia, I'd wrap it up. You got 30 minutes left. I think that was a very interesting Powell. Everything I said in the beginning, though, still remains. I'm still excited. Like I'm saying, I'd start the clock. But we can't really look for Powell as the North Star anymore, unfortunately. You know, true North, we just talked about it, but I just don't think Powell he's gonna tell you at the last second, unfortunately, because that was just a little bit of everything. They're chalking it up to risk management again. And yeah, you got many reasons. A little bit of confidence on inflation, but not much, because remember, they raised their inflation target. So even though he said what he said about the outburst, their target is still high. It's still 2 years to get to 2%. So unfortunately, here we are. Yeah, just like Biden, he's still waiting. He did the same under Biden, even when things looked like they were moving, all of that. All right. I only took profits on that whole move. So I wish I sold the other IWM. I had another IWM on watch. I didn't take it. But yeah, all we did was take profits throughout all that. I was going to try to double dip a gold, but it's crazy. Can I say the last 2.5 minutes again and clip it? Tim, can you record the last 2 minutes, please? And then I'll post it later. I ain't repeating that shit. How about I repeat Fed independence? You want to hear about Fed independence? How about that? Aren't you worried about Fed being independent? How about with Mr. Moran and Fed independence? Do you think that Powell is going to be able to make a Fed independent move? How about we talk about Fed independence again? Do you want to talk about that? Yeah, Fed independence? Is there Fed independence? Oh my goodness. Qubits. Dude, that shit went up 20%. So that was another one from the morning, you guys. Money. I still have more of them. I think I'm gonna take a little bit more off the table though. Yeah. All right, and then PayPal's still on the high. I don't know if you like this one. Yeah, Trump agrees. Trump wanted the rate cut. That's the irony. And they priced in more cuts. So, like I'm saying, the messaging wasn't as good, but on paper, Trump got what he wanted. I mean, when you really look at it. So, that's not the bad part. Like I'm saying, just unfortunately, I just don't think you could rely on Powell as like a guide. Just he's gonna adjust at the last minute, and he gave you, 2 answers for the same thing on both sides of it. Yeah, PayPal's Google partnership. It just sucks. There's some decent ones on PayPal, but if it stops moving, they're all gonna die. Trump wants 100. He's close. 75, man. 75 is not that bad. Analyst divisions persist within committee. The tone now leans towards protecting employment with flexibility for future adjustments. Fed signals a focus on rising labor market despite persistent inflation. Chair called it a risk management move, not the start of broader cuts, but projections in market. Suggests more cuts could follow if stagflation continues. I don't think we're going to have a watch list tonight, no. Unfortunately. But even then, I really think yesterday's watch list still applies. Because like I said, we need to pay attention to what actually held up. We'll get a little bit more by tomorrow. But I'm very confident in this right here. Like I'm telling you, I think the next couple of weeks, next couple of months, we just start the clock. Because that wasn't a good answer. I'm telling you, that even how Powell answered it sets you up perfectly for this. And I think, again, it'll be 2026 probably, or towards the end of the year. It all lines up, but I think the next couple of weeks, you're going to see if that labor market is undeniable or if inflation is undeniable. Something, especially now that they're moving. You got to think about it. Even from now until the next 2 months, that quarter point is going to get injected into the economy, and it takes time to pass through. So, but yeah, like I said, it was a little bit dovish. We're playing the credibility game. We saw what's at play, but look at the dollar, look at the bonds. I think equities could keep moving, but yeah, I think we're on notice, but not as scary of a notice. Why? Because if it was scary, Powell would have gave you something more, but he's just going to go at the last minute. But if nothing bad materializes, and this is credible and it works, you're fine 2 months from now and get ready for another rally. But if it turns sour, the next 2 months could be bad. But I think it starts from here until pretty much, December, January, now until 2026? Or maybe like end of the year? Iron City. If those are still cheap, I'll take one. Yeah, PayPal, Google, then there's Affirm. And then Baidu is kind of nuts, man. I'm surprised Baidu didn't sell off. It usually does on these. So remember I told you guys yesterday, 136. If we could hold 136, you're going to go to like 140 to 150. And then anything above 160 to 170, you're going to shit your pants. So I hope it holds. But God willing. Unless they're projecting 2 more, so in total 75 basis points after today. But again, the reasoning, he's not signaling a future path. That's why that one lady who asked the question about what does 3 cuts imply, that was a great question. But Powell said it, and that's part of his ambiguity today. He doesn't want He's not saying that those extra cuts indicate a plan, a path, or velocity. Like he said, it's just risk management. In a weird way, Powell's actions and explanation today, if the data materializes in a certain way, he might not even do anything, which is possible. And that's why I think you're kind of getting this, where it's like they are projecting more, but you don't have clarity on that path being executed. That's why I think the bonds are a little lower, not to mention the dollar being higher. PD, this is so interesting to live through. My guy, wait till you get like real results. Wait till you find out if the next 12 months are going to be a recession or another rally. Then it'll be really fun. Or scary. Or get a long term. And then you'll be like, I win. I win. Yeah, we didn't do much. I mean, like I was telling you, this was in my book today. You know, I told all of you guys that although it's exciting today, it really is, and there is a lot in store, and I think we got some info. But I said, even if it doesn't move today, don't be deceived. It's all, the clock has started, my friend. Start your clocks. So now we go. So it's going to be the next couple of days, the next couple of weeks. It could happen tomorrow where it's big, or maybe another week of bullshit, and then boom, the fireworks go off. But yeah, it's time to don't be fooled by the action, and just that end of the year run is getting here. End of the year run up or run down, and now especially tied into the economy, power, rates, all that. You forgot you bought shares of Baidu? That's funny. You also forgot to read the rules in the chat. I know. So, amen. I'm glad I provided a good 70%er for you guys. Another one on the long term. But we don't want to influence people here. We want them to learn and save 10%. And be happy and joyful and not caught up in the internet world of nonsense pressure. You guys know it's not high school anymore, right? You don't have to. You could do whatever you want. All right, we only got 20 minutes. GP, 15%, 2 candles, very illiquid. SPY still holding. They're not willing to sell. Well, no, it's just easy. Risk management is easy if you don't, things are either going to be stable or, again, depending on how you position. But I think Powell really knows what's up. He kind of caved and we ran off of that, but one of these days, Powell's going to come out and tell you the answer. Or maybe it won't be Powell, but he's just going to tell you right before it happens, or right as it's happening, unfortunately. You're not going to get the same signal. The Fed will admit the economy's crashing, but you have to wait till they're there, or they'll admit everything's good. And literally, that communication is the problem. At least for how we're looking at it. You want to be influenced? I don't think you do. Okay, give me your money. Christian McKinnon, go buy the $10,000 stream alerts. Or give me more, I want 20,000. Here, I'm going to raise it. But no, yeah, let's go. You want to be influenced? Okay, give me all of your money. Let's try it. Let's see how it works. I want all of your money. I'm influencing you. Let's go. I'll give you some plays, but you have to give me your money first. I'll show you something. Come on. Why are you laughing? You're about to get banned. I'm being serious. I thought you were being serious. You weren't being serious, so now you were fucking with me? The bonds versus the SPY. It's the same thing. We need credibility. We need to find out that inflation isn't coming up or labor is going to keep staying down. That's why I'm saying from here on out, we have a big piece of info, the SEP, and now we got to tie it in. Well, yes, if you don't want to wait for stream alerts to open up again, you could pay $10,000. But I think I have to raise it after that one. For now, real estate might get a little boom, but look it. They just cut rates and the long end went up again. What if last September happens again? Your mortgage rates might go up again with kind of how this played out. It's possible, but I do think the bond vigilantes accepted today a lot better. They accepted the risk management. We might end flat, but then the next couple days. I'm telling you, bro. I'm telling you. That's why today was so... I'm really excited, you guys. And I think you should be too, because we just went through a pretty slow summer. We got some good plays, but dude, you got something. So it's not going to be... We don't need crazy movement, but I would love a good macro shift, man. And again, they just cut rates. It doesn't happen too often. That was the last year. And before that, it was a couple years. So think about it. The shift by default has already occurred. Just by them shifting rates, something has shifted even if you don't feel it. You see what I'm saying? Don't be deceived by zero. Even if the bonds, something changed today. That's where we don't know. If the long end gets blown out like last September, it's going to be bad for real estate. But if you get a little bid on the long end, you guys should have a little boost if you're selling or anything. You should get some demand. Well, do it, man. Shop for another one. And remember, you locked in your house in 2020. You could get it, rent out, qualify the rental income, and then you could get a whole nother loan, same way you did with similar terms. Just higher rates now. All right, still a little lower. There's Baidunius. I don't know what that GP is. Baidu is insane, bro. Like I'm saying, it usually sells off by now. It usually sells off right here and then goes down to 100. We rallied from the overestimate because it was a back-to-back, him saying he caved and then saying it was a predictable overcount. And then I think the algos assumed then that means the last sets of data is he could be operating under that same logic. So maybe the labor market is weaker. But then again, he will not give you any fucking clarity on that. And then Apple, too, that was kind of the direction I was looking for with how the Mag 7 shit played out today. Russell gave up all of it, though. So Russell might have a 2-day delay, but that's not a good sign. Like we said, I don't know if you're the front run or not. Starting to look like we were the front run. But who's the other one? Gold, you were the front run. I think biotechs, you won. You got clapped a little today, but that has the highest net gain. And then real estate. So remember, that's part of the front run problem. Can you email me a real estate question? You're pre-COVID and debated renting? Unfortunately, no. Because literally it was somebody exactly in your situation who led me to this point, because I gave him like 20, 30 minutes trying to protect his rate and help him out, and I get paid zero money for it, zero commission, zero anything. And then come to find out, he was just like lying to me half the time and already made his decision and listed it. So I don't care, because I can't trust you guys. So the answer is not to sell your home. Even if you rent it, you have a pre-COVID rate. Nobody will give you that much money for 3 to 4% right now. You guys are being delusional. So think about that. Nowhere on Wall Street can you get 6 figures for 2 to 3%, let alone backed by a house. So the answer is easy. But most people, like I said, I don't know your life, and we could play that game of, well, you don't know my life. You're right. But the financial answer is to rent it out and go buy the other house you want and find a way to make it work. But everything else, it's up to you. But you know where I stand. Yeah, nothing. It's all fucking Baba or Baidu. You understand, you've been following for years. I feel, but then you are selling your house though. So that's why I say this. But like I'm saying, depending on work or not, your situation, I'm assuming you know more than I do about it, but I also do hope that you guys know what the wise answer is. No worries, Timmy. Moving. There was a lot of big moves right when it came out, but China's the winner, Tesla's the winner. Everything was just front ran. We got front ran, low key. It looked like you were the front ran for a little bit. The pre-front ran worked. All of the Russell plays, everything prior hit, and then afterwards you only had a little window. The guy, he probably made a little bit if he sold out. Otherwise, oh no, he probably lost instantly. Because although there was an extra cut, if that contract expires on the 19th, there's no way. But he probably had it hedged. That's what people were saying. Bead toe, is that Bitcoin again? Or is that the inverse? Yeah, dude, gold, nothing's moving. So don't let this distract you guys. Like I'm telling you, just because nothing's moving, man, I really hope that you see there's more in store for the next couple days and weeks. Just keep that in mind. So you should start thinking of how do you feel about this? Or what's the next big set of data? Because that's going to be your credibility game. And then you're going to repeat all of the data back and forth until we get something broader. Maybe you get the China deal. Maybe you get government shutdown, all these other stuff. But labor and inflation. I don't know if it'll happen after hours. It's going to just be a fast and slow day by day thing. You know, kind of like I was reminding you guys. You remember how it always tell you, like right here, it'll be different by day 365? And you don't feel that day by day, but week by week you do. Are you following? And that's where I think some people are. Today was a shift, and people think it's just gonna go instantly somewhere, but we're moving somewhere. And that's what we're looking for, just how it's gonna culminate. You know, credibility isn't just one event. It's culmination. It's all of these things together, adding up, all of that. Kind of like a boat crash video. There's a lot of factors, and then we're moving towards it. That's why I'm saying, like, don't be fooled just because it went nowhere. It's not like nothing happened today. No, there was actually a couple of things. LHAIUPP. Oh shit, we only got like 7 more minutes. Well. Sweet greens came down. Chipotle. Ups. Dude, they all got a stick. Well, God bless you, Chad. And shout out the long term. Did you guys know by saving 10%, you could change your whole entire future? It's true. Just a little 10%. Wow. And then what happened? Nobody tried to cancel Starbucks today, did they? We talked about that a little bit yesterday. Don Lemon. Isn't that dude? Don Lemon. So I think him and Harry cuddle and listen, and then they try to take the talking points and then they try to make a spin on it to their viewers. But I think that's wild, bro. Imagine getting a $50 million contract from CNN and then 2 years later you just listen to Josh. That's amazing. God is good. Right? But then I think it's kind of whack that he made that much money and then did, like, you know what I'm saying? That's because I don't like rich people, bro. I told you. That's it. He's ugh. What do you mean, bro? And then he wants to groom Harry. Harry, watch your back, bro. You know that? Harry thinks I don't like him. I'm trying to keep Harry safe. Harry about to get diddied. Y'all don't understand. Nick Fuentes probably has a boyfriend that's a girlfriend. And there's a lot of things. So just be safe out there, guys. Okay? And do your thing. Do your thing. Like, you gotta, I don't know, just, you gotta listen and put the pieces together. You'll see it. You'll see it if you really do. That's how I pick up on things. The signs. I don't think any of them have a long term, no. No, I'm being dead serious. And I'll give you the Nick Fuentes tin tomorrow. Go, tell him to watch, too. I'll tell you guys everything. I figured it out. That little hoe. All of them. Him and Hassan. I don't care. I don't want my supporters stream rating you. My guy, you don't want my God against you. And that's what you guys are doing. My brother, test the Lord's patience. Indeed, I will do nothing. Josh will do nothing to you. I will except tell you the truth. Always leave room for the Lord, brother. Always leave room for the Lord. But yes, I am more concerned about your guys' futures. What are they going to do to my stream? Are they going to shadow ban me? What are they? Let me guess. Are they going to report all my videos and get me taken off? What are you going to do? What? Are you going to take away all my sponsors? Oh no. So see, have no fear, brother. You don't want anything standing in the way of spreading my positive word. I agree. And that's why I'm telling you. This is a positive word. Hassan is death to the brain. Nick Fuentes, death to your brain. Death to authority. I have to say this, my brother. You think I want to? No, I have to tell you the truth. I said I'm here for your guys' brains and minds, and I've been real. Ooh, Holex. What the fuck is that? 8%. What the fuck? Hall X, they've all gone crazy. I don't even think you could get anything on that. Yeah, you can't get shit. That has to be a buyout at that price. Habibi. Damn. Yeah, you can't get it, but that's crazy. If that goes, that'd be dope, but I don't think it will. If you can't get an option, they 480 that. I don't even know what the news is. There's only 2 minutes left. That could be a buyout. But isn't whole logic like scammy? Like usually? So I don't know, but yeah, they 480'd it. I put in a dumb bid. I didn't get filled. It won't even fill the dumb offers. So something's going on. Oh shit, we do gotta land it. Much respect. Well, listen, if you watch Hassan or Nick Fuentes, you should stop listening to me. Or you should stop listening to them. Because both cannot serve you. Does that make sense? It just doesn't work. So good luck. And be safe. Blackstone bid on whole X. Destiny, I mean, the guy is on stream with other men with his girl in front of him. The story's done, brother. What are you saying? Just let him live. 30 seconds. He already fucked him. He's already living in hell. So 30 seconds. I didn't get your 1 minute in there, but we'll take it home. We'll take it home. That's it, Chad. Wrap it up. Rapparoony, Chattadoony. Less than 10 seconds remaining. God bless America. And get ready for the next few days. It was dovish, but I think we all just got front ran, bro. Because I think there's still more. But 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Horna. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Are you kidding me? We did it, we made it, baby. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. I don't care if you even understood Powell or not, bro. I need a GG in the chat. Drop that good game, baby. Let's go. No matter if you made money or lost money, I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed, they did it without getting banned. Following the rules, reading the rules, watching the watch list, saving 10%. They didn't have to influence you. They were locked in, baby. Good game. Let's go, even if Powell. Amen. God bless y'all. Amen. Members, thank you. All the real ones, thank you. All my stable people. They ain't eat the fruit of radicalism. Good for you, brother. Good game. Get a long term. 10%, baby. Opinions and thoughts, why they don't mean a lot. And my money on stats, I can show you the top. Every bottom I pop, both the key and the lock. Don't believe me, just watch. Use my freedom a lot. Give me the rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Chattadonia. How you living, baby? That's the day. God bless you. God bless you. I'm excited. I'm a little disappointed by Powell, but we always were, or at least this year. So Chad, I think there is actually a couple of earnings. I don't think anything crazy, but that is all, my brethren. And it is time to wrap it up. It is time to bring it home and enjoy the rest of your day. There's not a watch list, but you should watch yesterday's watch list. It's on this channel. Because now you get to see what happened. That's why the watch list is key. So now we could keep watching it. But the next few days, man. Oh, man. So other than that, I love you. And I hope you had a good day. But I don't think I have anything if there's no earning. Yeah, no watch list tonight. I want you to watch the other one. That's, we got to give Don Lemon time. Don, just listen. You need to ask yourself if you watch the watch list more than Don. Okay? Just let Don, just between you and Don.
I'm just tryna teach some, so let me taste. I'm just tryna eat some, so let me eat. I woke up in beast mode, they still asleep. Told them hit they free throws, and back on D. I can hold the L, bro, that's on me. Told them take the game slow, keep the pace. Looking at the table, my enemies don't know where I came from. I'm like E.T. running. Money ain't the motive, but it's service motivating. You ain't a hoe with love complaining and just celebrating. You sell a home, you know I'd love to have a conversation. We was buying cribs before you knew about inflation. You ain't gotta give me credit, boy, the banks give me a lot of that. I meant it when I said it, we gon' take it all and give it back. I learned a couple lessons, the wisdom that came from all the bad. I learned the repetitions, I put that shit on my dad. My money ain't getting lag, I wanted, could get it now, but I cannot force the hand. I buy that shit when it's there, your homie just look around. We did it, I say a prayer, we bit that shit from the ground. And the foundation they saying, y'all ain't feel it though, nah, but we ain't need them though. I ain't being cocky, I just won't look in the mirror, bro. Doing more than talking, boy, the empire empirical. Every time I sign a dotted, boy, it still feel like a miracle. I'm just tryna teach some, so let me speak. I'm just tryna eat some, so let me eat. I woke up in beast mode, they still asleep. Told them hit their free throws, and back on D. I can hold the L, bro, that's on me. Told them take the game slow, keep the pace. Looking at the table, my enemies don't know where I came from. I'm like E.T. running. Market's gonna crash, but I could kick another lesson. Till the curve uninverted and I don't talk recession. Till the dollar was stronger, then I ain't really stressing. But the fact it won't crash it until the Fed admitted 15 on 50. Boy, the kid already seen this shit. Only way to get tricked off bullshit is to believe in it. 2022, like 92, you should go read this shit. Japan and how they move might really make you think they lead this shit. Inflation, hot money, boy, it sound like today. I'm not playing, it ain't funny, even the fix was raised race. Both the problem and solution started with a central bank. Call it what you want, but that one cost a decade. It's the only way we get it, set apart from the start. And the heart isn't ours. It's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me.
Amen. So no earnings, nothing crazy. Just Baidu nonstop. I love it. Give it another like $20. They're gonna be like, Josh, should I buy Baidu? What the fuck? So we'll see. But long term, thank you for your time today, Chad. I hope you enjoyed it. I hope you had a good day. I hope you're feeling blessed. And if anything, get a long term. Save 10%. Just remember, you're still doing good. We added to it. They're all on this channel as well. Make sure you go to the post tab. But yeah, bro, there's a lot of cool things happening. And I think we're going to get some more opportunity, just little by little. I mean, but especially coming into the end of the year. So get ready for it, baby. Lock in. It's easy today. You ain't going to have a watch list. You got time. Think about 10 years, my friends. And honestly, think about True North. I'm just saying. You want to make change, you want to make progress. How will you know if you don't know where north is? It's amazing. So thank you for your time again, man. Enjoy your evening. Go read the books. Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs, New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here. Why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. And bro, I mean it, the power is within you, not within man. It's not within a YouTuber, a podcaster, a pastor, a priest, you name it. It's in you, my brother. The kingdom of God is within you. The kingdom of Christ is in you, my brother. It's in you. He died on the cross so you can understand this and utilize it, brother. I hope you realize. It's in you. You don't need anything but you. And you with intention and your clear mind and accurate thought. Oh, my brother. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory. And through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chanadonia. Have a wonderful day. That is I on cue again. Gosh, Dan, I don't even have a quantum kapooper. Kapooper. What? What do you mean? We should let more immigrants in illegally. No. Fuck that. Fuck no. Let's make it where let's have political violence against Donald, not me. No. It's a fact. Josh. Hey, Josh, if you threaten to kill a politician, I'll give you more YouTube views. Yeah, come on. Sell your soul for a click. Come on, Josh. Come on. You don't want more views? Why not? Everybody wants more views. Have you ever... It gets you dopamine. Click on it. Come on. You just threaten a politician. Just tell the kids to throw away their future. Come on, I did 4 years. I'm fine. Don't do it, Josh. Don't do it. I'll send Cash on you. Cash Patel. He likes D-nuts, apparently. But I don't know. Why sell your soul for a click? When you can do it for $1. $1. I'll give you one. You want one? Crypto. I want to go home. Okay, I just want a fucking long term. I love you. Have a good one. Bye. I'm not gone yet. I'm still here. I didn't leave. I don't know why I didn't leave. Why are we fucking whispering? I can't find it. What the fuck? Where is it? Okay, I got it. Sorry, that was loud.
I'm in a cold. I'm just saying, we the type to say 10%, put it in the crib, and run it to your boss. Yeah. I put God first, I just put him in my bio. I read the whole thing, I ain't memeing from the Bible. Leave with no title, we been eating both cycles. Believing's been vital, what you mean you been trying? Motherfucker, we gon' get it. Does that make you offended? Confident in God and I'm confident in you. Are you scared of the bomb? Are you scared of what it do? Ooh, that's them, not me. I defend, not flee. That's them, not G's.